was that he thought they were ready to contend sooner, and the board interpreted it that we were a couple of years away, and yet plenty of other people interpreted the presser the same way you did, that it was, that the board feels like they should be doing more with what they've got.
There's a little shot across the bow of the club too, saying he won't miss driving to Casey, wasn't it? Maybe a home base might have helped me a little bit.
West Coast versus Adelaide. Would Sam Draper make the Crows a better team?
I don't think so.
Do you know what? I almost think the same thing.
Yeah.
I think if you put him in, and then you got to try and make the two ruck thing work. And
no, I don't think so. Because I don't think he's not a bona fide forward. He's shown little bits, but I don't think he's got elite forward craft. He's still learning as he goes, and he gets on the end of it every now and again, and he kicks those big banana goals or big snap goals. But I don't think he would make them better.
And they've just signed Riley O'Brien, who's
3 years
playing some good footy, and it's an interesting move. They get the West Coast Eagles on Sunday in the last game of round 22. All right, time for our Super Dogs. You get 5 points for a cover, 5 plus the spread for an outright win, and 1 for a push. We all covered last week. None of us won outright, despite threatening with the Hawks against the Crows, and you guys had the Kangas against the Saints. The new leaderboard reads very much the same as the old one. Corbin 184, Brett 108, Ben 102. Round 21, underdogs, and there's some wide underdogs here. You can get 70 with the Bombers against Geelong.
Not enough.
You can get Richmond with 23 against the Saints.
Like it.
The Swans with 27 against the Brisbane Lions. Carlton with 29 against the Gold Coast Suns. Port Adelaide are catching 28 at home against the Dockers. North are getting 49 points against GWS. Melbourne, I'll give you 26 under Troy Chaplin against the Bulldogs. And I'll give you 61 points for the West Coast Eagles against the Crows.
Yep. Can I go first?
Can.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll take the Tigs.
Ooh.
Tigs with
Where are you going, Corb?
3 against the Saints. Give me the Sydney Swans.
Ooh.
With 27 points.
I'm going for the dead cat bounce. I'll take Melbourne plus 26 against the Bulldogs.
Okay.
Not a chance.
Not a chance.
Nah.
There we go. We'll wait and see. We'll chop it all up next week. Lids, thanks for coming in so early after the Thursday night game.
Pleasure, boys.
Brett Delidio every Friday right here on ABC AFL Daily. Good calling across the weekend, Ben. I'll see you in the car on our way to Geelong tonight.
Oh, thanks, Corb. See you then.
Can't wait for all of it. Don't forget a new drop and discussion available every day through the ABC Listen app right here on ABC AFL Daily.
I'm Patrick Stack, and it's time for ABC Sport Daily, where we give you your daily sporting conversation.
Yeah, that's a disappointing performance. You can't sugarcoat that. We owe Steele Sidebottom way more than that too. Like he's a legend of the footy club. We're hurting. That one really hurt. Just a lack of system, and then a lack of fight. Lack of effort. Sometimes at the same time, which leaves us really vulnerable.
Pies coach Craig McRae after an all-caps big loss. To hear the coach say he knows what's wrong, but it's happening anyway, if you're a Collingwood fan, at what point is it okay to freak out? We are asking Mick Malthouse how the Pies might fix this situation. It could be worse. In the NRL, Brisbane lost not 1, not 2, but 3 stars to hamstring injuries in the defeat to the Storm. Their season is hanging by a string. Sorry, not sorry. And in Soundbites, we have an existential crisis. Happy Gilmore and Sharehouse Lols. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily. Former Collingwood Premiership coach Mick Malthouse is here to talk footy. What a day to get him, Mick. To hear Craig McRae after that big loss was revealing. If you're a Collingwood person today, what worries you most about what you're seeing?
Well, that's a very good question, because if we go back 5 weeks ago, we're looking at a side that's 2.5 games on top of the ladder. When people looked at it, they said there was no holes. The back line's standing up, midfield's dominant, and forward line, a number of players will kick goals. 5 weeks later, we're looking at a back line that's playing off their players, a midfield that looks slow, and a forward line that just doesn't get enough opportunity, a good opportunity. So it has been a flip. But the thing is, if you're that good and you give out what you've given out in the last, say, 2 or 3 weeks, there is a chance that you can swing that around, because you've proven that you can do it. And I think that Collingwood will be hanging on to that more so than anything else. So the midfield's the worry, because with Mitchell in the side, it slows down Pendlebury and Sidebottom. The way I say that is that if you've got 3 players that are relatively in pace, then you start to get caught out with teams that move the ball quickly. And I think that's where Craig McRae will have to make a decision on what he wants to look like going into the finals.
What was interesting to me about the post-match press conference was that Craig McRae was fronting up to the realities. This wasn't a coach trying to deflect or hide. That also is interesting because it speaks to me of someone who knows there's a problem but doesn't seem to be able to change it. How do you arrest the slide in that moment psychologically if you're the coach?
If you've done it before, then you can bounce back to that form. It's not necessarily convincing them that you can do it because you have done it. It's more about getting the balance of the side right. Are they Nick Dacos conscious? Are Collingwood now being too dependent on him to be a 40 possession getting player? I don't think it's all lost by Collingwood by any stretch, but a lot of teams have come at them now. Adelaide have shown some good form, really good form. Brisbane have regained a bit of form. We've seen a side like Hawthorn who potentially will only finish in the bottom 4 of the 8, so may not even get to Collingwood. So their form last night was outstanding. The Dogs' form in 9th position is incredible. But they mightn't even make it. There's a lot to play out, believe it or not, in 3 weeks, albeit the fact that there's only 9 sides. The others, it's a shame, but they've been dead and buried for about 7 weeks.
Speaking of balance, Jeremy Howe, that was a nasty moment and concussion, and it means he won't play against Adelaide next week. How significant is the defender to their defensive structures?
Well, he's a very good footballer, but they've done it before without having to rely on one player. Yes, he's important, and yes, they seem to be in a flux at the moment. Do we play Dean? Do we play Frampton? Do we play Quaynar on the tools? Maynard's not playing the same footy as he did last year. Now, he's one that they rely very heavily on. He can take the taller players, but he just seems to be, every time he goes off, he's getting his groin or his hips worked on. So I'm wondering whether he's at the peak of his game. These are the things that they have to sort out. They will pose problems if they don't and have to rely on how to be all end all. He's 35 years of age. The top clubs at the moment are all leading and having mainly three tools, which forces him to have to take one of them. Collingwood's backline coach has to start to work out the old 10-yard rule, play in front.
As bad as it was for the Pies, the Hawks were electric. Is that the sort of win that puts them right into premiership contention capability?
Any side in the 9, you've got to put the Dogs in there. I think the most vulnerable sides may well last the distance because of the circumstances they draw. And I think the Fremantle, as much as they can play good football, they can't afford to give leads like they have done over the last few weeks against the better sides. They seem to be the most vulnerable. I wouldn't put them down to say, look, they can win a premiership. They may do it over the next couple of years, but certainly not right now. Hawthorn, yes, their form is good enough to hold up. Gold Coast, new to finals, but their coach is not. So they'll get away with that. So there's a lot of clubs that can win a premiership right now.
It's been a big week for another one of your former clubs in Carlton. Common wisdom was that Michael Voss was in jeopardy. They've backed him to coach on in 2026, and it reads as though the club leadership might assess the team around him, sort of a la Hardwick at Richmond 2016 or Buckley at the Pies 2017, where the infrastructure changed. Do you think that he could still deliver Carlton the ultimate success?
Well, I don't know whether that side's good enough to do that. But I take my hat off to the Carlton board. This is probably one of the very few times in recent history where the Carlton board have stood with their coach, albeit with a long meeting, but doesn't matter. The end result is that they've stuck to what they contracted him for. And I think that they need to be applauded for their strength. They're in the finals last year. You don't mysteriously lose your coaching ability. What you do is you lose players, and they lost a lot of players through injury. Some of the players didn't come up. I'm not 100% sure that their team is a premiership side. So it's no use saying, is Michael Voss a premiership coach? Because that's unfair to him if his team is not up to it. I think that they are probably at best, just inside the 8. At worst, they're probably where they are. So it's going to be a big effort to replace a team that's currently in the 8 next year with them.
Melbourne are on the hunt for a new coach. If you're running the Ds right now, would you be choosing or chasing a proven, experienced coach, or would you be seeking to find a hungry new thinker?
The first thing you have to do is look at their list. Their best player by a mile is 33, Max Gawn. Petrarca hasn't played a lot of good football since his injury. Oliver's patchy. Viney is a warrior and now on the steep decline. May's 30-odd. Lever is patchy. Fritsch is just going. Their superstar, Van Ruin, is far from a superstar. Pickett is the superstar, but they don't have a lot of great kids coming through. a new coach, a new young coach that comes in would have to go to the draft, and they have to grow with him and he's to grow with them. On the other side, if you get an experienced coach, which I think the way their list is, I would be leaning towards a senior coach from the past that has worn the good and the bad and knows that there's going to be some ups and downs. And there's going to be expectations because we won the premiership a few years ago and Maxie was the greatest player ever. Max is not Superman and he's not Benjamin Button, so he's ageing. You need a coach that understands where the list is and convince the board where the list is.
Mick, it's been a pleasure to talk footy with you today. Incredible insights. Appreciate it. Thanks so much for your time. We can catch you across the weekend on ABC AFL. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. No worries at all.
I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily. Round 23 is underway in the NRL. Zach Bailey is Channel 9's rugby league reporter. Zach, Brisbane lost to the Storm overnight. That hurts. What hurts way more is losing 3 players to hamstring injuries. Reynolds, Mam, Cobbo. Is that season over kind of gear?
Well, it's a great question because when you lose players of that calibre, Reynolds and Mam and Cobbo, that's so much strike power all in one game. And when they're looking to try and shore up a spot in the top 4, no one's won a comp for so long outside the top 4. You almost reach for the red pen. I think the only thing that could save them is the other strike they have in the team and the potential return of those players later in the year. But Michael Maguire spoke after the match and he said,
I've never been a part of a game where you lose your 2 halfbacks. And then, the chopping and changing your players, and they were still in the game in some way towards the back end.
It didn't look good. Selwyn Cobbo going down later in the match, it looked even worse. Now, the drama for the Broncos is it's so tight around the bottom part of the top 8. They're currently 6th. They could drop to 8th if the Sharks and Dolphins win. And in the run home, they've got the Dolphins, Knights, Cowboys and Storm. 2 of those, the Dolphins and Storm, really tough matches. And we don't know when those 3 players will be back. So I think you've got the red pen in your hand. See how long those players are out for, and then you might actually put a stroke through the Broncos very soon.
Speaking of thin ice, Saturday night shapes as a beauty. Finns hosting the Chooks in Brisbane, 8v9. The Roosters have had a few of these of late, and the Queenslanders, they are without Felice Kaufusi and Herbie Farnworth. How do you see this one shaping up?
Well, how good is it? Finals have come 4 or 5 weeks early in this contest. The Dolphins against the Roosters. Dolphins 1 win clear of the Roosters at the moment, but they've got a 151-point advantage in terms of for and against. So it's almost a 2-win clear perspective on the ladder. So the Roosters basically have to win this to keep their season alive. As you mentioned, Farnworth and Kaufusi, they're really big outs. The neutral in me says go the Roosters, which I never thought I'd say, purely because I want the battle for these bottom 8 spots in the top 8 to just continue as long as possible in this competition. The form of Sam Walker, he's been in great touch since his return. Izzy Katoa, one of the best young halves we've ever seen. So I'll tip the Roosters in a tight one, but it's going to be really, really tough work up there.
Perhaps game of the round follows. It's a wobble-off. Canterbury are 3-3 since their bye. The Warriors are 2-2 since their bye. They've got 2 straight losses and a heap of injuries. The Dogs just lost to the Tigers. It's in Sydney. The Kiwis, their top 4 hopes hanging by a thread. Are they the team with most at stake here?
Yeah, you'd have to think so. Given the Penrith Panthers are nipping at their heels on 29 points, the Warriors on 30, and the Panthers are on an absolute roll at the moment. Nathan Cleary, the Iceman, slotting that incredible 2-point field goal last week against the Titans.
Cleary's going back to a 2-point position. Kenny has to throw it back 20 metres. Cleary takes the shot. What are we watching here? Oh, my God! The greatest rugby league moment ever! Talk about glazing!
The Dogs, well, they're on 34 points. They're behind the Storm, the Raiders in the race for the minor premiership. The Warriors definitely have more on the line. You spoke about injuries. Obviously, Mitch Barnett, Luke Metcalf gone for the year. But James Fisher-Harris, he is a huge in for this clash. The Dogs, they're coming off that loss to the Tigers. So you have to think the Warriors have more to play for, but the Dogs, they will be hurting all the aftermath after their loss to the Tigers. A lot will centre on whether Lockie Galvin will be able to play. He's got a fractured finger. They're hoping he can get through it this weekend. So plenty on the line. How good is it? You know, the Broncos, obviously drama there. There's always drama in the lead up to the finals. The Dolphins, Roosters, playoffs come early, and then all these teams at the top of the ladder battling for minor premiership, battling for top 4 spots. I think the Dogs will be too good, but I think the Warriors are still definitely in this race.
Every game is live and commercial-free on the ABC Listen app. Zach Bailey, thanks so much for pulling it all apart.
Enjoy your footy this weekend.
I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, and these are this week's soundbites, things from across the last 7 days in sport we think you'd enjoy. Are you having a good day? What about a great day? Mike McDaniel, the head coach of the Miami Dolphins, thinks there's a difference.
You should stand corrected. Good morning. False. Great morning. Let's go.
Why great? What makes this one great?
Because we're another day closer to death.
That got dark quickly, so let's lighten up. Are you a Happy Gilmore fan? Me too. As part of the promotion for the sequel to the golf comedy classic, Adam Sandler played a round of golf with Bryson DeChambeau.
Bryce, you don't have to come with me. Man.
Okay.
You stay right there.
I'll stay right here. I'm staying over
here.
here.
In the cart. I got this. Kind of straight up there, a little left to right.
Yeah, I can see it's a little left to right from here, but I don't need you don't need my help. You're happy.
Stay right there, Bryson.
Not getting to win the gold jacket. Come on.
My pleasure, buddy. Sometimes I don't need you. This is one of those times.
Oh, my God.
Bryson, I told you, it's all about tempo and just knowing you're playing for the kids.
Dude.
It's for the kids. What is
this guy?
Thank you.
That win was for charity, whereas 18-year-old Canadian Victoria Mboko was doing it for herself and Canada too. After all, it was the Canadian Open. She beat Naomi Osaka in 3 sets. The reaction so big, it halted the men's final between Ben Shelton and Karen Hashinoff in a separate city. The blokes were confused.
There's the announcement. The Canadian crowd is ecstatic because Victoria Mboko has just beaten Naomi Osaka for the women's title in Montreal. I'm not sure these two know about it. Ben Shelton doesn't understand.
You might want to save that for in between the changeover because both players are bemused of what's going on now.
Finally, I don't know if you ever did the whole share house thing with your mates in your 20s. It's a good time, isn't it? Well, Hawthorn's Nick Watson is living that dream with teammate Jack Ginnivan also living next door.
Live in Richmond with my good mate Tyler Somsey.
How? You with Tyler?
Yeah, do you know him? Richmond player?
Yeah. I didn't realise you guys were... Did you grow up together?
Yeah, we grew up together, played a bit of Eastern Rangers together, and Guinea's just moved to the house next door as well, so dangerous times.
That sounds dangerous and fun. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, produced by Poppy Penny. Thanks to Bryson DeChambeau's YouTube, Fox Sports, Tennis TV and Channel 7 for the extra audio used in this episode. This has been ABC Sport Daily. If you missed any of this episode or you're after more sporting conversations, you can find this episode and hundreds more on the ABC Listen app.
The summer of cricket has arrived early.
Clubs it straight down the ground for six. He's on the pull shot. Boy, did he get that!
White ball cricket takes centre stage in the top end as Australia take on South Africa.
Shout for leg before, finger goes on.
It all starts on Sunday on the ABC
Down
Listen
the
app.
pitch, there we go. Bang!
Every ball live. Just click on the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get inside of the boundary.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
He's pulled the river and magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward, off it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a
It's good, and you can hear that mighty roar. Forced one way, and the next, and the snap, there's the finish. 60 out. Oh my goodness! That's a massive kick. Big time spot, big time goal kicker. That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket, whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running past, throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Jeremy Cameron continues his charge towards 100 goals in the season. We haven't seen it since 2008. How many will he add tonight? 25 away from 3 figures as the Cats, who are destined for a 17th final series in 19 years. It's an incredible record. They look destined again for a top 4 finish, finding themselves 14-6 on the year, while for the Bombers, who were 6-4, they're now 6-13 on a 9-game skid. They've got an injury list as long as your arm. It's all shaping up as a big night for Jeremy Cameron as the soon-to-be Coleman medalist again continues to charge towards 3 figures. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemass. We're at the beautiful Cattery tonight. It is a clear day. It is a clear night, and there is no rain forecast. The temperature to range between 11 and 9 degrees during playing time. And death taxes and a late change in this part of the world. The home team have made another late change. Jack Martin, after his blitz in the third quarter last week, kicking 4 goals in just over 5 minutes, he is out. So take Jack Martin out of the Geelong team. Jai Clark comes in, and he's going to start as the sub. Meanwhile, for Essendon, Jai Menzies is the sub for the Bombers. So the 2 Jais, Clark and Menzies, the subs tonight. No late change for the Dons. I'll get to Kelly in just a moment. She's promising a big build-up off the top. Firstly, our analysts, as always, on a Friday night. First of all, the legendary Cat, 3-time Premiership player, Premiership captain Cameron Ling. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, Cal. Hello, Mick. Good evening to everyone out there. I love the build-up for Cal and her groundbreaking.
Well, I just said to him, make me last because I've got a sneaky stat that's going to get you all talking tonight.
Now she's regretting it because we built it up too much.
I know. I didn't say build it up that much, but 4th v 14th, Lingy, and I'm excited. I brought the energy tonight, and I'm going to tell you why in a minute.
Good. I know it's not going to be the fact that Jeremy Cameron's going to kick his 100th tonight. That is an impossibility. But can we get a big chunk of goals that gets him that bit closer? I reckon it's going to be hard work next week against the Swans. They're still a very good team. So he needs 7+ tonight to make 100 a realistic goal, I reckon. So maybe we get it. Who knows? Hopefully, for the sake of footy fans, non-Cats fans, we get some sort of game from the Bombers.
In a game that's been filled with so many lopsided fixtures, I mean, we've got this almost 2 de facto leagues, don't we? The top tier and the bottom tier. And yet there's genuine excitement tonight really around that one question. How many will Jezza kick? How many is he going to add tonight? And it'll be a big focus for us, I'm sure.
It will be. And Lachie Jones last week for Port Adelaide did a good job on him. And he kicked 6 because Geelong just gave it to him every chance they could. And then that third quarter when I think 4 Port Adelaide players went and played on Jez, Jack Martin and Shannon Neal had an absolute field day and kicked 7 between them in the quarter. So maybe there's a few other Cats players who are thinking, ooh, I might just fill my boots tonight and have a bit of fun because there'll be some space out there.
The man who's been involved in 4 flags, 1 as a player, 3 as a coach. He's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history. The coaching icon, Mick Moldhouse. Good evening, Mick.
Corby, Cal, Lingy, and to all our listeners. Yep, we're down at the home of the Cats, and it's just around the corner for another final series by Geelong. I know that they probably won't have a final here, Lingy.
I don't think so, and I think they don't want it.
Right, okay.
Because the only potential team, sorry, Mick, would be the Giants. And the Giants beat them here every single time.
Yeah, they do indeed.
It's probably about time we start that storyline, though, isn't it? Every year the media is, should Geelong play their final down here at Cardinia Park? It's always
they've got every right to, in all honesty, because it is their home ground. And I don't think anyone else, if they have a home final, doesn't play but where their home is. But you're probably right, Lingy. They want to, they play pretty well at the MCG. I'm just interested to see how Geelong go. I think they've had a pretty soft draw, and sometimes you can lull yourself into thinking that you're better than what you are. I'm not saying that will be the case because they're very experienced, coaches experienced, the players are experienced, but if you don't do the fundamentals against anyone, you get into bad habits, and you're going into a September. There's no room for error in September. You can't afford to have a bad day because you just haven't been switched on. So it doesn't matter who kicks the goals tonight for Geelong. It's got to be the system, and the system will hold up. There's no doubt they should win this game, but they've got to maintain that system. It'll be interesting to see if anyone breaks from that system and what ramifications happen on the ground. I'm talking about players pointing fingers at that, because you've got to keep the fingers right on the pulse.
If I was to take a guess, and I have spent a little bit of time here during the week, just visiting a few of the guys, I reckon they want to get the game completely on their terms, in total control. And if late in the game, quite late in the game, there's opportunities to feed Jeremy Cameron a couple, then they'll do that. But they don't want to be in bad habits doing it from minute one of the game. If they're totally in control, then look out late. They're going to look for him every chance they get.
Indeed, they should.
Yeah, I always love Cardinia Park games too, because unlike what happens at Docklands at the MCG, where our analysts sit behind us and we sit in the front row, I get to sit next to Mick. Feels like I'm in the coach's box, where he gets to, I get to see all his hand actions as he's pointing behind the play. So it's a great thrill for me, Mick, to be here alongside you, particularly here at Cardinia Park. Kelly Underwood is here as always on a Friday night. Good evening, Kel.
Well, first of all, Corbin, you've given those two gentlemen to your right a big wrap up, and I'd like to call them, one, party pooper, and number two, spoil sport. It doesn't matter who kicks the goals tonight. Yes, it does, Mick. We've come here to see 10. That's what we want. We are excited. I want you all out there as well to cast your minds back to Saturday, July 9, 1994. Lingy, you were a teenager. You probably just finished junior footy as you gazed lovingly at the posters on your bedroom wall of Brownless, Riccardi and Hocking. Across the country, Mick, you were priming your top-of-the-table Eagles to take on the reigning premier Essendon the next day. And a young Corbin Middlemass would have been beside himself with excitement, and as his beloved Bombers were rolling into town. You were probably a toddler around that in 1994. Well, on that day, here at Cardinia Park, the great Gary Ablett Sr. was priming himself for an assault against the Demons. He kicked 10 goals 3 that afternoon. Gary Ablett Sr. 10 goals 3 in the 250-odd AFL matches staged here at the Cattery since. No one has kicked 10 goals.
Wow.
Is that right?
Is this the night? I'd love people, Corbin, to text in and tell us what they think, how many they think that Jeremy Cameron will get tonight.
So 10 is the most being kicked on this ground?
No, it hasn't been 10 since that one. I've got so many questions to that, because I remember seeing Plugger Lockett kick 16 here one day, but that must have been before that one.
16?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the last to get
Wade would have kicked
the last to get double digits was Gary Ablett Sr. here in 1994. By the way, how many Brownlow votes do you reckon he got that day? 10 goals, 1 he boot. 10-3, sorry, he kicked.
Surely the 3.
He got 2.
Who got the 3?
Michael Mansfield
I'd half
with
back.
19 disposals, 1 goal, 3 votes.
Wow.
Anyway, the quirks of the AFL, VFL.
Senior had 13 scoring shots, kicked 10 goals, 2 votes.
Yeah. Are we going to see it tonight? I'm saying 10. I'm absolutely here for it. I think that they can do it. And I think, as you guys mentioned earlier, are they flirting with their form a bit by looking for him? It feels like this club has a little bit of theatre about them. That they want to celebrate the individual awards. And Corbin, we were down here a couple of weeks ago calling the game against St Kilda for Fox Footy, and we said then there's every chance that the Cats could clean sweep the individual awards. It could be Coleman Cameron, and it could be Brownlow Baz, and it could be the Rising Star Sully, because Connor O'Sullivan could claim the Rising Star Award.
I think they'll be chasing one of the biggest one.
Oh, I forgot about that, yes. Forgot it's a team game, Mick. How many do you think he'll kick, Ling?
Well, I don't know what happened in between 1994 and round 24 last year, about who else kicked maybe 9. But Jeremy Cameron kicked 9 in that game last year. So he does love this ground. I think he'll kick 8.
8, okay, you're going with 8.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see the double figures.
I'm going to write this down.
8. So, all right, I'm putting you down for 10, Kel. 8 for Lingy. Mick?
25, I reckon you get 25.
Incidentally, when we did that game, Corbin, he had 53 goals in 18 games.
Yeah.
He scored 22 in the last 3 to take him to 75.
Amazing.
So it's 94. I reckon he kicked a massive amount in a final. I reckon he could have kicked a 10 in a final.
Right.
No, I might be wrong there because I know Gary Lyon kicked
8, I reckon it was. Or was it 10 out at the Bulldogs?
I think
Whitten Oval.
Was it
10?
Might have been 10.
Yeah, I reckon you're right.
So I reckon Abbott's kicked a 10 in that final series.
Okay.
So 31 years and 1 month ago, almost to the day. So July 9, 1994, last time someone's kicked 10 here.
So 75, he's got 3 games to go, plus at least 1 final.
No, he's...
2 finals?
Oh, they're certain.
Yeah, okay, so 2 finals. So 5 games to go. He needs 25 goals. So he averages 5 goals a game to get there.
He just doesn't want to come up against. There's only one player that I've seen take him to the cleaners consistently the whole night because he played with him. He had the speed to go with him. He had the reach to beat him. And in the end, he was frustrated. And we're on this ground, and it was
Taylor?
No. It was it
not the Giants?
Was it? Did they play the Gold Coast here?
They did, but it was really wet that game.
No.
They
wouldn't have been Collins.
Not up at the Giants ground, no, but here. Okay.
And he played with him.
Played against him
this year.
Wasn't Brisbane?
Year. No.
Ryan Lester, he usually does some...
Find it when he hasn't kicked a goal.
All right.
I'll tell you, actually, he kicked 1 goal against the Giants here in the
could
loss.
Have been the Giants.
And he's the only goalless game was against the Suns in round 13.
Here?
That was here.
That was against
that
the Suns.
That was the game.
Yeah.
Okay. So it was a Suns
defender.
defender.
I'm just trying to work out who played on him.
Just on the Giants, so Connor Iden's the one who's taken the match up, and he's got the athleticism to go.
That's what beats players who have got athleticism because they know, like Cameron would look at any opponent and go, I'm quicker than you. And I've got the stamina. It's when they have someone who's got equal stamina, equal pace, because all you do to win that contest is punch the ball clear. And if you've got a good reach, then you'll get that ball clear, and then
Will Powell? No.
No.
Jeffrey?
No.
Collins? We're just going to name all Suns defenders.
Not Mac Andrew.
It was.
It was Mac Andrew.
I reckon it was.
There we go.
I reckon it was.
Okay. Well, he's not there tonight, unfortunately.
No,
for the Bombers.
no. But when you look at the speed, and you look at reach, and you look at discipline, he couldn't get it clear.
But surely it's not 8th game Blackiston. That's too harsh, isn't it?
Surely
it's a big challenge.
That afternoon, he had 6 disposals and 1 behind.
There you go.
Yeah. So surely
it's Laverty.
Surely Blitzarves plays forward, would try and stretch the Bombers down back. So you think if Blackiston goes to Neil.
Yep.
Then you're essentially looking at someone's got to take the matchup with Blitzarves if the tall comes down there. So Archie May played back last week. Maybe he goes to Blitzarves as a sort of forward turn defender. And then you think if Laverty gets the first opportunity at Cameron, and then the other alternatives are Mason Redman fighting out of his weight division, but at least he's agile and can run with him, if not a little undersized. And then Jackson Pryor, who's really meant to be a winger, but has almost played key post in defence. Such have been their problems with height down there. Again, at least he's agile as an option if Jeremy gets off the chain.
So one of the things, if I was coaching the opposition and looking at Cameron, the fear of when you're playing, let's say it was Dunstall or Lockett, it's big, powerful, and they'll outmark you and outstrip you and they'll push you around. Cameron won't do that because he doesn't want to just stand there. He wants to play at the ball all the time. He's not a massively big pack mark, so therefore you'd say, well, he's not going to jump over me too many times. So you've got to be able to beat him at the ball, coming up the ground, and don't let him get the ball. Don't think because he's outside 50, oh, well, that's okay, I'm safe, because he'll knock it over from 60. So a ground player, undersized, can be the right opponent on him if he's prepared to be in his socks. So in other words, you're not going to give him room to move out and take the big chest, the mark out in front. You've got to be at him all the time. And you can do that with an undersized player so long as he's extremely disciplined.
The SMS number, by the way, 0437 774 774. So 0437 774 774. I'd love to hear your Jeremy Cameron predictions. Will it happen tonight? Almost.
What do you think, Corby?
I'm going to say 9.
Okay, so we've got 8, 9 and 10.
And 25 from
No, Mick, seriously. What do you think he'll kick tonight?
5.
5, okay.
5.
That's the safer one.
It is.
After everything we're talking about, the big build-up and the fact that
Neil will
be
probably
all
come
over
out and boot 8 goals.
Correct.
How about this from Dan off the SMS? So can't explain this, but I have a nagging sense that Essendon will cause a massive boil over tonight. So the Bombers, who have got a whole lot of guys, what have they got? 10 that have been put away for the season. They've got another 5 on top of that, 15 unavailable to them. And then Cole Langford make it 16. He's coming back through the VFL this weekend. And Geelong have won the last 8 against Essendon by an average winning margin of 56 points. They've won 20 of the last 23 against the Bombers. So this is a team that has absolutely had it over the Dons in recent times, even when they've been much healthier than this. And the Bombers last beat Geelong in Geelong. Keep in mind they didn't play them here for a whole lot of your career, Cameron Ling, when those games were often reserved for the city. Have not beaten Geelong in Geelong since 1990. So that's a long way back if Essendon are to do it tonight.
That is a long way back. And I in my preparation, before every game, I try and come up with ways that teams can win and where are they going to exploit the other team and where's their focus going to be. I've got to be honest.
Yep.
I struggled to find a way for Essendon to win tonight.
Yep.
Just with personnel, everything. So the matchups, none of them really fell in their favour. Now, funnier things can happen, and I get all that, but I battled to find even a way. There's usually an avenue where you can make a case. It might be a far-fetched case, but you can usually make a case for the underdog. I struggled on this occasion.
So not only would they have to be right on, they would need the opposition to be way, way, way off.
And that can happen, but that's right. You know, one of the things, as you will do as a coach, is you look at your opposition, you look at and you've got to be really fair and honest in your opinion here. How many Geelong players would get a game for Essendon tonight?
Yep.
How many Essendon players would generally fit into the Geelong side? And that gives you sometimes an idea of if you're really honest with yourself and it goes 10-10, you go, well, okay, this is going to be a nice tight match. Who are the 10 that go in here? Oh, they're filling up holes in my forward line. Maybe my forward line's not all backward. But when you're going 16-17 to 4...
Did you do that a bit as a coach?
I did it every game. Yeah, well. I go right through. And then I would look at the opposition and put their name down and put down potential players to play on that side, that player, until I run out of names.
Yep.
Like if it was Cameron Say, I'd have McIntosh, Brennan, Worsfold, McKenna, blah, 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 until I run out and go, okay, well, we've got 4 that can play on him, or 3 that can play on him, or 6 that can play on him, and you keep that with you.
So you had to back up to the back up to the back
You had
up.
to.
You know, when you talk about that,
You've got to plan. Don't take any game as a given.
I did the Melbourne West Coast game last weekend, and I was watching West Coast who give their all. And I thought the VFL, the Gold Coast Suns and the Giants seconds team would beat West Coast at the moment. Just if you look at those sides and the players they've got and the talent they've got.
How's it? Well, it's another story. But how did they get that way? How did it come to that?
Got to ask you about Simon Goodwin in a moment at some point.
We'll cover off on a bit of that. Plus, we'll talk about last night as well, all the fallout with the Hawks back in town right in time for the September party, and for Collingwood, the once mighty Magpies. How worried are we about them? But first, let's go inside the Essendon camp, see if we can get some answers as to what they're going to do about Jeremy Cameron. Ben Cameron's in the Bombers camp. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. I'm down here with Essendon assistant coach Brent Stanton. The question everyone's asking tonight, who plays on Jeremy Cameron?
The Essendon Football Club? No, we're comfortable with the setup that we've got and the matchups that we've got in place, and we also have some contingency plans if that doesn't work. But yeah, we're going to have to help from our forward line to our mids to hopefully nullify the ball getting down there. He's such a good player, and we've seen that over recent weeks and over a long period of time now. So on his home deck, we're just going to have to try and halt the speed of the ball coming in to hopefully help our defenders.
Oh, I think any competitive person would say, look, he's not kicking a bag against me or us. Do you guys talk about that?
No, not really. We try and stay away from the results of per se and focus on the process, on what we need to try and achieve in this game as a football club. It has been probably unprecedented times in this last 10 weeks, and we're still trying to get a lot out of the last final games of the season. So we've worked on that really hard throughout the week and the last couple of weeks, and really pleased with the effort that we saw last week, and hopefully we can bring that into this week.
Ball's bounced to start the game. Who's standing right next to Jeremy?
We'll find that out in a couple of hours.
What are the contingencies?
You'll find that out during the game also.
Do you anticipate that Mark Blitzarves might spend more time forward today? Because if you do the matchups, it does feel like if he goes forward as well, say you were to send Blackiston to maybe Neil, if it's Laverty who goes to Jeremy Cameron, all of a sudden it's who's next to Blitzarves? Do you think he will go forward?
Potentially, and he has done previously. So, yeah, as I said, we go through every single little bit of detail in our coaches' meeting throughout the weeks and try and work out what the best team that we can put on the park to hopefully not only nullify but take it to Geelong. So, yeah, we've certainly gone through that, and I feel like we have some really good solutions in terms of that matchup also. So it's just something that we're going to have to keep our eye on pretty closely throughout the night, but they've got stars all over the field, so it isn't just the front half that we're worried about, it's all over the field.
Do you enjoy those what-if contingency plan coaches' meetings, and how long do they go for?
It's certainly something that you get used to after a while. So, it's just part of what we do, and I think it's a really important part of it. And depending on where we're at and who we're playing, those meetings can go for an hour or 2 hours, just depending. But it really starts from the first moment that you walk in on a Monday morning after you've played your previous game, that you're looking forward to the opposition. So the what-ifs is sort of the final piece of the puzzle. The preparation takes 5-6 days to get to where we need to get to.
I spend my time on the boundary sort of peering at the benches, seeing what's going on, seeing if anyone's injured, etc. So I see a lot of you working on the bench, talking to the players. You had Archie Perkins' Birdgate earlier on in the year. What exactly is your role on the bench, and what are you trying to achieve down there?
Yeah, so I've still got a computer down there watching all stoppages and midfield transition with a direct line to Gia, and Brad thinks it's a really important role to have a coach on the bench to be able to translate those messages from upstairs to downstairs immediately, even though we've got great people down there and great experts in terms of Travis Cloak and when Michael Hurley's the runner. But just having that direct contact and almost getting a sense of what they're feeling out there, so I can relay that to the coach's box as well. What they feel is just as important as what we see. So, yeah, it plays an important role in the way that we go about it as a coaching group, and I enjoy it. It's tough sometimes in the coach's box. You can sort of say and do a few things that you probably wouldn't do otherwise on the bench, but it's made me control myself and become a better coach, I feel.
Oh, I do think you're pretty mellow or level down there on the bench, so I certainly agree with you along those lines from what I see. The off-season, what does it look like for Essendon? Like, you've exposed 14 players this year to senior AFL football. What do you need? Do you go back to the draft? Do you get some more mature bodies? What does that look like?
I think it's really important for this off-season that we keep building on what we've started a couple of years ago, and Brad's been really prominent in the way that he's gone about it and how he came into the club and sort of created some stability around what we tried to do. And up until this year, I think we've turned over 50% of our list since he's been here, and unfortunately that's the business that we're in, and it's probably going to take that turn a little bit more again, and we need to keep building this young core group of players. I feel like we haven't had, or the continuity, as everyone knows, with our senior players to be out there. We feel like we've got a good group of them to take us forward. So going back to the draft and keep bringing young talent in to hopefully build the culture and the game style that we're trying to achieve here is very important.
Could Archie May even go back today?
We played back last week, so anything's possible.
Could he be the man for Jezza?
Well, as I said, it could be a multiple of people. We've got a few guys over 6'3" on our list at the moment, so he's such a tough matchup, and I know you keep coming back to him because you want to know who's playing on him, but it's not long now.
It's not long.
Anticipation is killing you.
Patience is a virtue. I'll just wait. We had match committee on the car. We were putting names forward left, right and centre. Brent, appreciate your time. Best of luck here tonight.
Thank you.
Ben Cameron downstairs with Brent Stanton, the assistant coach with the Bombers. He did his very best, Ben, to try and get an answer out of him, but we still don't have the answer to the question that we're all asking. Who is going to play on Jeremy Cameron? He wouldn't give too much away, Brent, so very closely guarded, as you can imagine, this close to the bounce.
Is that because they're still not sure?
Yeah,
they're still
maybe.
working it out, throwing a few
Maybe.
magnets. But
Who would you start with? Would you start with Laverty?
Yep.
I think most experience, got to give him a shot. I'm worried how that ends. But what's Laverty played? 143 games. Even though he's a hell of a lot shorter than Blackiston, it's unfair to put a guy in his 8th game of footy out there on him. I think Redmond's just too undersized, so you can't use him. It's got to be Laverty and see how it goes, and it might end badly. You know who's a strange left field one? You're not allowed to laugh at me on this one. For pure athleticism, with the ability to go vertical as well, Andy McGrath. He's going to end up just a bit too short. I get that, but McGrath, at least with his running and jump and everything that he's got, could be someone who could match him stride for stride.
Now, you watch a lot of Geelong. Is it fair to say that Quayner has played on him? I reckon he has.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I reckon.
And he's got the same theory that Jeremy will not take. He'll take the occasional big pack mark, no worries. But if you're going to live on taking 10 pack marks, good luck to you. You might take one, but it's being where he is at the same time as the ball gets there.
Thank you. And we've raved about his athleticism for good reason. His brain is working 5 seconds faster than any defender right now. He is just so smart. So you have to match someone. That's where Laverty's a worry for me, because he's not smart enough.
Nor quick enough.
Yeah, you need someone with brilliant decision making as well, capable of realising, he's gone. He's ducked out of the traffic and he's in space.
Jeremy Cameron is the central focus tonight. There's no doubt about it. Geelong and Essendon, Friday night footy in round 22 here on ABC Sport. Just repeating, Jack Martin's laid out, so he's been replaced in the lineup by Jai Clark, who's going to start as the sub, and his namesake, Jai Menzies, is going to be the Bombers sub. Just on the Sunday teams, by the way, so no real surprises here. Toby Green's back, as we knew, and Tristan Sherry comes back in for North, so the Giants and the Kangas play one another. Geordie Payne, the number 1 pick in the mid-season draft, and Cooper Trembath, who went at pick number 10. They're both mid-season recruits to North. They're both going to debut on Sunday in that game. Jed Adams will make his debut for Melbourne, coached by Troy Chaplin this weekend against the Western Bulldogs, who are unchanged. And then on Sunday, Jack Graham's back for the West Coast Eagles. They take on the Crows. Taylor Walker's been rested there, and Rory Laird makes his return to the Adelaide team as well. We'll talk a bit about last night and head inside the Cats camp next.
It's National Science Week.
Across the ABC, we're celebrating Australia's most underrated animals.
Vote for your favourite.
Join me on ABC TV and iView for Dr. Anne's Secret Lives.
Get your science on this Science Week
on ABC Listen
and online.
On ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
AFL.
Don't get better than this.
On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
Jez's ton bid continues tonight. He is 75 goals on the season. He's 25 away from reaching 3 figures. Patrick Dangerfield rested tonight, and Jack Martin is a late out. It is Friday night footy on ABC Sport. No late change for the Bombers. The 2 subs, Jai Clark, who's the inclusion for the Cats, and Jai Menzies, who is the sub for the Bombers. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Corporate Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, the legendary Cat Cameron Ling, and the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse. Ben Cameron with us on the boundary. We'll duck inside the Cats camp in just a moment. We've already heard from the Bombers. We're still not sure as to who's going to play on Jeremy Cameron. And you can write your own ticket as to how many you think he'll kick tonight. There's so much focus on him. The SMS number, 0437 774 774. Rich from Ocean Grove says, as a Geelong fan who watched Ablett Senior in his pomp, how exciting that there is a gun forward eyeing the ton. Great for the game.
It is. Axel from Paradise City has said, where's old Lingy? It's about time he bit the bullet and coached. Lingy at Melbourne or Essendon would be an exciting prospect.
Oh, that's very nice of that person to say. I can assure him that I am working on my coaching craft as we speak. However, it's only at under 12 level right now. I'm not quite ready to step up to the big time.
What did you think, Mick, first of all, with the Simon Goodwin? It was a bit of a bombshell, considering, we haven't had many coaches win by 80-plus and then get sacked in the aftermath of an 80-plus win.
Just correct me if I'm wrong here, but was he told that he wasn't going to be coaching next year, and therefore he said, "Oh, well, I might as well finish now." So,
Yes, yeah. So Brad Green said they'd made the decision. They offered him the chance to coach the last 3 games. He said, "Don't worry."
No, so there's the surprise. There's the surprise. If they had been kept inside, he coaches until the end of the year, and then they say we've had we've rethought it, and you'll be paid out for the following year. I don't know whether Melbourne have handled it well. I don't think he handled it well by dropping out with 3 games to go, because if it had been kept inside, you coach out and no one knows anything, because they're not going to make the 8.
How is that ever, though, going to be kept inside when they would have begun the search for the next one?
That's where I'm coming from. They shouldn't have come out of that meeting with anyone knowing what took place until the end, because no one...
But it always gets out, Mick. Don't you think in this day and age with social media, it's so much better to be transparent?
I know.
They had a board meeting the day after they capitulated and conceded the last 9 goals to St Kilda.
Yep.
And he presented at that. And clearly in the days after that, they've made their decision.
Yep.
Well before they thrashed the West Coast Eagles.
Yes.
And so clearly they've come together and said, well, we've made this decision. We either tell him and keep it in-house, or keep it in-house and tell him at the end of the season, but we're also going to be making calls to managers of other coaches. It will leak.
Yeah, I think they've done it wrong, though, Kel. What I'm saying is that if they've got a new president coming in and got a new CEO coming in, you hold your tongue until the end of the year with all your discussions, and you take that forward until the end of the year, then you make your decision with the new president and the new CEO intact, not when they're sitting on the fringes, because that's when it does leak, because it's got to go back and forth, and guess what, we're not going to have him as a coach. Well, clearly there's going to be things happen. So you don't need to do that until the end of the year. That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
I don't reckon they've done it well at all.
I think they felt like they needed to make sure everything was ready to go at the end of September, that they could have a proper run at the off-season because of the interruptions they've had previously. So we need a new guy in the spot, feet under the desk, ready to start.
But they didn't have to wait until September. They could have waited until the end of August. So let's face it, Melbourne aren't going anywhere.
As a former coach, how do you think Simon Goodwin handled the situation?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. He's by sitting up there on the desk with Brad Green is big.
But it's a new trend, isn't it? Because it's about advertising yourself for the next job. It's almost that's what they're doing. If he doesn't show,
he can release a statement. And if people don't understand how much it hurts you, this is your life.
It is, and he would have been so hurt.
Of course he would have been, and his family would have been hurt, and everyone. I don't think they did it well at all, given that the 2 people that are going to be in charge next year weren't there. That's. I don't know why they've made that decision. Maybe they did it with them knowing it.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, they're not in position.
Who should they get?
Well, I've got a big thing about this. When you have a look at Melbourne, I reckon they were never a dynasty. They were never a dynasty premiership team, because they were too reliant on too few. If they were more complete, you'd say you can go forward, but you can't be complete when you've only got 4 or 5 genuine players. Because and let's face it, you're a new coach. That guy wants Lingy to coach. Lingy, this is what you've got. You've got a 33-year-old superstar who's going to go in the next 2 years. You've got Petrarca, who doesn't look like he wants to go near a hard ball because of his injury. Oliver's had his issues. Jack Viney's a warrior on the total decline. Probably body now just completely wrecked. Stephen May's 32.
Jake Lever.
Jake Lever's 29, needs another key back next to him. Cozzy's there, shining light, but he can't do it all by himself. You've got Fritz who picks and chooses, and you've got Van Ruin who's got to break away from the mirror, because he is fundamentally flawed in his game the way he plays. So name another good player. Good luck. All I just say, Melbourne are on the skids, and they're going to be, with the new sides coming in, the draft is not going to be kind to them. So the new coach has to be, in my mind, can't be a young coach who's going to be placed under the same pressure as Andrew McQualter. It's got to be a senior coach that can absorb that pressure.
You move heaven and earth to get John Longmire.
I think so. Yep, that type of coach.
You think that'd be a good move?
Yep.
Yeah. So Mick said they're on the skids. I thought you were going to say they're on the slopes. That was a little backhander at the Melbourne fans here this time
Well,
of the year.
there you go.
Darcy Moore was with us post-game last night, the captain of Collingwood, after his side was humiliated by 64 points by Hawthorn last night in a result which significantly shook up the season. Here's what Darcy Moore had to say last night when he was asked, is he worried?
No, we're not worried. We have great faith in ourselves and our system. We know what we're capable of as a group. And just how even our team is when we play a system brand of football. It just feels like at the moment we're not doing that very well. Our system's breaking down both in front and behind the ball at times, and that puts a little bit more pressure on us at either end, and then we don't think our way through those big moments as well. So we're certainly not worried, but we know we've got work to do, and like I said, we're disappointed in that performance.
We'll talk more about the Magpies as the weekend goes on, but quick take, level of concern, 1 being not at all, 10 being a lot?
Oh, no, it's getting higher and higher. I thought they'd win last night. I thought it was a bounce back. They were stung from last week. Bang, they go. They win against the Hawks on a Thursday night. They got blown out of the water. So where my worry level might have been 4 or 5, it's now at 7 because Nick and Josh Stakos have been playing great footy before last night, and they still hadn't been winning. And then they were well held and destroyed through the middle, the whole team was. And Hawthorn put them to the sword. I'm starting to get more concerned. I still believe in them bouncing back, but they got a lot to fix, Mick.
Well, I picked Hawthorn in our tipping because of one thing, the midfield. I just think that once you've got Mitchell in there, he slows everyone else down. And that's not it's just a harsh reality, is that when he's in there, Pendry will become slower, Sidebottom becomes slower. Then their reliance on Nick Dacos is extraordinary. Yeah. He has to have 35 plus for Collingwood to feel comfortable.
And that still wasn't winning games for them even when he was getting 35.
Ned Long really is a look. I just don't think he's an A-grade midfield. I think he's probably bordering on CB. So what you've got in the middle is a pedestrian type field. So they've got to do some really big homework in there to get DeGoey in and out, Bobby Hill in and out, other players in and out.
Jack Crisp back in there. Shouldn't there be? That run.
Yep. But it's got to change.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about it as the weekend goes on, no doubt. Mick on AFL Saturday from 12 noon Eastern tomorrow, and Lingy on AFL Sunday from 12 noon. Naturally, on Sunday. Makes sense. It's all in the title. Just on the fallout from that game, John Newcombe escaping any sanction for his collision with Jeremy Howe. And the good news on the Collingwood front, Jeremy Howe cleared of any further injury. So he's in the concussion protocols for the next 12 days, but no further damage. Charlie Gardner, the GM of footy, revealing that earlier today. Let's head inside the Geelong camp. We're awaiting the arrival of the two teams. Ben Cameron's down there. Ben.
Thanks, Corb. I'm down here with the Geelong assistant coach, James Kelly, a man who's played for both of these clubs. Does it feel like that tonight? I know you're more of a Geelong man.
Yeah, definitely more of a Geelong man. I think most of the people that were there when I was there, which wasn't too long ago, but most of them are gone now. So, but it's good to see a few of them. It's nice.
It feels like the main storyline tonight is Jeremy Cameron. How many can he kick? How do you keep the team on message and on point with what you're trying to do broadly?
I think they're a pretty mature group. I think some of the stuff about Jez kicking a lot of goals and us looking for Jez has been a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but they're a pretty professional group, and we know better than most teams that at this time of the year you can't flirt with your form, and if they look for Jez and it's not at all disrespectful to the opposition, I think that's okay, but we still want them to stay focused at the task at hand.
Do you think he can get there?
Oh, it'd be good to see. I'd be lying if I said it wouldn't be good. But, I mean, I hope he does. It'd be great. Great for footy. Hasn't been done for a long time. It'd be great for the footy club and great for Jeremy. So, but it still just can't be our singular focus.
I know you guys speak about team defences these days and everything else, but the basic pub-going footy fan, we're looking at a matchup. Who do you think goes to him from Essendon?
I reckon it's either Jaden Laverty or maybe Mason Redmond. I know Red pretty well. He's a good athlete. He's pretty strong. It's good overhead. It'd be a good matchup for Jeremy, but I think it's probably more likely to be Jaden. My assumption is Essendon need Mason's run from behind the ball as well, so you don't want him have his hands too full with Jeremy. So I reckon Jaden.
The other thing we were looking at is whether Blitzarves, who spent some time forward this year, we know, whether he could go forward and that might allow you to stretch a slightly depleted Essendon defence. How much of that will we see tonight?
I think a little bit. Whether Blitz is at half-back or in the ruck or forward, he gets forward really well. Obviously, his endurance is really well known, so he does get to both ends of the ground. But I think with him and then Reece pushing forward as well, and Ollie Dempsey's always a marking threat going forward, I think not just tonight, but most teams, we like to think we can stretch.
My people tell me that Geelong are adamant that they love their ruckman athletic, and we see that clearly with Stanley and also Blitzarves if he goes through there, etc. Why is that important to your game style?
It just ties in really well to the way we play. Blitz is sort of the champion of, being obviously athletic, but also being versatile. So I think the athleticism ties into the versatility of the players. And if you add Shannon Neal, Sam De Koning in that, we've sort of got 4 ruckmen across the field that we can deploy depending on the opposition and how we want to play any given week. So it's an important thing, and I think it's probably the modern ruckman a little bit. Most of the ruckmen these days can get around the ground pretty well.
And just on Mark Blitzarves, his 290th game today, so he equals Dean Cox, the third most games off a rookie list. Ollie Henry, I know that he's following concussion protocols at the moment, so he wouldn't be available, and Dangerfield's rested, etc. But the people I speak to who know the Cat system well, they tell me that he's been the one who's struggled the most with Dangerfield spending more time forward. How have you seen that?
Yeah, it's probably right. I think by Ollie's admission, he hasn't been in great form throughout the year, and he's had a couple of injuries which have held him back a little bit. Is never a good thing when you're out of form as well, but also probably the time deep forward has probably hurt him a little bit with Pat being down there. So all of those things sometimes for a player of Ollie's talent and someone who we rate really highly, those things can all work against you, and for Ollie they're all working against him at the same time. So we still think if something happens and there's availability in the team, we're still really confident in Ollie and what he can bring. But yeah, just a bit of an unfortunate year to this point.
I heard Chris Scott, I think on Agenda Setters on Tuesday night, say that he has 3 assistant coaches who he thinks can all become very good senior coaches at AFL level. Do you think you're one of those?
Considering there's only 3 of us in the room, I think I'd probably have to be. But yeah, it's a really nice compliment from a great coach.
Do you see yourself as being a senior coach in the future?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. It's one of those things, sometimes you think about it, you think, it's a job I could do, and then you spend time with Scotty and you're like, there's no way I could do what he does. He's brilliant. So, I'll just stay here and keep learning as much as I can from the best.
It's a good answer. Hey, best of luck tonight. Hopefully it all goes to plan for the Cats.
Cheers. Thank you.
James Kelly downstairs with our own Ben Cameron, assistant coach with the Cats. The full preview with Mick and Lingy coming up next as the teams make their way out.
The new neighbour.
I'm Isabel.
Who's not what she seems.
Somebody here knows something. You'd be amazed the things you learn about a place if you pay attention.
The Family Next Door. Sunday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
Don't get better than this.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang! Lightning stuff!
Unbelievable!
Oh, he makes the impossible look easy!
Snaps across the body and the party continues.
It's on Elliott! Jamie Elliott! He launched into the night sky!
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport, on radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
The Cats are on the precipice of a 17th final series in 19 years. They are phenomenal numbers, and yet the numbers that we're all focused on tonight are the goal tally of Jeremy Cameron. How high can he go in the Coleman medal list? He currently is on 75 goals. He needs 25 The simple math there to make it to 100 and become the first player since Lance Franklin in 2008 to get there. He's at home against an undermanned and undersized Essendon defence tonight as the Friday night lights burn bright at Cardinia Park. Great to have you with us. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the action. Ben Cameron on the boundary. The legendary cat in Cameron Ling and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse. There is a late change. Despite his feats last week, Jack Martin unfortunately has not pulled up on the short turnaround, having played Sunday, hasn't made it for the Friday night fixture. He's a laid out. Jai Clark takes his place and will start as the sub, while the sub for the Bombers is Jai Menzies.
Jack Martin, the quickest 4-goal turn in history last week, and that'll give him, it's a bit of a blow, isn't it, when he's trying to cement his spot in this side. For September.
Becomes just the fourth sub to kick 4 goals in a game. He just did it in just over 5 minutes, so you don't see that too often, but he won't be there tonight.
I don't think that's that big a blow, Cal, only because I think it's just all part of their plan they've had for him. That management thing, they held him back. I think even to the point of his own frustration in the first half of the year. It was about building his body, long term, have him playing finals, strung a few games together, and then with the quick turnaround between the Sunday game and the Friday night, I didn't know he was going to be a laid out, but I wondered if he'd at least be a sub and managed again, because they are so cautious of making sure his body is ready to play in September. We had a little glimpse of what he's capable of doing in a game last week.
He's another one in that long list of guys that Geelong seem to get the best out of. Jack Martin, as he's playing career best footy at an advanced age of 30 at his third club. Shout out to Brian Myers as well. Little hat tip to him, who plays his 150th game tonight. He becomes the 87th Geelong player to play 150 games in the club's history. So well done to him, one of their dozen premiership players out there tonight from 2023. Take it away, Mick and Lingy. The two teams are out on the ground conducting their preliminary warm-up, and we will certainly be focused on Jeremy Cameron from a broadcast point of view. Who goes to him? How many will he kick? But what are we on the lookout for tonight?
Well, Mick, I'll let you build the case for Essendon winning this game. Go ahead.
I've already said enough. Lingy, we've got Geelong on 14, we've got Essendon on 6 wins, and we've got a side that's probably only half there. At any stage of the year, never had their full side in. I like the way that Brad Scott was coaching them, the way their system was. They were trying to build a fence first and then attack through the middle. They're quite. It's quite clear they're not a side that would put too much fear into any of the top 8 sides, even when they had a full side, because I'm going to name these players, and if Merritt's not sat on tonight, he's their best mid, so he'll be sat on by Atkins.
Sheen Mullen did the job on Zach Butters last week.
All right, so let's say Mullen does it, or Atkins. So you take out their best. I'm not 100% sure that Zach Merritt is the type of footballer that's going to go around in the top sides playing the way he plays, because he's a pop gun as far as the pea shooter. He kicks the ball 20, 30 metres, 35 metres.
The trouble
doubles up with a lot. Maybe it's because of the way they're playing. He doubles up a lot, Lingy, whereas I think the better midfielders cut back the numbers, get more depth, and become more dangerous.
If he was complemented by a really good, deep, high-quality, high-velocity midfield, then his decision-making boys can pick apart teams, and he's just a superb player like that. But when he's asked to be the only one, and all the opposition midfield analysis is, let's shut Zach Merritt down, he's not a Paddy Cripps standing at 195 centimetres who's a beast and you can be draped all over him and he still gets the footy. He's 179 centimetres. And he has to use every bit of his footy smarts to even get a hold of the ball. It's a big ask.
I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not doubting that. He is all for Essendon. He puts everything he possibly can into it. I'm not sure the way he plays that he would be in my top 15 to 20 midfielders going around at the moment. Now that's harsh, but it is a reality, and that's one of the reasons why. Even when they had Caddy playing down there and Wright playing out of the forward line, I think they were starved of the type of football that they need, one-on-one football, quickly into a 50 to 60 or 50 to 55 metre kick when Zach's going 30 metres to get it back again and kick another 30 metres, and because you have a look at players like Cameron, you look at Neil, and you have a look at say the better forwards are going. And there's a lot of big forwards these days compared to what we had 10 years ago. We're looking at saying, well, who's going to kick 100 goals? Now they've got so many big forwards. They want the ball in there one-on-one.
Yep.
Midfields are now instructed to get the ball in there as quick as you possibly can one-on-one. We saw it last night when you had Hawthorn had 3 big tools and worried the life out of Collingwood, who they're no mugs on the back line. They might have got destroyed last night, but they're no mugs. And we're seeing that with Adelaide. Why have Adelaide up in the top? They've got 3 big forwards. And one of the reasons why the forwards are useful is because the ball gets in there quick. Essendon can't get the ball in there quick, and that's half their and that's more than half their problem.
I know we're analysing tonight's game and we have a game of footy to be played and anything can happen and all of that. But that's my major concern for the Bombers coming out of this year is as we jump into next year, okay, Ridley's going to be back, Caddy will be better, they'll have some forwards, they'll have some backs, Mackay will be back, that sort of thing. So some of those pieces start falling back into place just through health. But their midfield still seems very, very thin.
Yep.
So Sammy Durham, you know, he will give his all and do everything he can. But he's never going to be, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, he's never going to be an A-plus midfielder.
No.
He's always going to be just a high-quality B-plus and give his all every single week, which you want. That's Tom Atkins for the Cats, just an outstanding B-plus. So don't let B-plus be too big a negative. Who else, though, can be an A-plus midfield next year for the Bombers? So health improves them, but do they have an improved midfield next year, really? Like a top-tier midfield?
The only one is going to take 2 first-round picks. Harley Reid. So Essendon are in a position where they have got multiple or 2 first-round picks.
They got at least 2, and they could get more if they get a free agency compensation in.
So there's one of their players.
Ben Cameron is with us, as you've heard already tonight on the broadcast. He's in the front row of the grandstand as Zach Merritt and Tom Stewart meet at the coin toss. Good afternoon or good evening, Ben.
Yeah, good evening, Corbin. Tom Stewart has won the toss. He's elected to kick to the Barwon River end in the opening term. A top of 16 down in Geelong today, 11 degrees Celsius at the moment. Just looking at the Geelong bench as well, they've got the electric blankets sitting on the bench. Ooh. So the cord going into the blanket just over the ageing legs of their players to keep them warm. Steve Saunders might be behind that, the hamstring guru. That late change, as you mentioned, Jack Martin out, Jai Clark in. He's the sub. Jai Menzies for Essendon. So the 2 Jais are the subs as we get ready for this one at ground level.
Ben, can I just pick you up on certain things? Do you reckon that any of the young players will have those electric blankets over? Now, I want you to tell me if any of those young players, because you've just hung it on the older players. Ages ago.
If Benny Cameron puts the electric blanket over his lap, Mick Malthouse is going to go down there,
wrap it around him,
send him from the stadium.
Just one sub-pot we haven't mentioned, of course. The Twins are going at it in the coach's box tonight, so 12-5, Chris Scott's record against his brother Brad. And all eyes on Jezza inside the forward line for the Cats. How many will he get tonight? Jaden Laverty walks straight to him.
He's gone to him, you're right.
So Laverty to Cameron, that is the matchup as he stands at centre half forward. How many will he get tonight? And how many will the Cats win this by against the undermanned and undersized Bombers? Friday night footy in round 22 on ABC Sport. You're with Kelly Underwood.
Durham's gone straight to Bailey Smith. And it's the perfect bounce. The yellow Sharon rises high. Stanley and Goldstein. Stanley was able to palm it down and get it to Mullen, who goes inside 50. And Laverty was able to spoil over the top of Cameron. Now the ball spills close to the boundary. Shield keeps it in. It spills the way of Newen and now McGrath. Getting back there in that back pocket was Merritt. And his kick's gone straight to the opposition. And pouncing on it for the Cats is O'Sheen Mullen. He takes it to the top of the goal square. Blackerson comes over the top with a double-fisted spoil. Spills the way of Shield. That's dangerous. Back in play. Mullen's got it again.
This will be his 3rd touch in, a minute of footy. He's got the job on Zach Merritt. Merritt went deep down to try and get a nice little touch early on, and Mullen's cut off 2 of the Bombers' attempts at exiting the footy. So good start by the run-with player.
The Irishman has never kicked a goal in AFL footy.
This will bring his teammates up and about if he nails this one.
O'Sheen Mullen from right on 50. And it's out of bounds on the full. His eyes lit up. He knew it was a big moment, Lingy.
I think he's looking for Cameron,
Really?
Well, Cameron led early, and he watched and watched and watched. Maybe he just overkicked it.
Zach Merritt in the back pocket for the Bombers. They're all in black with the red sash, and the Cats, despite a home game, in the white shorts. Of course, with the blue and white hoops. Up to the wing. Got its way through eventually to right. Hand pass to Gresham. Some indecision across the half back line. Gives it to McGrath, who's stationary. Just got it away to Durham. Hand pass out wide. Roberts, a little fumble. Mops up. Gives it to Merritt. Not a heap of attractive options downfield. Goes short to Shield. Marks in front of the benches for the Dons. Bit of ball control at the moment. Heads laterally. Here's Jackson Pryor, the lefty, who loads up, drives it deep inside 50. Cats well positioned. Henry can't mark. Spills to McMahon. He's tackled. Did he get a kick away? Says yes. DeConing away to Holmes. Tumbles a kick to Stewart at half back for Geelong.
He wants to try and get it in the Blitzar's direction. Couldn't take it at ground level. It's all red and black. Roberts gives it to McGrath, gives it to Gresham, sidesteps and swings around, and the delivery was looking for McMahon but couldn't quite find him, and the intercepting mark has been taken by Guthrie. Flicks it wide across half-back. Manor. Awkward one. Newen didn't read it well. Blitzarves did. He just traps it at his bootlaces, handballs over the top to Guthrie. Now to Smith, who's worked his way inside 50, and there's no one home. He goes for home, and he's offline, and he's pushing it across the face. Bailey Smith.
Important bit of pressure there from the Essendon defender, because Reece Stanley was drifting inside forward 50 completely alone, but the pressure meant that Smith just didn't see that one.
Gee, all at sea there, the Bombers in their back half. Got out of dodge on that occasion as Pryor finds Laverty, kicks down the wing for Wright, who rolls and kicks deep to Main, a one-on-one. Bit of body contact and will take the mark. Wins the one-on-one battle with Stewart.
You can't go. Cats have got players behind the ball.
Perkins, high half forward for the Bombers. He kicks inside 50. Durham the target. No, Sullivan out positions Durham to take the mark. Centre half back for Geelong.
Very small on the forward line under the Bombers. If they don't move it quickly.
Oh, and it's been intercepted nearly. Connor O'Sullivan's kick. Rather, it was McGrath who got there. Couldn't take the one-hander. He loses control. Quick couple of handballs here by the Cats, and they're able to trap it. Bowes. Handballs back to Guthrie. His kick chopped off by Merritt. He basically marked it from a metre off. Delivers to Clark, who hits Kako. Standing start from outside 50. Too far out to score. There's a lead given by McMahon. Instead, he handballs it off, and he's going to give it to Redmond, who just about celebrated.
Yeah.
Before it's declared a behind.
A lot of turnovers so far by both sides. Particularly Essendon gone too small in the back line. Go short in the back line. The forward line is short anyway, so they've got to be careful there. But the Cats have also lost the ball through the middle.
It was a poster, Corby. I was watching Redmond's celebration.
Yeah.
He put his hand up and was ready to run half a lap.
Certainly did. Behind each. So only a couple of 4.5 minutes in. Holmes in the slow play at half back. He goes long down the wing. Cameron's in that pack. Stanley Clever trying to whack it on. Ends up in the lap of Laverty, who's set upon straight away.
It's clever by Stanley. So instead of just trying to mark it, tried to palm it on almost into like a ruck contest, because he had 2 or 3 Geelong players surging onto the footy, but well done by Laverty to hold it up.
Goldstein down to Shield, got it to Dersma, kicks down the wing, hand on it from right, close to the boundary line, he keeps it alive. Hand pass to Perkins, mowed down. Big tackle, Humphreys wins it back for the Cats. Stewart, slick hands to Henry, kicks back inboard, ill directed. Dersma marks, hand pass to Roberts. Bombers want to go immediately. Perkins comes wide with the hand pass to Durham. Long kick inside 50. Is there a mark down there? Punched away by O'Sullivan. Essendon jumpers sweating on it. Kako in the pocket. Fumbles, and Guthrie inadvertently soccers it out of play. Boundary throw in forward pocket for the Dons. 1 behind each. 5.5 minutes in. The Jeremy Cameron tally tonight is on 0.
How good's Guthrie been this season as a defender?
Yeah, he's one of the still most underrated defenders in the whole comp.
Kako had that ball and he had a look to see what was coming at him. I don't say he was scared, but he should have just got the ball first, then you worry about what's coming.
Boundary throw in deep inside 50's attacking 50. Bailey Smith just hacks it out of there. It spills away at Bowes. He tries the underground kick, stolen by Pryor. And again, the blazing kick should have been marked in the end by DeConing. It wasn't. Ball hits the deck, and Kako makes sure it's held in.
DeConing's probably the one player Geelong want to get going a little bit more. Just being able to take that intercept mark there coming back from injury at the midpoint of the year, just hasn't really clicked fully for him yet.
Peter Wright and Stanley go for it in the ruck. Now, ball's on the ground. Caco's looking lively and busy, but it's held in. This time Tom Stewart will hand it back to the umpire. And we're tossing it up 30 metres out directly in front from Bombers' goal. Stanley with a big fist to the advantage of Bowes, who just bangs it. It'll land in front of the red chicky stand. It's a loose ball. Who can get there first? Neil, can he keep it in play? Laverty tackled him only as far as a couple of metres before Blackiston rolls over the boundary. So another stoppage, another boundary throw-in.
Did you see when that ball went out of bounds? Jeremy Cameron was already 15 metres inside the forward 50 by himself. He's so smart. He goes early, as a good forward should, and if he comes over the top there, that's a certain goal for him.
7 minutes down, no goals as yet at behind age. Durham got it back with the ruckman. Goldstein gives it to Lamont Llewellyn, who kicks down to half forward. Wright crashes the pack, ball slides past them all. Stewart goes and gets it for Geelong. Hand pass to Guthrie, short kick down the wing. Here's Myers on his milestone night, game 150. Short kick to Smith, up the Karate Kid again with the headband. Goes long inside 50. Shannon Neal had a fair piece of it and a mark will be paid. Left half forward for Geelong.
I know it'd be nice playing in a forward line with someone like Jeremy Cameron because you do get isolations and space, but they must be wrapped with the season he's having to fill the shoes of Tom Hawkins, the pressure that's come with that. He has just got better and better every single game, the way he's presented inside that forward line.
34 goals for the year. He's coming off 3 against Port Adelaide. Shannon Neal, who ultimately kept Hawkins out, didn't he, late last year?
Kicks well too.
For the first of the night, Shannon Neal. Drop punt is good. And Geelong are in business. Shannon Neal starts the party up front. And after 8 minutes, the Cats 1-1. Essendon 1 behind. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Just repeating the late change. Jack Martin out. In comes Jai Clark. He's the sub. And Jai Menzies is the sub for the Bombers. And Cameron on the boundary.
Just on Shannon Neal, he had a massive summer last year. Worked with a personal trainer in Perth. Put on about 4 or 5 kilograms of pure muscle. Running background, as I know you would know, Lingy, but really readied his body for this year, and it's paid dividends.
It has been. Yeah, it's a good call, and he's the type of person who just wants to do everything right, wants to learn, and doesn't seem daunted by the fact that he is filling in for Tom Hawkins. And understands I'm not going to be Tom Hawkins from day one. It's fine. I'll learn my craft. I'll get better and better every week, and he's certainly doing that.
Reset in the centre. Goldstein. Mullen just punches it away. Got Merritt for company, wearing Merritt like a glove, and the umpire says it was holding a ball against Gresham after a brilliant tackle applied by Myers. Gives it off to O'Connor, who drives it long to the hot spot. Who's there? Neil's got it again. He just put his long arms out, took it in his fingertips in a classic one-on-one against Lockie Blackiston, and he's lining up for his second within a minute.
That's how you get the ball in there, get it in quick. Essendon didn't settle whatsoever. One-on-one, well, you know, it's...
And Goldstein couldn't get back to help. No. There was no support at all for Blackiston.
So directly in front, he's on the runway, and he splits the middle. And after booting 3 goals last week and 4 goals the week before, he's got 2 on the board. And we haven't even gone... What have we gone? 10 minutes. Bang on 10 minutes here. It is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Bailey Smith just getting a little bit of treatment, and quite comically, us boundary riders stood up to have a look at the treatment he was getting. He made eye contact with us, and being as cheeky as he is, he's fine. But he said, I'm done, I'm out. And this is almost playing on what happened with AFL media a couple of days ago at training, or last week with Chris Scott. So just having a little bit of fun, Bailey Smith down here.
He certainly loves the theatre of it all, doesn't he, Bailey?
Absolutely.
Never a dull moment.
There's no shrinking violet, is he? He's happy enough with the attention. Bailey Smith doesn't look as serious. He'd be right to continue. And Ben Cameron, he got down there nice and early on the boundary. He's in the box seat. He's right up against the wall next to the benches, so he's got a great view of it for you here on ABC Sport as Blitzarms gives it to Holmes. Kicks to centre half forward. Juggled mark for Roberts.
Yeah, good mark that.
had a fantastic year. Another one of the lefties and right on cue off Moskin there. He turns it straight over. Manor, hand pass inside 50 to Stengel to make him pay with a goal. He misses. I've been doing this too long to know better than that. So, bit of a wrap up in that moment. 2-2 to 1 behind, 11 minutes in.
I'd agree with you that Roberts is one of the few positives out of the year for the Bombers. He's had a good year, but he did make it a little blue there. And
but Essendon know, Lingy, all instinct is go short.
Yeah.
So they're not trusting what's up forward. So they're going to lose the ball time and time again if they don't. There it is again. They've lost another one.
Yes, he's kicked it straight to the opposition, and this time Mitch Nevitt wraps his arms around it. Here's the one inclusion in for Dangerfield. He bangs it long, and look out, where's Neil? He's got it again. Too big, too strong down there. It's almost Jeremy Cameron Who time, isn't it? Well, the first three he could kick here.
Yeah. This is brilliant by Geelong. So Jeremy Cameron is leading, moving, doing everything he should, and there's 2 or 3 Essendon players all thinking it's going there. Clearly there's been an instruction. Just get it into the dangerous part, and you don't have to go to Jez early.
He's
take the game over early.
Shannon Neal lining up for his 3rd consecutive goal. Geelong open with 3 off the boot of Shannon Neal, the 23-year-old. His PB is 5. He is on track. 3-2-20. Essendon just 1 behind. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Now, Cal, I'm reliably told from a little spy I had in the crowd last week that a group of all the players' mums were together in the Chin Chin area down here at Cardinia Park, and the mums were having a great old time enjoying the game. And they got a little game going where Shannon Neal's mum, given the song that's played after every one of his goals is Tequila, that she started doing a shot of tequila after every goal. So if it's going again tonight, Mrs. Neal's in a world of trouble.
So she had 3 shots of tequila last week.
In the 3rd quarter.
So she should have 3 in 10 minutes right now.
Wow. Yes. Somebody tell her it's okay. Relax.
Well, I hope she's got no plans tomorrow.
We might need to run a new sweep. We're asking how many Jezza would kick, and already the tally is up for Shannon Neal. He's got all 3 of Geelong's goals, and the Cats out by 19. Back in the middle, Humphreys off the square, tackled and a ball up again.
They should know I've got my spies everywhere.
I love it, Lingy. I love it.
Nothing happens in this ground without Lingy knowing about it. If you're listening out there and thinking you're up to some kind of mischief, Lingy will uncover it. From the ball up, Hobbs for the Bombers. Sweeping hand pass out to Dersma. Oh, Smith came and got him, but got him high. There's a horse collar tackle as he got him around the neck. Hand pass off to Redmond. Kicks inside 50 and O'Sullivan picks it off.
There's that short kick again. This is going to get Essendon into trouble all night. They cannot find a target. And the point is, you can't blaze away, but also try to pinpoint through Geelong's defence, who have already got the extra. Geelong have already got the extra, and they're trying to pinpoint it through it. It's almost impossible.
Cats by 19. O'Sullivan short to Humphreys. Centre half back for the Cats. Neal with the first 3 goals of the night. All Geelong's way. Humphreys wide. Finds Henry at half back. 14.5 gone opening term. 3-2 to 1 behind. The Cats a heavy favourite tonight. Cameron hunting the ton. Long kick down the wing, and Xavier Dersma stands in front of the pack, takes a nice intercept mark, lays it off to Archie Roberts, left peg against the boundary line. A lefty with a long kick forward to a 1-on-1, and Guelphy out position. Stewart takes the intercept mark, back pocket for the Cats.
Too easy.
Guelphy trying to do some sort of roll on Tom Stewart. You're not helping him out by just popping it on the head like that.
Stewart sits it up for Blitzarves. Oh, he rose. He got up the back of Peter Wright and just fumbled it at the last minute, but it's gathered, and a high kick has marked, uncontested by Brad Close, right in front of the Bombers bench. He goes short to Myers. And then short sharp kicks, Bailey Smith's involved. Then now Nevitt, who can give it to Myers as he was running past, opted not to. So Nevitt's got it at half forward here. Attacking side of the broadcast wing. Pops it up into a space. Here's Neal coming across in front, and well played it was by Pryor. And the kick out is hurried again, and it's intercepted. And this time Myers is on the end of it as after Jack Henry's kick. Myers spots something he likes inside 50, and it's Blitzarves by himself. And this young Bombers defence is all at sea. He plays on. He gives it to Ollie Dempsey, who spins, snaps and goals. The first 4 majors go to the Cats, and the young under siege Bombers defence are all at sea. Their heads are spinning at the moment. Geelong 4-2-26. Essendon just one behind. The margin is 25 points. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
4 goals, 4 marks.
Yep.
All marks.
Yep.
All taken in the forward line. Yep.
Geelong's marks at the moment 24-10.
Yeah, and there's a few contested marks. There's certainly a lot of intercept marks there. So I think we know that Geelong, pound for pound, are a much better side than Essendon, but you've got to make sure you don't contribute to being a poor side. The system at the moment is broken down. The extra player at the stoppage is not working, so you've got to have... And any side that does well against Geelong has 6 backs and 6 forwards in place, and then you try to have a one-on-one, not what Essendon are doing at the moment, and giving the ball up.
First 4 for the Cats. Cameron hasn't kicked one as yet. 3 for Neil, 1 for Dempsey. Back in the middle, Kako. Got a hand pass out looking for McGrath. Stolen by Atkins. He's tackled, dispossessed. The Shield got it out for the Dons. Away to McGrath. Hand pass out wide looking for Lamont Lowell. But the Cats win it. Nevitt to Dempsey. Hand pass releases Holmes. High half forward. Kicks inside 50. One bounce before reaching Stengel. Controls it. Caught in a sandwich and then tackled. Says Paul up.
How was that control of the ball by Stengel? It didn't equate to anything, but just to take it was impressive.
It's a basketball dribble. Just dribbled it up to himself. Cats by 25. Ball up inside 50 for Geelong.
Jeremy Cameron on the bench. Still yet to score a major. And another stoppage. That ball's going nowhere. He's stuck on the bench. He's standing there. Those hands on the hip, the famous number 5, as it comes out again to Dempsey. Oh, he's going to have to do something impossible. Stuck in the left forward pocket. He gives it back to Nevitt. Handballs to Stengel. Stengel's going to dribble it through. And no, it hit the post.
Was that a little deflection? Was that a little soccer play there? Was that Bose who tried to...
Like a cross?
Just put it into the back of the net? Yeah.
Stengel was tight, wasn't he, in that left forward pocket? Let's have a look. Bose is there. Oh, he did try and do it. So I think he might have got connection. You're right, Lingy. Good eyes.
4-3 to 1 behind. 18 minutes in, so a 26-point lead for the Cats. And now holding the ball call against Durham. Tried to take on too many. And O'Connor wins it back, so Cats going inside 50 again. We're only 19 minutes in. Kicks into the forward pocket. The pack collapses as Taccone hits the deck and inadvertently off Laverty and out of play.
Jeremy Cameron just now on the ground, just walking to this one. The threat of him behind a stoppage inside 50. McGrath's going to try and cover him, but you're going to have to watch closely here.
Boundary throwing. Neil wins the hit out. Roberts collects, not confident up ahead, retreats back by hand to Dersma, hooks a kick across the body, and there's Hobbs. Half back for the Bombers. Can head out to the outer wing and decides just to go long to a contest.
And the contest is 2-on-1. It's 2 Geelong players.
Turnover again.
One Essendon player was Guelphy, and the player in front, Guthrie, takes the mark. And as Mick said, another turnover.
It's not even the turnover, Kel. It's the numbers. Geelong had 2 players there. It's quite so predictable what's going to happen.
So the switch was on, and Reece Stanley's kick's gone straight to Dylan Shield.
Dylan Shield's another kick that only kicks 30 metres.
Well, that one goes 15 and will be paid just to Roberts, who's had a stack of it to start this contest. He's been told to play on. He's got it on centre wing, and he kicks wide to Shield right in front of the interchange gates. Going nowhere at the moment. There's not too much movement at all. Eventually Dersma with a long lead, and then he marks 15 metres ahead. Wheels around on the wing. Gets around Bose. Delivers inside 50. They need a pack mark. They all crash. They all skittle. And then when it hits the deck, they pile on top. Tangle of arms and legs. So it'll be another ball up. 45 metres out of Essendon's goal. Still goalless so far. The Cats have got 27 points on the board.
Stanley wins the hit out. The ball spills the way of Kako, though. Flying shot at goal. He misses near side or behind. Essendon's second score, so 4-3 to 2 behinds. Lead is 25 for the Cats. 20 gone in this opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corpin, Middlemass, Kelly, Underwood, Ben Cameron on the boundary. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling. Great to have you with us wherever you're tuned in across the country or around the world. As Guthrie goes long up to the wing, spills down to O'Connor, hand pass to Nevitt, fights through the tackle, got it away. Atkins paddles it out in front, trying to hold out Pryor, grabs possession, Pryor's got him, got the footy to home, short kick forward, a turnover, and Gresham marks defensive side of the wing, and now 50.
Wow.
So this will help the Bombers' cause. You talked about their troubles going forward, Mick, and a bit of territory will help.
So it was against Sean Manor. Gresham just bangs it high, sky ball. De Koning pushed underneath it. Guelphy should get there first. De Koning pushes him off it. Kako goes in. De Koning wanted it more, got down low. Hobbs gives the handball to Roberts, who handballs over the boundary line, and it's deliberate. So he's fighting so hard, Archie Roberts. He was swung around in a tackle. He handballed and it went directly over the boundary line.
Who got the 50-metre penalty? That kick?
Manor gave it against, was the one that was pinged.
Gresham, I think.
Yeah, Gresham with the high ball.
That's gone 30 metres.
First disposal for Jeremy Cameron. He's got it at half-back, though. He's kicked to the wing, and then it goes the way of Mullen, who bent down to pick it up, and he was set upon. Ball up.
I'd also like to know who's he expecting in that Essendon forward line to mark that.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
Half forward here for Essendon. The two rucks tangle. Goldstein wins it. Only straight down the throat of Bailey Smith. He skies it. Laverty slips straight through his fingers. Newen had it, lost it. Neal's there. Newen tackles the bigger player. And on the bottom of that pack is Shannon Neal. He's kicked 3 tonight. And we haven't even reached quarter time. We've got just under 5 minutes to play. The first 3 to Shannon Neal and Dempsey. So 4 goals to zip for the Bombers.
Shield at the stoppage, handball out towards Goldstein. So Essendon a stoppage win here at least to McGrath, then to Shield, kicks a turnover straight to Smith, wins it back for the Cats. Handball in front of the benches to Atkins, to Holmes, another handball. Smith tumbles a kick now down to half forward. 2 Bombers up to meet it. Laverty collects and then gives it back. Manor breaks it up. Blitzarps knocks it away to Holmes. Hand pass to Neal. Half forward, he kicks out wide. Spots Stengel and he marks against the boundary.
Brilliant play.
It's one thing people will do. They'll take every single metre of that forward 50. They don't mind going wide there, and then they'll try and get another little shot position pass if they can, or if somebody's as skillful as Stengel, he'll have a shot.
But they all practice from there, Lingy. That's the...
Yeah.
Isn't that the pocket where they all have kicking every training night or thereabouts?
No one has a shot straight in front, 15 out, do they?
No, never.
This is well and truly in his wheelhouse. Tyson Stengel, the banana from the pocket. He pushes it across the face. It's a behind. So 4-4 to 2 behinds. The margin's 26 points, 24.5 gone opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Redmond needs to make sure of it. His target was Luol. He's knocked down, though. Picked up by Roberts. How good's he been for the Bombers? He wheels around, handballs to Gresham, gives it off to Shield, who's gracefully going through the midfield, and then he's able to deliver to Guelphy. Short, sharp pass, and on the end of it is Liam McMahon, and they just went end-to-end, the Bombers, for the first time tonight. Straight through the corridor, and it was a nice, tidy passage of play, Mick.
Brilliant. I was just about to ask the question, how often have we seen an Essendon player kick the ball with depth? And that was a depth kick over the head of the defender, who was playing in the good position, but was outmarked.
So Liam McMahon playing just his 4th AFL game. He's already booted 4 goals, 1. Directly in front from right on 40, and he celebrates with a pumped, clenched fist the moment that yellow Sharon strikes his blue boot. So the Bombers have got their first of the night, 1-2-8. They trail by 20 points. Geelong with the first 4-4-28, with 3 minutes to play before quarter time.
And inside 50s this quarter, it's 11 to Essendon, 12 to Geelong. So fairly even. The trouble has been everything you've been highlighting, Mick, in that kick that's going inside 50 for Essendon has just been so poor. Geelong have been able to intercept mark. They've taken 9 intercept marks already this quarter. Finally, a good kick to somebody who'd got over the back, and then straight away, back off the mark, let McMahon make a little bit of a move on his opponent. O'Sullivan led him back hard towards the goal square, and then the little double back lead. Really clever forward craft. They get a shot at goal, they kick a goal. So they've generated the inside 50s. It's purely how they've been using it in there that's been the issue.
And around the ground too.
Yeah.
The 2 key forwards that mid-season recruits, May and McMahon. So lobbing it on their head with those long kicks inside 50 when there's Henry and Stewart and Guthrie and all these interceptors down there. Is O'Sullivan probably not the way to go. Better move from the Dons. 4 goals to 1. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. And not only do we have repeat ball-ups in the middle, we've now got a third. 2 minutes before quarter time. 20-point game. Cats lead it. Cameron goalless so far tonight. Merritt, hand pass away to Nevitt, wins it back for the Cats. Atkins dishes it off to Myers, through centre half forward, he hits up Stengel, who marks in the corridor, 30 out straight in front.
And Stengel knew it. Stengel knew it immediately, and the Essendon defenders had to know it. If Myers is carrying that ball, you got to come at him. They're not going to go the kick way over the top. Myers doesn't have the depth in his kicking, but he is laser sharp with the short kick. Essendon defenders all thought, I'm going to run back to the goal square and cover that. No, be ready for the lead-up.
So he missed the snap from out wide. Tyson Stengel on the tight angle. He's directly in front here. Stengel moves in. He's missed that too.
He did this last week.
A wayward start for Tyson Stengel. As you get the kicking boots out of the dressing room. 4-5 to 1-2. Cats by 21. Final 2 minutes before quarter time. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Pryor looks uncertain. He goes straight down the corridor, and it was a clean kick. And the kick in and got it to Newen, marking uncontested. Now Pryor peels around his back, asks for the handball. Newen gives it to him, and then Pryor kicks to the wing. Wright was the target. Waiting at the back was Hobbs. Got a handball away to Goldstein, fumbled it. It's almost handball behind him. Wright's in there. He mops up. He gives it straight to Blitzarves. To Guthrie. Look out, Bombers. Guthrie inside 50. Good spoil it was by Laverty on Cameron. Now Bowes. Twisting, turning, handballing to Blitzarves, breaking a tackle to Holmes. Over to Jeremy Cameron, starting to get involved. Mullen with a little toe poke. It was dropped by Graham Myers, but the recovery was excellent. The kick into the pocket. Looking for Stengel, but it went over his head, and it will be a boundary throw in. Left forward pocket for Geelong, kicking to the river end in this opening quarter.
Did 12 Ks around that river today, Cal.
Hey.
Yeah. Felt very energetic.
Didn't your wife just do a marathon?
Yeah. It's just,
come on, 12
all right,
Ks.
don't.
Really?
I'm trying to pump myself up there.
Jeez. Tough scores. Well tackled straight away. Fall up forward pocket for the Cats.
That's 30 Ks you need to catch up.
Yeah, Nicole's bashed out, what is
40,
it?
42.
Yeah.
And you were pumping yourself up doing 12.
Thanks for the support, Cal.
Goldstein pumps it down straight to Stengel. Shoots goalward and marked on the behind line by Pryor. Lingy thought, I'm getting no credit at home. Well, hopefully it works. Someone will be happy with my running feats. And Cal's just shot him down straight away.
All set to talk pace and time with you there, but no. Going to go back to the stats.
Short kick to Angus Clark, the boy from Tantanoola in Country SA. Long kick down the wing. Offhand spills the way of O'Connor, and then De Koning couldn't trap it out of bounds.
Seeing a lot of football like this. The ball was kicked across the face of the goal. Essendon player marked it Pryor. No one within 40 metres. He could have run up the ground and kicked the ball outside the back 50. Even if he got the ball to the wing, it's a long way back. But they held up. Now the ball's in the half-forward line. Just makes no sense.
For Geelong, Blitzarves, Merritt tries to control it. Mullen's got it. Merritt tackles him just inside that centre square, and it'll be another stoppage. No!
That is the most ridiculous decision.
Goodness me.
No prior opportunity. Tackled to ground, held in.
And Merritt gets the reward. He sets it up to half forward. Dersma, in fact, it was Guelphy that was forced to spoil. Perkins, quick hands to McGrath. Inside 50, blazes away. Connor O'Sullivan's got it. And he's off, the young gun. He's running, he's dashing, and he's handballing. Just when they can smell the opportunity of another goal. So it's just warm applause here at Kardinia Park. This is eerie. I mean, you could almost hear a pin drop a few moments ago. This crowd's just come for goals, and I think they've come for the Jeremy Cameron show, and they've been let down so far because Cameron's had 2 disposals, 1 kick, 1 handball, and it's been he's more flying under the radar key forward Shannon Neal, who's booted 3. So maybe Jeremy Cameron's going to play decoy tonight. The fans aren't happy about it, but quarter time here at Kardinia Park. Geelong by 21 points. 4-5-29, Essendon 1-2-8.
So they've walked into the wrong theatre. They got the Jeremy Cameron ticket and they're seeing the Shannon Neal show.
This is not what we came to see.
The first 3 for Shannon Neal, a goalless quarter for Jazza, and a 21-point lead for the Cats. Your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling coming up next. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Sean McAuliffe here, back to torment our brightest and best about the treasures they'd save from disaster. Get into trouble for that.
Brand new Sean McAuliffe's Eve of Destruction.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Back Wednesday, August 13 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Smith on the Karate Kid again with the headband, goes long inside 50. Shannon Neal had a fair piece of it, and the mark will be paid for the first of the night. Shannon Neal, drop punt is good. And Geelong are in business. Shannon Neal starts the party up front.
To O'Connor, who drives it long to the hot spot. Who's there? Neal's got it again. He's on the runway, and he splits the middle. He bangs it long, and look out, where's Neal? He's got it again. Too big, too strong down there for his third consecutive goal. Geelong open with 3, and this young Bombers defence is all at sea. He plays on, he gives it to Ollie Dempsey, who spins, snaps and goals. The first 4 majors go to the Cats through the midfield, and then he's able to deliver to Guelphy. Short, sharp pass, and on the end of it is Liam McMahon, and they just went end-to-end, the Bombers, for the first time tonight. Directly in front from right on 40, and he celebrates with a pumped, clenched fist.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Story of the night so far, Cats by 21 at quarter time. Shannon Neal kicked the first 3 of the game. Jeremy Cameron is goalless so far, and Jack Martin's not even playing. So after his 4 goal burst in 5 minutes last week, he was a laid out. Jai Clark is the sub for Geelong, and Jai Menzies is the sub for the Bombers. Corporal Middlemass and Kelly Underwood calling the footy. Ben Cameron on the boundary, and our best analysts in the game on a Friday night, the coaching icon Mick Malthouse, and the legendary Cat Cameron Ling, with the Cats on top by 21.
Mick, if I said to you at quarter time of this game, if we were talking before the game, contested possession is going to be even at quarter time. Inside 50s, practically going to be even. Not out of control by any stretch of the imagination for Geelong, 14 to 12. You probably take that if you're a Bombers fan. The only difference has been that Geelong is just far more skilled and efficient, and if Tyson Stengel had managed to kick straight a couple of times, it's probably 6 goals in that first quarter to 1. But that's the difference. Essendon are trying and having a crack around the contest and trying to do a few things right, but ultimately their ball use is letting them down. Their decisions about what they're trying to do with their ball use is letting them down. And then when Geelong get it, they've at times have just sliced and diced them.
Yeah, and you're right, and you're talking about a side that's playing for a top spot or thereabouts, and the other one who is looking forward to next year, in all honesty.
Yeah, yep.
And that's it in a nutshell. I just think that I'm wondering whether I'm trying to throw myself into the rooms at Essendon pre-match or during the week and thinking narrow ground, Geelong with their experience in the back line, how do we bring them undone? Do we use the football where they fall off us? But they are getting a lot of the football from back line to half forward or into the midfield, but from there it breaks down because it's either a big long kick and they're looking for Peter Wright to mark everything, who's sitting back in the goal line, so he's miles off it. They are looking for a quick play which got them the goal, but when they don't have a quick play, it's a very awkward kick high, intercepted by, I don't know how many Geelong marks there's been, but there's been so many intercept marks.
Well, Zach Guthrie's had 2 intercept marks already. Connor O'Sullivan's had 3. Tom Stewart's intercepted.
And not only that, they've got the extra player. So I think Essendon have to make up their mind again, and we say this about so many sides. Do you sacrifice... Right now the stoppage is in favour of Geelong. We understand that. But at centre square, you can't have an extra there anyway, so that's where Geelong have got a couple more than Essendon.
4-0.
Yeah, so around the ground, they're not doing too bad. But to make a contest of it in the forward line, if you're going to get their ball in there 12 times and Geelong 14, which is, as you said, relatively even, then at least have a contest where you can bring the ball to the ground. Because I'm never convinced that Geelong are great on the ground in the back line. Never been convinced. That what they work on is aerial strength, big blast away punches, the extra number. When they get found out, Geelong, they get found out because of that extra number. When the ball hits the ground.
When it's even numbers. I've worked on many a game with you with the Cats, and you've always said even numbers. Even numbers ahead of the footy for the opposition playing against Geelong. Give yourself a chance.
And at the very worst, bring it to ground, because when you analyse their ground players in the back line, they're not great ground players. They rely heavily on being outnumber the opposition.
Just a couple off the SMS. Michael says, not one of these games with music after every goal. I don't like it.
Thank you. I agree. So does Chris Scott.
I was about to say Chris Scott's not a fan either.
As in you like the music?
No, I can't.
Oh, you don't? But, gee, it's flat.
Yeah.
It's a sellout here. It's packed and it's flat.
Well, maybe because we're not allowed to hear the cheering after a goal because we've got to listen to the music, Cal.
Marcus in South Melbourne, do we get a mea culpa from the commentary team if Jezza goes goalless tonight?
Oh, absolutely. I've got my hand up there.
Loving the call and the special comments. Love Ben Cameron's boundary comments. Enjoying the call from Megan in Bendigo. And from Paul and Catherine in the NT, electric blankets. What is next? Hot water bottles.
I've got a good story about that. I've done a tour of the Emirates Stadium, Arsenal's home ground, and they have seat warmers on their home bench, but not on the opposition bench.
Well, why would you, Kel?
They've got, and because players were basically saying that their legs were fatigued, so they've got all these advantages that they don't have in the visitors' home rooms.
Trouble is, my mum is a trainer for my under-12s team. She brings along a hot water bottle, and all the kids want to sit on the bench for the whole game with her. I guess get back out in the ground.
Cats by 21, second term underway. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Durham knocks it forward, but straight to Holmes. Hand pass over his shoulder. Eventually got it to Atkins. Hand pass, though, a turnover back to Durham, who's tackled, taken to ground. A ball up in the centre square. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
So the electric blanket's not going over the legs. They're just sitting on the cool leather, so the warm electric blanket is on the hamstrings of the Geelong players.
They copied that from Arsenal, I'm telling you, 100%.
Goldstein to Durham. Hand pass away to Merritt. Flares it wide by hand to Gresham. Just reels it in front of the boundary line. All the walls close in on him. Still got a hand pass away to McGrath. He's tackled immediately. Ball up. Half forward for the Bombers. They're now kicking to the Barwon River end in this second term, which is 45 seconds old, and there's a ball up, 70 out from the Bombers' goal.
Well, there's Gresham. All he needs to do is turn and kick the ball inside front 50, and you've got 6v6.
Right, looking to get it for Merritt. He overruns it. Bowes fighting and scrapping at ground level. It's not going to come out of there, so another ball up. Half forward here for Essendon.
Yeah, Geelong have got the extra.
Cats kicking to the city end in this second term.
Yeah, De Koning's the extra at the moment.
Yep.
Right, again to Merritt. Flicks it. It was too hot for McGrath. Roberts forced to tackle the Cats player. I can't see who it is because he basically tackled his head and tackled over his number, but now it's Holmes emerging. The number 9. All Cats very familiar with the number 9. Tossed in the air, Wright goes at it. He's given it straight to Tom Stewart, who handballs to Bailey Smith in space across halfback, delivers down the line. Well done by Blackiston. Got there to spoil in front of Blitzarves, and now it's pinging around. Merritt's got it, gives it off to Gresham, pumps it inside 50 quickly in the McMahon direction. But Jack Henry too big and too strong and too experienced against Liam McMahon. Takes the mark in the back pocket.
Short to Guthrie, now to Smith, who marks and plays on immediately. Smith, long kick up the wing. Geelong with the numbers if they can work it out. Blitzarves knocks it away to Holmes. Hand pass back into dispute. Guelphy goes and gets it. Great work. And then got shoved in the back, so free kick for Guelphy. Wins it back for the Bombers, right on halfway. Hands it to Redmond, kicks out wide for Shield. He marks it right half forward, just inside the boundary line. Dabs it back inboard on the kick to Gresham. He's been busy, hasn't always used it well, but he's had a bit of it. So Jade Gresham here lays it up to the top of the goal square. The Cats usually the markers in defence. There's a whistle. It's a free going Essendon's way. You're all over it, Mick.
Yeah, really poorly done.
There's a shove into the back of Liam McMahon, and he knew straight away as well he'll take the kick at full forward.
They got a big push and didn't need to do it, did they?
No, not at all. But there lies the secret to getting the ball in there quickly, and it doesn't know which backs. Oh, that's it's so interesting that it was just a complete shove, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he had O'Sullivan flying Jack Henry in support.
Which is unusual for Jack Henry to give away such an easy free kick.
Neil's got 3 at one end, McMahon's got 2 at the other. Doing his bit and leading the way for the Bombers. 4-5 to 2-2. And all of a sudden the margin shrinks to 15. So 3 minutes into the second term. And the Bombers hanging about in this game. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling on ABC Sport.
Well, the goals scored so far, the 6 goals, 5 have been from marks. That's the first one from a free kick. Probably never was going to be marked because of the Geelong defence's first, probably one of the best in the competition as the big spoil. But nonetheless, get the ball in deep, get the ball into a hot position. If you analyse the numbers around that ball, it fell It was almost even. It was probably 6-6, 6 forwards and 6 back. Well, I won't say 6 forwards, 6 Geelong, 6 Essendon players. So it gives them a chance to recover the football. And consequences are a goal.
So the margin now 15 points, early stages of this second term. Umpires plucked out a free and they're all confused. It's going to Goldstein in the ruck and he's going to run off. Has a little bit of dash, drives it long on his left. Wright was there, he flew. Guelphy with the handball. Again, it pinballs around. Comes to Bailey Smith. A tumbler out of the defensive 50. The small spoil from Goldstein was deemed a free.
Grabbed him.
Yeah, up over the top. So Stanley gets it and the cheer from the Geelong fans for the even up. He kicks it to Manor, gives it off to Holmes. Atkins, he's 50 out and he stabs it to Jeremy Cameron. And we've all come for the Jezza show and he's finally taken a contested mark and will have it line up for his first shot of the night. A step or two in from the boundary, so it's a tough angle, but he's on the right side for a left footer.
Yeah, Mason Redmond was in pretty good position, actually, closing him fairly well. It was a nice kick by Atkins, put a little bit of extra height on it, but Cameron's so good on the lead. He's just got brilliant hands, times his lead really well, running Redmond backwards towards the goal, and then a little move, and he only needs half a metre, really.
So 25 to go. Tight angle. He crosses the 50. He puts it on his left. He's got it. 24 to go. Cameron plucks his first of the night in the Geelong fresh air. And finally the crowd gets involved. 5-5-35, Essendon 2-2-14, a lead of 21 points, and we've gone 5 minutes in the second term.
That's a good goal, regardless of the fact that it's a left footer's pocket. That was a really well orchestrated goal. Just allowed himself that little bit of breather when coming in to take the kick, just stepped outside that probably 1 metre, just to pull the ball around. He's got such depth in his kicking, so it's never going to be a problem.
Interestingly, Laverty had him in the first quarter, kept him goalless. Redmond was on him there, and Laverty seemingly had gone to Neil. So we just look at Redmond walks back to Cameron here at the restart, and Laverty's gone straight to Neil, who kicked 3 in the first.
Yeah, maybe they're worried about Neil, who did kick that 3.
And Blitzarves is deep too, so Blackiston with his height's gone to Blitzarves.
Back in the middle, Smith wins it for the Cats. Hand pass away to Stanley. Here's the centre break, kicks out the half forward, and Roberts does well, takes the intercept mark. Archie Roberts.
Having a good game. I know his ball use hasn't always been perfect, but to win a one-on-one there against Manor, that's a good win.
One of their six lefties in tonight. He goes down the wing, and the mark taken by Peter Wright.
Hampton boys, there's a few players from Hampton.
Wright down to half forward, trying to collect that on the way through. As May couldn't quite trap it, spills the way of Perkins. Goes back by hand to Gus Clark, 70 metres out. Long kick inside 50, and that is easy pickings for the Cats. As Henry floats across to intercept, he comes out the opposite back flank, and here's Cameron.
A long way from home, he casually delivers down the line to Stengel.
That's the other thing he does well. It's a field kick. Cameron's just superb.
Stengel goes back inboard to Humphreys. Sideways kick. Again, they've got a couple there. They outnumber the Bombers. De Koning's able to gather it under no pressure whatsoever. Deliver to Stanley. He's got it on the outer wing, and then he goes short to Bowes. Just grubbers the kick. Gee, this is casual to Connor, and then into the pocket. And it's Dempsey marking. He'll want to play on. He does play on. He doesn't straighten. He goes to the goal square. He's looking for Neil. Neil forces the tackle. Loose ball. Blitzarves picks it up. Loops it to Close. Close gets it to Manor. He's surrounded by 3 Bombers. They do well, in fact. Dersman to McGrath to Goldstein. They should be able to get out of trouble. Roberts, although he's tackled. Lurking is Jeremy Cameron. Picked up by Myers under pressure. His kick was smothered. And the umpire says holding the ball. Free kick to the Bombers. Brian Myers has been pinged for that, and the Bombers get it out of the defensive 50.
He could have paid about 10 in all of that, maybe. That big one right at the end going Essendon's way. Gresham to Pryor, short kick to Laverty. Centre half back, and now the long kick out towards that eastern wing to Gus Clark. A wood chopper who takes the mark and plays on, trying to draw Dempsey. Dempsey hangs off him. Gives a hand pass away to Redmond. Kicks laterally again to McGrath. There's lots of east-west here. There's not a lot of north-south for the Bombers. Eventually Pryor, he gets a little bit of go forward. Long kick to Hobbs. Another one out of contract for the Dons. Hands it off to Dersma. Kick smothered. Nice work close. Wins it back for the Cats. And here they go on the counter-attack. Myers short kick to Blitzarves. Hand pass to Bailey Smith, who's off and running. Kick straight down the pipe to Cameron. One-on-one with Laverty and Cameron, like with that vice-like grip.
Oh, that is a good mark on the replay.
And how's Bailey Smith straight down the corridor, and that is supreme service.
That's old school full forward. Dunstall out on a lead to a bullet pass with
so
a defender all
takes
over
his man back to the goal square, so he gives him opened up space. It's a smart play. Essendon youth was really unfortunately come to the fore there, where they fell back, left space open.
Had to wait until the 6-minute mark of the quarter for his first. He's now got 2 in 4 minutes, and the Jeremy Cameron show has begun. 6-5-41 the Cats, Essendon 2-2-14, and he stretches it out to a 27-point margin, as wide as it's been. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse on ABC Sport.
And again, Mick, you said it. So Essendon build the ball up slowly. I think in Corbyn's call it was lots of east-west. They finally go forward. The mark to Hobbs. Little handball. Okay, now get it into the forward line. Yep. Get it in deep. Make those defenders a little bit nervous. Jack Henry gave a free kick away earlier. Instead, tried this nothing little kick. Yep. And it's a smother immediately, and then it was just a procession through the middle of the ground on a quick turnover.
Exactly.
He's kicked 24 goals, 3 in his last 3 and a bit games. 5-1 against St Kilda, 11-1 against North, 6-1 against Port, and 2 here tonight. That margin's blown out to 27 points a game. As Kako's in the midfield, gathers the handball, gives it to Shield. Shield skies it again, making it tough for the...
there it is.
Oh, there's May. I said making it tough for the key forwards. And Archie May just says, thank you very much. Reaches up.
But it's a quick ball inside a back 50, makes the back line. Doesn't matter how good you are, makes you nervous.
And Mick, you've said it again, I'm repeating here, but because it was from a centre bounce, it was 6v6.
6, that's it.
Forward, so there was no Geelong extra defender coming over the top there.
They've got to hold their line too, Lingy, when you're 6-6-6. You can't just drift outside the back 50.
It was a one-on-one tussle between O'Sullivan and May. May with the stutter approach. Oh, that's a shank, a shocker.
Didn't make, and no one down there contesting.
No one was in the goal square for any team, and it's landed in the pocket where Tom Stewart couldn't believe his eyes. So the Cats are away, and Archie May blushing, ready for his next attempt.
Kicks to the wing post, can't mark, but does well at ground level. Got it out to Nana. Kicks downfield, finds Neal. Handball wide to Myers on the wing. He looks inside 50, and Atkins marks. Dishes off a hand pass. Nana dabs it short, and Redmond awake to it. Jumps in front of Cameron and picks it off.
What would you say, Mick, if you were the coach? He was looking for Cameron.
Yeah, he was. And I wonder if it had been another play, would he have done that? So you play a penalty.
Redmond long to half back. O'Sullivan punches it down. Holmes gives it to Smith. Kicks inside 50, close. Takes the mark, plays on, snaps across the body. Dempsey on the behind line, no mark. Laverty trying to break it up. Nevitt picks his pocket and then hits the post. And a behind for Mitch Nevitt. An inclusion for Dangerfield, a minor score, but Geelong getting going here, 6-6 to 2-2. 28 points the margin, 13 gone in the second.
Well, it would have been against the play because every goal they've kicked so far has been a mark.
They're peppering, and now they're pressing as Redmond's low kick has been marked in the back pocket by Laverty. He runs around the back, accepts the handball, does Redmond, and then gets it off, and they get out of the defensive 50 with a mark to Perkins. Brought it round the bench's side. Dersma now marking uncontested. Got it at half back. Just uncertain. They're on the back foot. Nothing coming easy. He skies that one. Blitzarves in front, and that is an easy one to chop off. He marks that in front of Liam McMahon, and Blitzarves is going to go backwards to eventually get it forward. Tom Stewart marking at half back uncontested.
So that was a big kick by Dersman, it's gone 35, 40 metres. Yet all the Essendon players were back 50, 60 metres. You've got to read your play, know your team.
Cats back in front of the interchange. Stuart Long to half forward. Target Nevitt punched away from him. McGrath, the ground ball get for the Bombers. Hand pass to Roberts. Works his way through the maze. Gives it to McGrath. Hand pass across the half back line to Gresham. He kicks out to the wing. Guelphy jumps in front of Stewart. Takes the mark. Is it for the Bombers on the wing? 6-6 to 2-2. So margin's 28. 14 gone in the second. And Cameron's in the game. He's kicked the last 2 goals. Clark short to Laverty. The Bombers trying to take a little time out of the game, and now the long kick forward. Oh, Lamont Lowell went over the top and came down high on his neck. Hope he's okay. There was a heavy crash landing into his spot when O'Connor. Nothing untoward in all of that, but that was a heavy landing high on his back.
And this is going to O'Connor. So what caused this awful incident was the fact that Dylan Shield actually pushed O'Connor out of the way, and so sent O'Connor almost barrelling into Lowell. So, that could have been really dangerous.
It's like bent up like a pretzel as he landed, sort of
knocking away his body.
High up on his neck and arching back the other way. He's up on his feet and jogging off with 2 trainers and cops a warm round of applause. But you're right, that the dangerous shove into a difficult position, and Lowell ended up getting tunnelled by his own teammates shoving a bit of contact towards him.
Yeah, and that's the one, if you remember in the pre-season, they were trying to put a stop to more, I think, for the one who was getting pushed into.
Yeah, of course.
But it's also dangerous for the other person
who he hits. That's dead set reportable, and multiple weeks. Honestly, you cannot do that because no one knows what. You can't protect yourself.
So the reckless move from Shield, shoving O'Connor into that marking contest, and it meant Lowell had the awkward landing, and that hurt my back just watching it. Lamont Lowell buckled under all of that. Makes his way off as the Cats make their way inside 50. Manor shares it with Mullen. Back to Manor. Kicks to full forward. Out to meet it. Cameron. Clean pick up. Snaps. Hits the post. How was the collect from Jeremy Cameron? Never broke stride. Out in the right hand. Chucked it on the left. Hits the post.
So it was Ruben Jimby that escaped suspension for a push that, remember, it broke Sam Lawler's jaw in the pre-season.
And then I reckon things got changed after that.
They did. And Mansell got the suspension.
Yes.
For the one on, was it Liam O'Connell, the St Kilda lad?
Yep. The one that broke his jaw.
Yeah, in a concussion back in round 3. So margin 29, by the way. Cats lead growing.
Essendon have worked it up to the wing, and the speedster Kako is off. He's had a bounce. Oh, Guthrie wants him. Guthrie gritted the teeth, and Guthrie runs him down. It spills clear. Tom Stewart pounces, kicks to the centre circle, but it's been marked by Clark. His kick was smothered, looking to go inboard. Oh, Perkins caught. Spins out of the tackle by Mullen, kicks it to Kako, and then he goes into the pocket, and on the end of it again is Liam McMahon.
I don't think I've seen so many Essendon players get smothered by thinking that they're quicker than what they are. And the Geelong players stayed right on them.
Archie Perkins has been caught a few times, hasn't he?
And even then, that Kako one, Kako's quick, but he realised when you're playing in the AFL, everyone's quick.
Yeah, but his legs are quick, but he doesn't. They're only short steps. He was getting motored down.
Zach Guthrie's lightning quick.
So Liam McMahon, tight kick here. This is the Gary Ablett Jr. pocket, where not many can kick the miracle goals. He lined up in the traditional way, but missed to the near side, and it's through for a minus score. He's still got 2 goals to his name. And the Cats in control, leading by 28 points.
Out of the back, 50 they come. Here's Max Holmes against the boundary line. Long kick to Neil, who went early. Didn't come down with the footy and then gave away the free for the contact. The back of the defender. Essendon footy on the wing. Ben Cameron's on the boundary.
Lamont Lowell is up and walking around. He's just feeling around the small of his back. And Corbin, you mentioned it. You said your back hurt just watching that. It might just be a little back issue for him.
Okay, thanks, Ben. It's updated there as Perkins pulls one down at half forward. Archie Perkins. High pick from the Bombers. Top 10 from a couple of years ago. Sells 2 dummies. And then in the end kicks to full forward. Nevitt upstairs with the climb. And Mitch Nevitt takes a hanger at full back.
Yeah, very good mark. Well timed.
Into the side of Matt Guelphy. Springs there. As he kicks out wide and turns it over straight to May. Picks it off for the Bombers. Left half forward.
Well, we know how good May is having a kick on goal, so He'd be better off passing to yourself, wouldn't he?
So Archie May, left half forward here. He's pressed right up against the boundary line. He'll have to kick it from the 50.
You can just load up from here.
He's a long kick.
Check it down.
Decides not to pull the trigger. Kicks to full forward and floating through O'Sullivan. Another intercept mark at fullback. It's been the theme of the night. The Cats all over it.
Move it quickly to Bowes by hand to Holmes, and then he was looking for Myers. Just a little bit too wide, overcooked it and over the boundary line. On the opposite side of the ground, but right down in front of us in seat 1A is Benny Cameron.
Yeah, Lamont Lawal has run past us. He's run off to go down to the Essendon rooms. I do think it is a back issue that he's dealing with. Just looks a little ginger. I think they were worried about concussion with the way he landed as well, but I think it's more physical in the back.
Landed on his head and his neck. He almost squished himself. It's just a miracle he's up and walking after getting up so high.
Be a good advertisement for a chiropractor, wouldn't it?
Good, yeah.
Every part of his body.
So the ball's now at half forward for Essendon. It's a ball up and Stanley palmed it down. The umpire saw something there and it'll be a free kick going to Atkins against Hobbs. Kept it short to O'Connor and then back to Atkins. They've got 3 Bombers chasing them. They share it around. Myers comes in, offers some help. The banana kick into the centre corridor is clever to Bowes, who easily takes on Archie Roberts with a dash, speed, and then kicks over the head of Neil. There was close. Gives it to Stengel. He's pursued. A high up and under. Nevitt's there. So too is Cameron. Nevitt tried to claim the mark. Cameron tried almost the super strike. Comes unstuck. Oh, brilliant smother to close. Oh, Cameron tries to get his boot to it. Is it a goal? No, it's not. It was touched. It was touched.
What was Goldstein trying to do? He picks it up. He's got an opportunity to belt the hell out of it. He wants to hand pass it through 3 Geelong blokes.
Ramble in the goal square resulted in 1 behind. So 6-8 Geelong, Essendon 2-3.
She'll high bomb down the wing. May runs to the front, takes the mark.
He does that well.
Yeah.
He does that really well. His timing there was fantastic.
Comes at it well, doesn't he?
He does. It's just his...
Archie May, there's a long raking kick down to left half forward. In the box seat is O'Sullivan. And I get the feeling I'm going to say this a lot tonight. O'Sullivan intercept mark as he picks it off for the Cats. Short to Humphries, short kick to Bowes through the middle of Cadinia Park. Hand pass away to Mullen, who's off and running. Kicks to half forward. Close is all alone in the long sleeves. Trying to reel it in. 55 out, dabs it inside 50. Cameron hitting up and marking in that channel at left half forward. He's got it 35 out in front of the Geelong race.
Each time he's marked, he's had to lead hard at it and had a defender, an Essendon defender, doing everything he can to spoil it. Somehow he's still managed to hold on.
They're real hamstring stretches, aren't they, these marks?
Jaden Laverty often has to fight out of his weight division.
You can see how Cameron does all the work. People say he takes the mark. It's the work he does prior to that. He takes the player back to the goal line, pushes off him, opens up the space, time and time again.
Customary squeeze of the footy. This has become his usual build-up as he moves in here at left half forward, gives it a whack but misses. So 2-2 in the quarter for Jeremy Cameron. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Lamont Lawal is back. He's going for a few little run-throughs at the moment, so still no action on the sub. Just repeating for both clubs. Jai Clark for Geelong. Jai Menzies, who's watching on for the Dons to see if he's going to be called upon.
Redmond goes short to Laverty and then another short kick to McGrath. They're trying to get themselves out of this with short kicks. Oh no, he's sold Roberts into all sorts of trouble. Didn't go the required distance. Manor picks it up, handballs into the pocket, and Redmond's just able to tap it over.
Umpire. That is
deliberate.
Terrible. That is a terrible, terrible decision.
Oh, free kick to Brad Close in the left forward pocket. And poor old Mason Redmond just tried to flick it and it bounced, hit the turf and then bounced over the line, Mick.
Well, what? There's no intent to... Look, there's deliberates and there's deliberates. That is a very ordinary decision.
So Brad Close is going to curl it around and he curls that to perfection. The long sleeve South Australian with his first of the evening. And Geelong skip out to a 36-point lead. really starting to open this contest up now. 7-9-51 to 2-3-15. And there's a couple of minutes left before half-time.
He gets a bit of reward there, Brad Close, for a lot of the hard work that he does. He's almost the glue in that Geelong forward line, Mick, that makes it work really well. He is chasing, he is scrapping, he's getting a hand in there, he's trying to spoil a player who's twice his size. He just does all that hard work so that the others, a couple of the more high-profile ones, can get a lot of the glory, and he finds himself a goal there, an important player in this Geelong forward line.
You need them, especially coming into September. They're the players that you said about the glue. They're the ones that really do hold you together when the pressure's on and you have to fight for every goal.
Again, the inside 50 is about the same in the quarter, and yet the scoreline is getting wider and wider. 36 points, Geelong's lead. Back in the middle, no clean possession as yet, and all of a sudden we're out on the wing as Kako soccers it out in front of Pryor, each trying to get it out. Dempsey holds it to him, and a ball up between wing and half forward for Geelong. 7 goals 9 to 2 goals 3. Liam McMahon has both the goals for the Bombers. Cameron's got 2 for the Cats. Neil's got 3. As Mullen is tackled and taken to ground. Another ball up by Cameron Jones to toss it in the air. 70 metres out from the Cats' goal at the city end. Smith, first possession. Hand pass away to Holmes. Up and down the mine shaft, punching it away is Roberts. Couldn't quite clear the area. Dempsey trying to get it out. Up gives them a moment. And Durham got it out for the Bombers. To Roberts. There's a long kick of the footy. Down to centre half forward. McMahon out of position. Has to spoil against Henry. McMahon does well. Wins it in the end. Hand pass to May. Unguarded goal square. Tries to wait the kick. Stewart's there and he picks it off. Takes the intercept mark at fullback for the Cats. And immediately looks wide. On the exit finds Nevitt, right half back for Geelong.
In possession, like they should have gone for goal.
Yeah.
You're kicking to a contest regardless. So kick the contest or go to goal. Get off going to goal.
Kicks to Myers in his milestone game, his 150th, up to Bailey Smith, who's getting plenty of the footy. Over the head at half forward, it went of Cameron waiting at the back is close. Unselfishly tried to deliver to Stengel. Newen did well. He picked up the footy. He's tackled by Stengel. Stengel looks at the umpire and the umpire crosses his chest. And we'll ball it up with a minute to play before half-time. Cats with the last 3 majors in the contest. And the margin is 36 points. Straight down to Cameron. Cameron's tackled. And this ball is going nowhere. Atkins again tackled. So another secondary stoppage. Inside 50, 30 metres out from the Cats' goal. To add the exclamation mark on a dominant second quarter. Blitz halves. It beats Smith. It'll sit for Stengel or he fumbles it. Gives it back to Bailey Smith. Curls it around. Xavier Dersma's there. And marking uncontested in the back pocket. And that'll be 50. 50 against Holmes, who overstepped the mark. Went in for the tackle on Dersma. Still time here for the Bombers to score from centre half back Corbin.
Dersma kicks out to the wing. Turns it straight over.
That is just unbelievable.
Guthrie with the intercept mark, and the Cats on again in their front half. Flares it to half forward, finds Holmes, puts it inside 50. Dempsey marks uncontested, left half forward, 40 out. Mick, the Jaden Newen incident, he sort of ran into Jeremy Cameron there.
I think it was his heel went into his groin. I wouldn't be worried if he had been holding the groin from a run or a jump or something like that, but no, I think it's more a knock.
Okay. Newen thought he might have got a free kick.
Should have got a free kick.
He had eye contact. A high tackle from Cameron, not to be, and Cameron a little sore in the groin after the incident. As Dempsey's drop pump misses near side and behind. So 7-10 to 2-3. They've kicked 5 behinds in the quarter in Geelong, so could be a whole lot worse than what it is. And the margin currently sitting at 37 points. And as Redmond takes the kick out, time expires on this first half. So the answer to the question I'm sure a lot of people would have had coming in is 2. Because the question is, how many has Jeremy kicked? That's been the theme of the night. He was goalless in the opening term. He kicked 2 goals too in that quarter of footy. Shannon Neal's got 3, 1 each for Dempsey and for Close. Meanwhile, for Essendon, Liam McMahon has 2. All right, it's half-time, 7-10, 52 Geelong. They lead Essendon 2-3-15. 37 points is the lead for the Cats. Ben Cameron is with us on the boundary. Ben, just on that incident involving Lamont Llewellyn, he obviously came off the ground. He was he landed in a very awkward position. Have you got an update for us as to how he is?
Well, he's just walking over towards the team at the moment. He doesn't look like someone who's in the finest of fettle, so to speak, Corbin. He looks like he is a little troubled by that heavy landing that he wasn't able to stick. So I think we'll get a better sense at half-time as to whether Essendon just say, look, you're not moving overly well. We might have to pull the trigger on the sub.
Thanks, Ben. Just off the SMS, one for you guys, Mick and Lingy. Rob says, should Dylan Shield be suspended for the push if Lowell is injured? Even if he's not concussed, shouldn't matter that it's a teammate of his. It's the likelihood of causing injury, and that was intentional from Rob.
That's a fair question. I have no doubt. There's no doubt in my mind that is reportable. That's exactly what they're trying to get rid of.
It was such a high risk that either Mark O'Connor or Lowell gets injured there.
Yeah, it's irrelevant whether the players are injured or not. You cannot push a player deliberately like that, knowing when the ball is in the air, no one else knows what's happening around you, because they're the ones that, if someone's coming straight at you, you can read it, you know what's going to happen, you duck, you wave, you get out the way, or you stay, you hold your line. This is one where you do not know what's going to happen, and you are open as a book. It's just that his teammate was the one that came off second best. Bad luck. I don't like that.
I'm sure we get a little apology from Dylan Shields. So if you missed the incident, basically Lamont Llewellyn was running back with the flight, jumped in the air to enter the marking contest. O'Connor wasn't underneath him at the time. He soon became underneath him, and he ended up being tunnelled due to the fact that Dylan Shields shoved O'Connor underneath Llewellyn. And Llewellyn went toppling over and very nearly landed on the top of his head. In the end, he rolled late, and very fortunately, there wasn't more serious injury.
You'll remember, Corbin, earlier in the season when the Tiger Ryan Mansell got the 3-match suspension for rough conduct when he pushed Liam O'Connell, the St Kilda defender, and Tom Lynch was steaming out and caught Liam O'Connell high. But it was the push that led to the contact, and he received that 3-match ban, took it to the appeals, and it was not overturned.
Yep.
So, similar type incident.
Oh, very similar.
Also off the SMS, Darren in the ACT. Cats may win, but this is no prep for finals. Compare that with the Hawks and Adelaide. Glenn in Hobart, correct me if I'm wrong, Lingy, but in 2004, Fremantle played in Geelong on the coldest day in 50 years, and the hot water was turned off in the Freo rooms until post-game.
I don't know about the hot water in the Freo rooms, but I'm hoping it was. I remember that day well. That was horrendous. I think from memory, Jeff Farmer didn't come out after half-time.
No. He suffered hypothermia. I can tell you because I was a boundary rider for another radio station at the time.
A local radio station here?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't K-Rock. It was 3AW. And we were sitting as boundary riders next to the Fremantle bench, and there were Fremantle players that had 6 tracksuit pants on. Like they would just layered these pants on. And I remember because they were from Perth, that just and they suffered. Jeff Farmer had hypothermia.
Well, I'm going to dob people in here because when I coached West Coast and used to go to Victoria Park, we had to the players had to finish the game. No hot water. They had to either shower in the cold or just layer on tracksuit and get on a plane and go home.
Jeez.
A year later, I've gone to Collingwood and we've got one game against West Coast, and I wonder what was going to happen here. And I'm not going to name him, but he's gone, we never turn it on for the opposition. You know that. I've gone, I do know that. I do know that, Bob. And he said to the point where about 6 or 7 years ago, we disconnected the whole system to the opposition. So there you go.
And you know there's people out there that are saying, we should go back and play at some of these grounds.
By the way, that game was Gary Ablett's 50th.
Yeah,
Cats won by 50 points and you had 18 disposals and 4 tackles.
Nice. And we had players, honestly, sitting in the spa in our rooms at half-time.
Tim McGrath had a bit of hypothermia.
Yep. There were local football players here in the GFL, the local league, who suffered severe hypothermia from it.
Was it
all over? And so the game was...
How cold was it?
It was North Geelong playing Inverleigh, was stopped at 3/4 time as several Inverleigh players suffered from hypothermia and did not have enough fit men to form a side.
It was something like one of those days where it's 6 degrees but feels like -1 or something.
Yeah.
The wind and the whipping.
The coldest day in
Can I say
50-odd years.
Are you going to try and tell me it was colder in Ballarat?
We played in the snow in Ballarat. I remember the Eastern Oval the snow was caked up against the fence. And you know what? We still wore short sleeves.
Get the violin out, Corbin. Get it out.
That's the truth of it.
The change rooms was an igloo and we had to run in there and everything else.
I'm just saying, men come from Ballarat.
0437774774. That's awesome. Thank you very much, Glenn, for that off the SMS. Very quick take on what we've seen here in this first half of footy. Jeremy Cameron's up to 2 goals and the Cats are out by 37 at the half.
Before you start, Lingy, you're going to pick on me. I'm going to go and plug a lock and have a go at him. He's a Ballarat boy as well.
No, you watch me shrink and hide under the desk then. We have seen one team who's just far superior to the other team, and that's just because of personnel and where they're at different phases of the season. Only 11 inside 50s for the Cats that quarter,
I was looking at that.
but they've had 8 shots at goal.
Yeah,
so they kicked 3 goals, 5, so not ideal for them, but they're not generating heaps of inside 50s, but when they go forward, it's
open
goal.
Yeah, it is. And that's and I would love to see, and you'll no doubt dig this up somewhere, I'd love to see how many who are actually in Essendon's hands and then turned over by a loose kick, loose hand pass, just give the ball away and it rebounds back and they knocked it forward over.
Well, I've got a stat for you, Mick. It just flashed up on our screen here, so I'm not going to pretend I did the research on it, but the Cats tonight have had 19 intercept marks. Their average per game, average per game for the season is 16.6. So at half-time, they're already blowing their average out of the water. Exactly what you're describing there. It is a field day for O'Sullivan, Henry, Stewart, Zach Guthrie. Essendon just keep giving it back.
Give it back. They do.
Yep.
They do, yeah.
It's not going to end well then when you've got a team as efficient as the Cats with ball in hand. And they're actually not being overly efficient, I must admit. Right now, even their skill errors are...
And there's a lot of Essendon players. We know this for the Essendon supporters, if you're listening.
We are.
We are. I know you are. There are a lot of players that should not be playing senior football in this development stage. I'm not saying they're not league footballers, but they need probably 1.5 years playing VFL, building their bodies up, learning their trade, but they've been cast into this role because of the injuries, and you have to grow up quick, but unfortunately good sides don't let you off the hook. Essendon are not being let off the hook by the Cats because they're punishing them. The way that the 2 goals that have been scored by Essendon have been quick entrances, but for some reason or another there's a lot of pea shooters forward of the ball who only kick the ball 20, 30 metres, and then they rely on another 20 or 30 metres to find a target. That just doesn't work against Geelong.
Mick, you've just answered Phil from Victoria's text. Enjoying the call. Any positive points about the Dons, please? They seem to be a little more competitive tonight, though. Scoreboard doesn't reflect.
Archie Roberts is a positive. He continues to
young
be.
Boy, young fella.
Through the season. There's no question about that. He's had 17 disposals.
He's an energiser bunny, isn't he?
And that's we said before the game, what's next year look like for them?
Yeah.
And they get those players back and they complement some of the backline players. They help in the forward line. And Roberts is one who go, okay, hang on a second, we've got something here. He's played, this is game number 24.
Yeah.
So he's only going to get better. You start getting excited about players like that, maybe helping that midfield, running half-back, wing type role into next year.
But they got a lot of decisions to make. They got 48 players on their list because of their mid-season recruits and their long-term injuries. You need to get to about 37 to enter the draft. So they got to make a whole lot of calls. I think there's 16 off contract and they got to move about 8 of them on.
Well, there's a few there that you would move on who are senior players, had their go, been good footballers, won't add value to Essendon at all. There are a couple of them playing tonight.
Yeah. More from Mick Malthouse coming up and Cameron Ling. We'll get a further update on Lamont Lowell, who was able to jog off the ground after that sickening incident where he was tunnelled by Mark O'Connor, but only because he was shoved underneath him by his own teammate in Dylan Shield. All right, second half less than 10 minutes away. Before that happens, let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News. Good evening. I'm William Howard. The father of a hostage held captive by Hamas says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's decision to expand the offensive in Gaza is putting his son in danger. Israel's security cabinet has approved a plan to take control of Gaza City, saying it must proceed with efforts to disarm Hamas. The action comes despite opposition in Israel and warnings from the UN that it risks catastrophic consequences for Palestinian civilians and Israeli hostages. Yehuda Cohen's son, Nimrod, was 19 years old when he was taken by Hamas during the 7th of October 2023 attack. He believes Israel's plan will not help to bring his son home.
It's obvious that it's endangering my son, endangering the other living hostages. Beyond the fact that it's endangering hostages, it's stalling time. So it's endangering the hostages and prolonging their suffrage.
More than 500,000 people in southern Japan have been told to evacuate after officials warn that heavy rainfall has caused floods and landslides. Japan's weather agency has issued an alert for the region of Kagoshima and warned that lives are at risk. The deluge follows a period of extreme heat, with temperatures topping 40 degrees in some regions. The Prime Minister of Solomon Islands has denied he's excluding outside countries from a key Pacific meeting next month to avoid a stoush over Taiwan's participation. Here's Foreign Affairs reporter Stephen Jedgetts.
Jeremiah Manele has confirmed he'll exclude all external countries from the Pacific Islands Forum leaders meeting in Honiara next month, which means the US, China and Taiwan will all be unable to attend. Mr. Manele insists it's because an internal review on PIF partner meetings isn't yet complete.
The deferment, I believe, is the most appropriate one to be taken.
But multiple Pacific sources say it's a political compromise and is trying to find a way to avoid inviting Taiwan without antagonising either Beijing or Taiwan's remaining Pacific allies.
A former solicitor for Kathleen Folbig says she could pursue legal action against the New South Wales government after being wrongly imprisoned for 2 decades. Retired lawyer Brian Doyle represented Ms Folbig in the early 2000s and joins a number of lawyers and supporters of Ms Folbig, describing the $2 million compensation payout offered by the state government as grossly inadequate. Attorney General Michael Daly yesterday granted payment to Ms Folbig, who was pardoned and acquitted of the deaths of her 4 children in 2023. Mr Doyle says suing the government would be a lengthy process.
It's an ex gratia payment, so it's at the will of the government what payment they give her. She does have an alternative to go to court and sue the government if she wishes to, but that could take years. And I'm not too sure exactly how old Kathy is now, but that would take years.
There are hopes a move by the privacy regulator to sue Optus over a 2022 cyber attack will prompt companies to improve customer data security. The Office of the Australian Information Commissioner alleges the telco failed to adequately manage and protect customer data in the nearly 3 years prior to the breach. Optus says it will respond in due course as it continues to review the findings. Professor of Cybercrime at the University of New South Wales, Richard Buckland, says it will hopefully lead to improved safeguards for customers.
With this new focus and the size of the potential size of this penalty, I think it will change behaviours. I think there'll be discussions in boardrooms, and I think companies will be financing cyber teams better.
The peak body for financial counsellors says Australians are increasingly struggling with the cost of living as the number of people reaching out to the National Debt Helpline hits a 6-year high. More than 168,000 people reached out to the Debt Helpline in the last financial year, with housing stress, utilities and credit card debt among the main financial concerns. Dr Dominique Mayrick from Financial Counselling Australia says it's a worrying trend.
The leading reason that people are calling in is because they're having difficulty covering their housing costs. So their mortgage or their rental payments, their body corporate, their rates. So those really essential things. And what that tells us is that they're struggling on all sorts of different fronts because people prioritise their housing, particularly in the current climate.
And you're up to date with the very latest ABC News. For more news at any time, remember you can download the ABC Listen app.
It's National Science Week.
Across the ABC, we're celebrating Australia's most underrated animals.
Vote for your favourite.
Join me on ABC TV and iView for Dr. Anne's Secret Lives.
Get your science on this Science Week
on ABC Listen
and online.
The summer of cricket has arrived early.
Clubs it straight down the ground for six.
He's on the pull shot. Boy, did he get that.
White ball cricket takes centre stage in the top end as Australia take on South Africa.
Shout for leg before, finger goes on.
It all starts on Sunday on the ABC
Down
Listener.
the pitch, there we go. Bang.
Every ball live. Just click on the cricket button. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Atkins, he's 50 out, and he stabs it to Jeremy Cameron. And we've all come for the Jezza show, and he's finally taken a contested mark. Crosses the 50. He puts it on his left. He's got it. 24 to go.
Nice work close, wins it back to the Cats, and here they go on the counter-attack. Myers short kick the blitz up, hand pass to Bailey Smith, who's off and running. Kick straight down the pipe to Cameron. Had to wait until the 6-minute mark of the quarter for his first. He's now got 2 in 4 minutes, and the Jeremy Cameron show has begun.
Manor picks it up, handballs into the pocket, and Redmond's just able to tap it over.
Oh, umpire. That is
deliberate.
That is terrible.
Oh, free kick to Brad Close in the left forward pocket. Going to curl it around, and he curls that to perfection.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second term where Jeremy Cameron got going, as did the Cats. So they lead by 37 points at the half, having led by 21 at quarter time. So Geelong 7-10-52. They lead Essendon 2-3-15. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse, your call team. Ben Cameron is on the boundary and Jeremy Cameron's on 2. So it was a big focus coming into the night. How many would he kick? He's up to 77 on the season, which means he's 23 away from the ton. There are 2 games to come after this in the home and away season. For the Cats, they play the Sydney Swans next Sunday at the SCG, and then Richmond the following Saturday in round 24. And then there's the final series. You think it'd be a minimum of 2 games. It could be 3, it could be 4, depending on how deep the Cats go and what that run looks like through September. But he's on 77 and counting at the moment. Just on the news in the footy world today, before we get down to Ben Cameron for an update on Lamont Lowell, who was involved in a scary incident in that quarter. I can tell you the teams for Sunday, Toby Green's back and Tristan Sherry returns. So the Giants play the Roos. Geordie Payne and Cooper Trembath are both on debut. They're both mid-season pickups. Geordie Payne out of Tasmania was the number 1 pick in the mid-season draft. And Cooper Trembath's a good story. He was playing for Blackburn in the Eastern Footy League. And then he basically played 1 game at VFL level, got picked up in the mid-season draft, and now here he is at the back end of the season as pick 10 after starting his season at Blackburn in the Eastern Footy League. Is now making his debut at the weekend for the Roos. Jed Adams is on debut for Melbourne when they take on the Bulldogs Sunday in the BCNA game. No change for the Dogs. Meanwhile, the West Coast Eagles play Adelaide. We know Taylor Walker's rested, and Jack Graham is amongst 3 ins for the West Coast Eagles. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben, is Lamont Lowell out there on the ground?
He certainly is. Ran out with the team, Corbin, and he looks ready to go for this second half. Jai Menzies still has his jacket on. Looks like he'll be at the back of the bench. Lamont Lowell is going to start on the bench in this second half. Also for the Cats, Jai Clark still has the warm-up tracksuit on. I did see some kind of discussion between the boundary official and the Geelong bench, so I'm just wondering if there is a move with their sub here, but it doesn't look like it, judging by Jai Clark's body language.
I'm still waiting for you to provide the stat for us, Corbs, on when was the last time there were 2 Jais as subs.
Yes.
You've usually got something for us.
That's a very good question. I haven't got that one for you, unfortunately, Lingy. But, Jai Clark and Jai Menzies. Top 2 and even top spot isn't out of reach, by the way, for Geelong. On the live ladder, they're currently in second spot and their percentage just 4% below the Crows. Ben Cameron again.
Yeah, that sub has been made. So Jai Clark is going to come into the game. Hamstring tightness for Jack Henry. So that's a bit of a concern for the Cats.
He's had a concern, yeah.
He's had a bit of a history, hasn't he?
And he's been in brilliant form. And again tonight, he's an integral part of that Cats defence, so that will be a big issue if it's an injury rather than just tightness.
Cats by 37 points as we start this second half, and Cameron's got 2 goals too. Holmes with the first clearing kick inside 50 up towards Cameron. He was surrounded by Essendon players. Now Shields applying a tackle on Bose, and it'll be a ball up 55 out from Geelong's goal. The Cats kicking to the river end in this third term. Shannon Neal kicked the first 3 goals of the match. He's got 3 to his name, and Cameron's got 2. As Manor wrestles Todd Goldstein. Goldstein, at age 37, is playing his 342nd game out there tonight. This is Holmes, who's stripped of it by Merritt. Roberts, a little fumble, opens the door here for Dempsey. He's tackled, he gets his kick away, but it's going the wrong way. Picked up by McMahon. Gives it off to Gresham. He just bangs it out on the wing, and reading it best, getting back was O'Connor. He had space on Archie Perkins. So O'Connor short and wider still to Connor O'Sullivan, one of the favourites for the AFL Rising Star this year.
I think Gresham would be overly happy with his disposal then. Didn't help his side.
Right on the 50. Neil ran, launched, skittled the pack. Newen's got it. He can't break clear as he's tackled by Stengel. Let's get back on the boundary. Ben Cameron.
Yeah, interesting to note as well, the hamstring guru, Steve Saunders, hasn't re-emerged after half-time. So no doubt he's down in the rooms giving a big assessment of that Jack Henry hamstring tightness.
Thanks, Ben. Here's Goldstein, who's tackled by Atkins, taken the ground, and the ump says, I'll have it. Margin 37 points. So as Ben said, that means that sub's been made and John Clark into the game. From the restart, Durham had it, lost it. Now he becomes tackler as he takes down Manor. Ball spills out. And we'll have another stoppage as Clark's locked up straight away. So half forward for the Cats. They're kicking to the Barwon River end in this third quarter, which is only minutes old. 37-point lead for Geelong and 2 goals for Jeremy Cameron. We've got another stoppage.
Todd Goldstein having to work overtime. Yeah. He had to do that last week, didn't he? With Brodie Grundy getting 39 touches on him.
Essendon have got the extra ground player there too. They can't afford Geelong to get out.
Cats get it out here as Bailey Smith hand pass away to his dash brother in Holmes, who shakes a tackle, kicks to the goal square, leaping out at Humphreys, no mark, falls down to Blackiston. Hand pass away towards Laverty. He dishes it off to Shield, jams it on the boot to halfback, turnover straight to O'Connor.
Shield and Gresham have both kicked like this quarter.
Shocking.
O'Connor looking inside 50, goes short and wide, out to Bose, who marks and immediately drives it to the goal square, leaping at it, Blitzarves, reels it in the goal square, and he'll kick from straight in front, 10 out.
It's not a certainty with Blitzarves, though, in recent weeks. He's missed every set shot. He even missed that one on the run from the goal square and kicked the point.
No problems here. How could you ever doubt him? Straight through it goes. Geelong have their 8th and this lead swells. So 8 for the night, 8-10, 58 to Essendon, 2-3, 15. The margin balloons to 43 points, as wide as it has been. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport.
2 senior players' disposal has been shocking this quarter. And in fact, when I look at the game, their disposal overall has been horrible. And I'm talking about Dylan Shield and Jade Greason. Yep. And quite frankly, we talk about numbers and what Essendon's list looks like. I know you don't want to, the last thing you want to do is have players retire because you've said something, but the reality is they are not going to make Essendon better. In fact, tonight they've given the ball back to Geelong so many times.
Well, this quarter alone, it's a small sample size, I must admit. They've had 3 kicks this quarter, Essendon, and they're going at 0% efficiency.
Yeah.
And 2 of them have been Gresham and Shield, as you said.
They've rattled off the last 4 goals, bracketed by half-time. Now bursting out of the centre here is Durham. After a brilliant palm down by Goldstein, works it in the Perkins direction, had to take it on the bounce, and he was tackled by O'Connor. Ball spills clear, and it went over the boundary line, so it'll be thrown in 60 metres around from Essendon's goal. They've kicked 1 goal in each quarter off the boat of Liam McMahon for their 2 goals to date. The margin is 43 points. Yellow Sharon spinning back in play. Stanley gets there first, Fists it towards the boundary. Gresham taps it, opts to handball, gave it to Clark. Under pressure, he's handballed straight to Bailey Smith. Kicks into the centre of the ground. Blitz halves is there. Kicks under pressure. Now the foot race is on. Which way does the bounce go? It goes towards Dylan Shield. Bose does well. Tackles Shield. Now the handball in the Mark O'Connor direction. Again, this is Bose getting involved. Pushes off Goldstein. Dashes down the wing. Delivers inside 50, but it's Laverty outmarking Myers. The Bombers can launch off half-back.
Long kick out to the opposite wing, finds Clark.
Clark should have kept on going. He had a player one-on-one with open space behind him.
Kicks back inside to McGrath. McGrath long out to that wing again for Clark, who stabs it back to McGrath, and Bombers shifting back and across.
You fight so hard to get it out into open space with some flow of play. You don't want to stop that flow.
Especially on this ground.
Redmond back edge of the square, short kick to McGrath, third touch in the chain, handball away to Clark, kicks inside 50, rides some contact in the process, no mark for Stewart up in front, spills down, back into dispute, Perkins extracts it, hand pass away to McMahon for the Bombers, kicks to the goal square, and Llewellyn, the nice shepherd, it bounces through, and Liam McMahon has all three of Essendon's goals. We are now 3 quarters in, he's got one in each term, and that is the Bombers tally. 6 minutes into quarter number 3, 3-3-21 Essendon, trailing the home team Geelong 8-10-58. Margin back to 37 points, and Liam McMahon with 3 for the night.
And we had a text message at half-time from one of our listeners saying, what positives are there for Essendon? What can we find in the doom and gloom? And he continues to be one, Liam McMahon.
Every game he plays, he seems to gain confidence, doesn't he?
Yeah, so 7 goals now from his 4 games, and so far still got a quarter and a half or so to play in this one. His movement, though, Mick, is what I like. Yep. He presents well, he repeat leads, he has a bit of forward craft, and even then at ground level, it was only a little half a chance. It just spilled out to him for half a second, had to throw it on the boot, had to make a step, but finished well.
23 years of age, 198 though, that's a real bonus because he's got a bit of speed about it.
He's the 13th debutant for the Bombers this year.
Played at Collingwood, done reserves too. It's quite remarkable how they don't take players that are already there.
And Carlton as well. At one stage this year he was leading with Carlton and Essendon VFL goal kicking. And now if he keeps going like this the last 3 rounds, he could win the Bombers goal kicking as the spearing bullet-like pass came in towards May. Great spoil by O'Sullivan, and then Wright's able to get it and kick to the skipper, Merritt, marking uncontested. Slightish angle, he'll boot from 40 metres out.
Well, I'm going to say this will be a test for him because the older he's got, the less he inclined he is to open up as far as the kick goes. I don't know whether he's been held back by groin issues or whatever, but this will see him out, this distance. So he should be, it's going to be a 40-metre kick at best.
14 goals last year he played every game. He's got 8 goals to his name. He just makes the distance, Mick, but he pushes it across the face, and it's a disappointing result from the captain in the end.
Is there wind down there? Because Cameron's kick was like that as well. Went straight towards goal, and at the last
drifted to the left.
15 metres, 10 metres.
Stewart has a fumble trying to mark in the back pocket. Hobbs broke it up, and then Stewart was able to regather and get back to his feet. Sorry, Mick, get out of the situation. The Cats long kick to Nevitt at half back.
Generally, it wouldn't be going in the direction that would force it to do that. And there's not too much. We're looking at the flags.
Nevitt short to Smith, daring kick across the half back line, finds Guthrie. Oh, immediately stepping over the mark, had to be as Roberts followed him. And now 50 is Guthrie, as we see in the modern game, trying to draw the man on the mark, running back.
And he should be able to just keep going here, Guthrie.
Attacking edge of the centre square, sends the Cats deep inside 50, leaping up for it, Nevitt, no mark, hits the deck, and the Bomber who grabs the footy is set upon straight away. It's Jackson Pryor, ball up inside 50 for the Cats, 25 out from their goal at the Barwon River end.
And they score from this stoppage. Goldstein gave it straight down to Atkins, who gave it to Myers, and his snap hits the post, right at the top of the goal post, and it's still rattling. 3/4 of the way up, and it's smacked in. And Graham Myers would have enjoyed that tonight because he's playing game number 150. The 26-year-old from Grovedale.
I saw him kick 8 here in a final for Grovedale in a senior game, and it was funny kicking style then. I thought, surely not.
Cats by 37 points.
Redmond long out of defence, but a turnover. Intercept mark for Guthrie. It's been the theme of the night for the Cats. On record pace as they kick inside the forward 50. Stanley flies out at no mark. Spills through to Merritt for the Bombers. Hand pass away to Clark. Stopped in his tracks by Bailey Smith, holding the ball. To run the gauntlet, couldn't make his way through, and Bailey Smith gets it. Left half forward for Geelong. He rolls around onto his right peg from 50 metres out. It's offline on the behind line. Juggled effort, not to be. Never had hands to it. Spills down to McGrath. His hand pass knocked down and knocked into the behind post.
Just watching Jeremy Cameron then, and he flew for it in that contest, Liggy. It's almost like it's a bit of a training drill. There is no real sense of urgency to leap and throw himself at the ball, given that they just want the 4 points in the bag.
Yeah. Mind you, he's going to try and get it full flight here at this stoppage. He wants the goal here.
Well, he still wants a goal. It's just that the pressure's not there, and he's accepted the handball. He's trying to shake the tackle. The kick was smothered. He was in the right forward pocket, and the captain Merritt clears it. Only as far as De Koning's going to come back right on the 50. Gresham juggles the mark. Takes it in front of Atkins. What does he do with his kick, Mick?
Well, it won't go any more than 30 metres. I'll give you the tip.
He doesn't want it to go any more than 30, does he?
He's going to kick backwards. He's going to go into...
He's going to put Essendon under real pressure.
Back left pocket where Roberts has taken the mark. And then he handballs over the top to Redmond. Redmond to Blackiston, fumbles. He's going to kick on his left, back to Roberts in that back pocket. Took it on the bounce, and then Manor sees him over. Is that deliberate?
Well, it is.
No.
Well, he stepped out.
Yeah, if that's not insufficient attempt to keep the ball in, I don't know what is.
Well, you've got it. You just step out. That's
different to the one from earlier where it's a defender making a play on the ball.
Exactly.
So the Cats have got it locked inside 50. Boundary throw in. Blitzards down to Smith with a fumble. And was he held? He might receive a free kick here. It is a Cats free kick. And it is going the way of Bailey Smith.
It can't be. It cannot be Bailey Smith's ball.
A little tug of the jumper, I think. No, it's going to Brad Close. Well, Bailey Smith put his hand up. Of course he did.
Yeah, but watching the replay,
he thought it was his.
There was no way that could have been a free kick to him. So it must have been off the ball while Smith was making a play on the footy.
So Brad Close, not going to muck around. He's already on the approach. He's looking for his second, and he hits the post.
Essendon contributed to this scoreline unbelievably by being indecisive, not getting it outside the back 50.
So Geelong 8-12-60, a little inaccurate. Essendon 3-4-22. The margin is 38 points.
Dersma long to the wing, but it's a turnover. Clark wins it back for Geelong, gives it to Smith. Long kick inside 50, and Manor hugs it to his chest, right half forward, about 40 out.
Yeah, well, they're in total control of the rhythm of the game, Mick. You're right, but they're not putting them totally away on the scoreboard. I know it's a pretty comfortable margin, mind you. 9 inside 50s to 2 this quarter, but they've only kicked 1 goal 2 out of it, the Cats, so they're not quite smashing them on the scoreboard like they could.
Sean Manor skips in, turned 28 during the week. The drop punt is good. And Manor joins in the party, and Geelong have their 9th. 9-12-66, Essendon 3-4-22, 14 gone in the third. The margin is 44, a new game high. Third quarter action, the Jeremy Cameron watch. He's got 2 goals for the night. They both came in the second term. Cameron Ling and Nick Malthouse are here Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
It sounds like a broken record, but we want to see a good game of football, and we're seeing Geelong play reasonably good football. We're seeing Essendon this quarter virtually the same number of possessions and gone inside their front 50 2-10, and there's no mistaking why. It's overuse. It's not being... I hate using the word daring, but the simple kick is to go backwards, and that suits Geelong because I just then shuffle their numbers forward, keep the ball in their front 50, force an error like that, and they have another shot on goal. You've got to break the line to put these sides under pressure.
Durham and Bailey Smith in a tussle in the centre circle. Durham got it to McGrath, getting involved with Shield. Back to Durham, keeps it low. It skittles right past McMahon. Connor O'Sullivan's on the end of it. His handball was to Nevitt. It was quick hands to Stengel. Stengel's kick, Humphrey's kick, out of bounds on the full.
Better pressure from the Bombers there.
Yes.
Just creating that quick kick from Humphreys. They get another chance here.
Archie Roberts, well, almost a while marked it. He didn't mean it as his intended target, and mopping up was Holmes. Gives it to Nevitt. His kick down the line, and it's marked by close. No, it's not. Out of bounds on the full.
Out on the full. So again, better pressure from the Bombers, just creating a couple of opportunities to repeat inside 50s. They've just got to get this kick right.
Just even if they bring it to ground.
Roberts long inside 50. Peter Wright stands tall and uses all of his 2-metre advantage and pulls it down.
Well, he's been one of the biggest disappointments since that report a year ago. We can't keep blaming the report, or 2 years ago.
In Sydney.
He's got so much skill. He's generally a beautiful kick. You'd always tell his confidence by, he'll knock this over if he's confident. If he doesn't, this could go anywhere.
Haven't sighted him a whole lot tonight. 2-metre Peter, as he skips in, right half forward, 10 in from the boundary line, drop punt, misses near side.
Too close to the mark. He's a 55-metre kick, and he runs closer. He's leant back.
Ugly kick, wasn't it?
Goodness gracious me.
Don't show your kids that one, everyone.
Margin 43, 16 minutes gone in the third term. Geelong on top.
Here goes Tom Stewart looking for Holmes, finds him one-on-one, and he's off to the races. He lost Dersma. He handballs to Mullen, and then Mullen uses Bose with a bounce. They're in complete control. Loose players everywhere running forward. Handballs to Blitzards, handballs to Atkins in the right forward pocket. Gets around his opponent, gives it back to Myers. Myers wants a goal in his 150th, and he's missed. It's building. We all came for the Jezza Cameron show, but Graham Myers says, hey, what about me? I'd love a goal in my milestone, and the banana just missed. So the margin is 44 points, and Ben Cameron's on the boundary.
Yeah, we're just on watch here with Tom Stewart around a hamstring issue. So a few doctors have gone out towards him, and he's had a bit of a chat to them. He's just come to the bench. No one's going to him at the moment, so he might be okay, but I'm just on watch.
Thanks, Ben. We know the history there, and with Jack Henry already out of the game with hamstring tightness, as we know, health is wealth, particularly at this time of the year. Hobbs at half-back, sells the dummy around the man on the mark, kicks down the wing, juggled effort from Neal. No mark, spills down underneath Guelphy, wins it back for the Bombers, got it out to Lowell. Hand pass to McMahon, handball on the wing for Perkins, extra hand pass finds Guelphy. Now the high bomb inside the forward 50, tough one for Xavier Dersma, ball hits the deck. Durham fighting out after it, it comes away of Holmes. Hand pass looking for Bose, he's mowed down by Merritt from behind, upstairs holding the ball. The crowd was saying in the back, the umpire said holding the footy.
Well, we now go, it seems to prioritise the holding the ball over the in the back.
What was it, Mick?
Oh, it was in the back earlier. I mean, that's in the back. He dropped the ball, yes, but he dropped the ball in the contest.
It's the loudest the crowd's got all night.
This is no guarantee, this kid.
The player chasing rewarded, and Zach Merritt pokes it straight through the middle. And Merritt is Essendon's first goal scorer, not named Liam McMahon tonight. And it's at the 16-minute mark, or the 18-minute mark, in fact, of the third term. 4-5-29 for Essendon. Geelong a 9-3-67, way out in front. 38 points the margin. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
At the moment, Mick, and Essendon, well done, they get the goal. Just to highlight your point from a little bit earlier about Essendon choosing to go backwards all the time. Essendon have had more kicks this quarter, yet they are about 120 or so metres gained
behind.
Less.
Yeah.
So it shows that when they are kicking, they're going either sideways or even slightly backwards and taking metres away. The willingness to go forward is just not quite there. And I know they scrounge a goal there, but love to see them just be a little bolder with their options to go forward.
And what's the inside 50s, Lee?
So 50s is 6-11.
Yeah, so that's double, or nearly double.
Can they manufacture back-to-back goals here?
But it
the
is
visitors.
It is 2 goals each this quarter. Geelong haven't quite put them away on the scoreboard this quarter alone.
Stanley outreaches Goldstein. A real scrap at ground level. Myers on the outside of the boot, only as far as Pryor. He handballs to Merritt. Merritt with the long kick on the left. Comes the broadcast side on the wing and marks by Durham. Gives the handball to Shield. He's going to use Luol. Thought about it. Pause. It delivers inside 50. It was a brilliant spoil from behind. And it was O'Connor with the spoil, but it spills away at the Bombers. Quick hurried kick out of there, and it's marked by Archie Roberts. You what started with that?
I don't think
had a mental blank for a
I
second.
don't think he's good for this. No, he doesn't back himself.
And so Reed's going to drop it at the top of the goal square, and De Koning juggles the mark. And once again, the Cats repel.
So if you kick the ball straight towards the goal where all the numbers are, inevitably the opposition have more there. If you kick the ball 10 metres left or right of it, they have to reach for it.
So the Cats have worked it up to the outer side on the wing. Dempsey handballs Holmes. Humphreys shakes the tackle, and then he's caught, is he? No. Yes, he's been caught. And it's a free kick going the way of the Bombers. And that's good work and good hustle from Lockie Blackiston.
What do you reckon, Langy?
I can't say much. And it's Geelong. I just think you need to tackle legally still.
Yes.
Regardless, I agree that if he was caught there with a legal tackle, it's holding the ball. But
I'm with you. Blackiston kicks down to half forward to May, who dabs it inside 50, and Guelphy
Is Stewart on the ground?
takes the mark right.
No, and Jack Henry's not on the ground. You can tell. It's Geelong's back line is all over the shop.
That's a great pick-up, Nick.
And they don't even have Blitzars rolling back there like
No.
they normally
No,
have.
he's on the bench too.
as
So
well.
that is like Brown's cows all over the place because they get marshalled by Henry or get marshalled by Stewart. They can't afford to lose both those players, the Cats.
Get an update from Ben in just a moment on that. Here's Matt Guelphy. Steps inside the 50, drop punt, sails goalward, right to the line. De Koning trying to knock it through. The kick's got too much on it. And Guelphy goals. The Bombers have kicked a couple back-to-back for the first time in a quarter tonight. And Essendon is providing nuisance value. 5-5 to 9-13. The margin trimmed to 32. 22 minutes gone in the third term. Geelong still on top. Matt Guelphy with his first of the night. And Ben, they're watching a couple of premiership Cats downstairs, Jack Henry and Tom Stewart.
Yeah, Tom Stewart's coming back out onto the ground. Did have a very, very brief chat with the trainer. I think he's fine. He's back out there to marshal the defence. Mick will be happy with, though.
And Jack Henry earlier tonight.
Jack Henry, and haven't seen him or the hamstring physio throughout this third quarter for the Cats. So they must be working on it.
Thanks, Ben. Hamstring tightness for Jack Henry.
5 minutes to play in the third. The Bombers have won this third term. They've kicked 3 goals to the Cats 2. Scrimmage in the centre, toe poke by Gresham. Marked by Holmes, didn't go the required distance. The
umpire.
Oh, no, it's holding. Holmes has been caught holding. He ran straight into Gresham. Gresham's rewarded. He's going to go high as he's done all night. Oh, that's brave going back. That was so brave, but McMahon's kicked 4. It was incredible stuff by the Geelong defender in Jai Clark. And the mop-up is McMahon, who puts it through, and they've kicked 3 on the trot. And they're back within 26 points. 9-13-67, Essendon 6-5-41.
Game on.
Game on, because the Bombers are taking their chances when they go forward. Really good contest. Great effort by Jai Clark trying to do something for the Cats, but we've highlighted the fact that Liam McMahon has been a real positive find in this late part of the season for the Bombers. Again, only a half an opportunity, and someone at 198 centimetres, not always as agile and ready for that one.
I don't know why the free kick in the first place, Lingy. Holmes has picked the ball up, grabbed straight off. He takes 2 steps, but he's got the bloke hanging all over him. That is my ball, thank you, says the umpire. Not a free kick. Not a free kick there.
Bombers with 4 of the last 5, 3 in a row in the game. Merritt, hand pass away towards Shield. And the Bombers win it at the coalface again. Handball to Goldstein. Sweeping Polyfarmer, hand pass for Kako. Collects. Hurried kick inside 50. McMahon runs underneath it. And De Koning gets involved with the intercept mark.
He ran under it because he got a little nudge. A nice little nudge, enough to just get him under the football.
But because Essendon have taken over in the middle of the ground the last few minutes, Geelong are trying to start their offence from really deep in defence rather than, and now they've turned it over again. The Bombers with another chance.
Short kick from O'Connor, picked off by McGrath, 60 metres out, kicks inside 50. Oh, and there's Tom Stewart. So dependable, bursts out and takes the intercept mark at fullback for the Cats. So the margin was 44. Essendon have kicked the last 3. It's now 26.
Yeah, when Tom Stewart was off the ground, he's come back on and he said, not on my watch. He's kicked out wide to De Koning, who gave it to Smith. And he tried to get rid of it, but Lowell closed it down. And now it's like an ugly wrestle over the boundary line.
Those goals have inspired the Bombers. They're now tackling better, they're running better, they're spoiling better.
Pressure.
Yeah, they look like a side that wants to be out there.
And they've, we've mentioned metres gained before, Mick. They're now 100 or so in front of Geelong.
Yeah.
They're taking the ball forward.
So the Bombers have come alive. The crowd here is still a little sleepy, still a little quiet. Peter Wright with the palm down, it trickles inside 50. One-on-one contest, a tussle. Mark O'Connor is wrestling and tackling Gresham.
I don't know whether the Cats would have liked that stoppage. There's big spaces there for...
Blitzard straight down to Atkins, gives it to Humphreys. Tried the sidestep, caught with the smother. Ricochets the way of Andy McGrath. He's running the wrong way, but it might pay off. Ed Clark got it back to McGrath, to Shield by himself, and getting the kick away is Merritt inside 50. Dersma! Oh, the double grabber! It slipped through his fingers as he dashed out with speed. And then the slips catch to follow it up. And Xavier Dersma is going to have a set shot directly in front, 40 metres out, to make it 4 goals in a row and get it back to 20 points.
Yeah, well, he's good for the distance. It's just whether his accuracy's there.
So Dersma, 7-5 he's kicked this year. He's gone a long way back. Kicked 10 goals in his 22 games last season. Trots over the 50. Oh, an absolute shank. McMahon nearly got it, and then he nearly snapped a goal before Gresham does it, and Gresham finishes it off. 4 goals in a row. The Bombers have been sparked into action, and the margin is 20 points just before three-quarter time. 7-5-47 Essendon, Geelong 9-13-67. And the Jeremy Cameron show, well, he kicked 2 goals, 2 in the second term, didn't touch it in the first, hasn't been cited in this third term. And suddenly it's not about the win and how many for Jezza, it's can they still get the 4 points and hold their nerve?
Well, they should do it.
Chris Scott is not known for giving his players a little rev up. He stays pretty calm when he goes and delivers to them. But with the way they've played this third quarter and the fact that they've still got to get the win, I wonder how he handles three-quarter time. He would be filthy with the way that they're playing right now. Credit to the Bombers. They're having a real crack.
Yeah.
But Chris Scott would not be happy at all with his players' effort in this third term.
4 in a row for the Bombers. The Rucks miss it completely as Goldstein and Blitzhards make contact. They looked at each other, and in the end, the free kick's going Goldstein's way. They both feared they'd given it away, and everyone was just waiting on the whistle. Goldstein gets it, and the Bombers going forward again, looking for Gresham. Can't take the mark, knocked away from him. Gresham follows up, got it for the Bombers, hands it to Merritt, kicks for McMahon in the pocket, no mark. Ball hits the deck, bobbles out. Guthrie can't trap it. They all dive in, Stacks on the mill. And the ball up half forward for the Bombers. Talk about the lift in intensity for the Bombers, Mick. It's almost like they played all night like they aren't in Geelong's league, and now they almost believe, hang on.
We've kicked a couple.
We're in it.
Well, everything's enthusiastic now. The way they approach the ball.
Sometimes you just got to fake it till you make it for Essendon. We know how undermanned they are as Merritt goes long into the pocket. And a little shove here. It's against McMahon as he put the hands in the back of De Koning. In fact, chopping the arms, my apologies. So free kick for De Koning. Back pocket for Geelong. His side lead by 20. But Essendon have kicked the last 4 in the game as we close in on three-quarter time.
No surprise, De Koning wants to take the sting out of this. He goes backwards to Humphreys, who goes with the V kick to O'Sullivan. Sharp pass to Myers by foot. Handball off. Here's a chance. Bowes draws the defender. Handballs over to Bailey Smith. Had to wait and trap it. Stands, looks, handballs into space. Blitzards gets there first. The little give to Bowes. who's going to bring it back into Brian Myers. And Myers goes for home. And finally, he's got the goal he so desired in his milestone match. And that puts a stop to the Bombers 4 in a row after they closed to within 20 points. A big sigh of relief just before three-quarter time. The margin is 26.
Right. You know where that come from?
Yes.
I'm going to pick a player here. I'll always just look behind to see what happens behind. It'll come up on the tape. You'll watch the Essendon captain.
Merritt.
Pretty sure it's him who points. I'm not going to pick him up. I'm not going to pick him up because I don't need to because I'm a bit tired. Or was it him or Gresham? Gresham. It is Gresham who points. A teammate had to go and pick him up. He didn't pick the teammates up. He didn't pick his own man up. Geelong had the extra player over the top.
Yep.
And he was 40 to 50 metres when that goal was kicked. So you go to the source. Don't worry about the goal. Go to the source.
Bad one on the tape as Goldstein knocks it down, but Geelong win it. Myers to Clark. Back to Myers. Hand pass out in front of Smith. Now the Cats have got a bit of pep in their step. Smith through the middle of Cardinia Park. Long kick inside 50. Close competes in the air. Stengel stays down. Shakes the tackle from Llewell. Hand pass away to Holmes. He's met immediately. Big tackle holding the ball. Max Holmes, every time he's caught tonight, he's coughed up the footy.
Yeah, he actually ducked into that one.
Yep. Jaden Newen rewarded with the tackle. The umpire saying, look, that's your prior opportunity if you try and break or duck your head. Oh, there's a hammer. Connor O'Sullivan floats through the night sky and in the airspace rips it down.
That's a great mark.
Genuine hanger on the shoulders of Archie May.
He would have taken that 3 metres above ground level.
He got a blood nose.
O'Sullivan back to half forward for the Cats, close to the boundary line. Roberts fighting on, outnumbered. Stengel collects, hands it to Cameron, threads a handball through to Myers, on to Close, now to Manor. Manor in the pocket, kicks on the inside of the boot. He's got a couple, and the Cats have settled this right down. Just to fend off any kind of push the Bombers were looking to make. 2 in a row before three-quarter time. And Geelong have it back out by 32. They move to 11-13-79. Essendon 7-5-47. 32 gone in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's really only been just the efficiency of the Cats in the last, 3 minutes or so, Nick, that have managed to get those 2 goals and just settle everything right back down, get the margin back up to 32 points. But I still reckon Chris Scott going down to three-quarter time will be annoyed because it's just on pure talent and ability and some nice fancy work and some great finish, and they get those 2 goals. But overall, the quarter has still been more on Essendon's turn.
It has, yeah, there's no doubt. 1,200 metres each or thereabouts.
Yep.
So there's nothing in this quarter except attitude.
Blitzarves and Goldstein. Tussle again. Neither wins it in the air. Durham pounces on it. And he delivers like a bullet straight down towards McMahon. Sullivan's there. Good tackle by Guelphy. Ball spills clear. Guelphy's got it. Tackled by Bailey Smith. And the fans making their feelings felt. A couple of controversial calls that didn't go the Cats' way. Geelong will take a 32-point lead into three-quarter time. 11-13-79. Essendon 7-5-47. Early in that third term, the home side led by 44 points before a purple patch from the Bombers where they kicked 4 in a row. They closed to within 20. And then the last 2 goals of that term. A bit of breathing space for these Cats. Margin is 32. Neil has 3. He kicked the first 3 of the contest in about the first 10 minutes. Jeremy Cameron has 2. He kicked them in the second term. And 2 to Manor, singles to Myers, Blitzarv, Close, Dempsey. And for the Bombers, 4 to McMahon. The only one for the Bombers in the first quarter, the only one in the second term, and then 2 in that third. Merritt, Guelphy and Gresham.
Be happy with that quarter if you're an Essendon fan. The Bombers kicking 4 in a row at one stage, and this is a team without 16 available to them. 10 are done for the year, 5 more on the injury list, still hoping to return. And Cole Langford coming back for the VFL from injury this weekend, but a plucky performance from an undersized team, the Essendon Football Club tonight, hanging with the Cats and winning a quarter. So they shaved that quarter by 5 points. Cats still have the game in their keeping. They're 32 up. Jeremy Cameron just for 2 goals, as Kelly mentioned. So we were hoping for a big bag tonight, and it hasn't eventuated. He's kicked only 2 goals, and they came in the space of 4 minutes in the second quarter. The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Lang coming up in just a moment. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
ABC iView. Lose yourself in gripping entertainment.
Somebody here.
Like with The Family Next Door.
No, something.
Darby and Joan.
I'm going to find out who did this to you.
And Bay of Fires.
What the...
Always free, always gripping. ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Comes away with Holmes. Hand pass looking for Bowes. He's mowed down by Merritt from behind. Upstairs, holding the ball. The player chasing rewarded, and Zach Merritt pokes it straight through the middle.
He's going to go high as he's done all night. Oh, that's brave going back. Jai Clark. But McMahon's kicked 4. So Dersma trots over the 50. Oh, an absolute shank. McMahon nearly got it, and then he nearly snapped a goal before Gresham does it, and Gresham finishes it off. 4 goals in a row.
Credit to the Bombers. They're having a real crack, but Chris Scott would not be happy at all with his players' efforts this third term.
Bowes is going to bring it back into Brian Myers, and Myers goes for home, and finally he's got the goal he so desired in his milestone match. That puts a stop to the Bombers 4 in a row.
Cameron threads a handball through to Myers, on the close, now to Manor. Manor in the pocket, kicks on the inside of the boot. He's got a couple, and the Cats have settled this right down. Just to fend off any kind of push the Bombers were looking to make.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
They did get within 20 points at one stage, Essendon, but it's back out to 32 at three-quarter time. Joe from Denmark in WA off the SMS. Aren't cold showers all the rage these days? They certainly are. There's no doubt about that. Jacinta off the SMS. The obvious thing I see is we don't have a forward line at present. They were trying to get it there for a mark. Corbin, Cal, Lingy and Mick. Loving your call and insights from Jacinta. Thanks, Jacinta. And hello, Will from Terrelgan. I have gotten back from my holiday in Greece, and it's nice to be back home and listening to the footy on the ABC Listen app. Thanks, Will. Nice to hear from you. The number 0437 774 774.
It was like the Cats needed a cold shower, didn't they? And they finally got one after the Bombers kicked 4 in a row. Went for a swim in the bay this week. 10 degrees.
Jeez, great.
Beautiful.
Lingy's the runner.
It's usually... NRL scores quickly, by the way. Second half action, Canberra 28, Manly 12, so second half action there. And the Penrith Panthers too good for Newcastle, 48-12, the final score there. Mick, you'd be a cold plunge kind of guy?
Yeah, for the shower, that's about it. And turn it up red hot. No, I'm not into cold water at all. No, not one
but
little bit.
But you forced your players to do ice baths. You never did ice baths.
You did
ice baths were... Wow, when you got a corky, they put heat packs on it. It only made it worse.
You did the early morning punishment sessions, didn't you? Take them down the bay?
Yeah, I did, but I didn't go in.
Yes.
It was do as I say, not as I do.
Oh, it's brilliant. Brilliant.
What do we make of that quarter? Is it much to read into any of that?
I'll say this, because I know you want to get... Geelong would be going, wow, life without 2 leaders on our back line. It's only a brief little picture we saw. It was about 5 or 6 minutes, and the reality snapped in. We need to get those blokes up quick, because we're all over the shop. And had Stewart not come back on, remember he come out and he took that mark in the 10-yard square there.
Yeah.
He did that because of Stewart. And without him, I know, look, every club's got that sort of situation, but Geelong is so dependent on those two.
No, it's a really good point you make, because so Jack Henry's been subbed off with a little bit of concern around some tightness in the hammy. Tom Stewart was off for a chunk of time, maybe getting just assessed with a few things. It was interesting that they didn't then immediately, I would have thought, Mark Blitzarves rolls back.
Go back, that's right.
And they didn't. So Blitzarves on the bench, and he was still playing up the ground a little bit. It almost felt like the Geelong coach said, hey, here's a test case. Let's see how O'Sullivan and De Koning, together still with the Zach Guthrie, get this sorted behind the ball. But we saw what happens.
Wow.
When you lose that sort of experience and that almost on-field coaching in the back line, it can become a mess in a hurry. And Essendon took full advantage of that. But thankfully, you called for it all game. Essendon took the ball forward in that quarter. They matched them in the contested ball, took it forward, and they kicked 5 goals in a quarter.
Just watching the huddle, Chris Scott very controlled, very stern, but he certainly wasn't, going above and beyond. And it was Bailey Smith that called them in to a tighter huddle at three-quarter time.
Final quarter underway. The margin is 32 in favour of the Cats as Atkins gets the centre clearance, kicks down to half forward. Manor scrapping for it, knocks it out, but straight to right. Bombers back with it. Clark, that's Angus Clark for the Dons. Hand pass away towards Roberts. Handball back looking for right. Atkins has got it. He's tackled, ball up high half forward for the Dons. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
John Menzies is into this game for Essendon. Lamont Lowell is the man who has been subbed out.
Okay, thanks Ben. He was involved in that tunnelling incident earlier, had the awkward landing high on his neck. Does he look okay, Ben? Obviously he played out that third quarter well.
He did. He's sitting in his tracksuit top at the back of the box. I do think that he's been impacted by that. Looks a little stiff.
Certainly.
Yeah, stiff through the back.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Initial fears as to given that awkward landing, you just want to see him jump up straight away. Unfortunately, he was able to do that, run off the ground, buckled over. The heavy landing as Merritt from the boundary throwing got a hand pass to Roberts, high up and under down the wing. Durham with the big climb, spills front and centre, and Kako where he needs to be. Flares the kick across the centre square to Shield. Hesitated, has the lead of Menzies, ignores that, and decides to go a little deeper, a little longer. Oh, they come from all directions. Heavy collision, 3 players involved, including Guelphy for the Bombers. Now Pack forms in front of him. Jai Clark's got it for the Cats. He's locked up. Ball up, 70 out from the Bombers' goal at half forward.
Dylan Shield, player who's played 12, 13 seasons of football, kicks it to a Pack when he could have played on and kicked it to a player who was by himself.
Standing next to Smith at this ball up, and there was no ruckman there for the Bombers. Blitzars took it out of the ruck, and then he's tackled by Merritt. Merritt gets up a little sore.
There's still no ruck, is there?
No, still no Bombers ruck. So Shield tries to nominate himself. And this time it's Stanley that gets it down to Atkins. Little scoop there by Mullen. Tried to be to the advantage. Manners fighting and scrapping.
Who's rucking down there?
Goldstein's caught on the
it's Peter Wright.
Yeah, Wright's slow to come up.
So and Zach Merritt's
He's behind the ball. 60 metres behind the ball.
Zach Merritt's got a sore right shoulder, I reckon. Ben Cameron, keep an eye on him. As Stanley goes up, wins it again, only as far as McGrath. Little handball to Shield. High, it'll land right on 50, and the leaper is Guthrie. Takes a nice mark. Gee, they've got some real leapers and athletic. Usually blondies in this Cats team, Lingy.
They certainly do. Zach Guthrie is one of the very, very best at exactly that. Just standing under the ball.
Nevitt. Been some few rippers here tonight. So O'Connor goes long down the line and Laverty charges out and marks it. The intercepting mark. Can they make them punish? Kick to the standing Gresham. Closing late was Holmes, but it's the Bombers that are able to get it. Archie Roberts turns around and then kicks and makes Archie May go back, and he's collected high. Or he's collected and goes to ground. He was collected by Tom Stewart. And Tom Stewart will be penalised.
Wow, I'll let you have that one, Nick.
Oh, well, it's a contest. This is what our game has been made of. High ball, you just put your head over it or put your head under it and try to take the mark, and it can get spoiled, believe it or
Archie
not.
May unselfishly tries to find a target at the top of the goal square. Couldn't. Bobbles around. Durham just knocks it into the pocket, and Merritt forced the tackle on Mullen. It'll be a ball up, left forward pocket. At the river end to start this final term, the margin is 32 points, Cats lead.
May and Blitzarves lock arms as the ball's tossed up. We've got a repeat ball up, forward pocket. Bombers end of the ground. Got a question for you both. I know that people say a lot of unkind things about ruckman. As Blitzarves wins it down close to the boundary line and helped out Mullen, so boundary throw in. But how is it that a team can have multiple ruck contests in a row, and it's only after about the third one that Peter Wright realises, hang on, we haven't got a ruckman, that might be me? I've never seen that.
You know as well as I do that I've said it time and time again. You can give an instruction, and about a month later they get it because it takes a long time to get there.
It's incredible that it was everyone standing around thinking, "Hey, where's the ruckman?" And he realised eventually it was him. As Durham first possession, hand pass away to McGrath, hooks it through for a goal, and the Bombers with the first of the final term. And Andy McGrath trying to get his team up and going. The Dons with a goal, and they have provided pretty good bang for your buck tonight, Essendon. And Chris Scott ain't happy as he gets up and walks out a camera shot in the coach's box. The margin has been trimmed now to 26 points. Geelong 11-13-79, Essendon 8-5-53, 5 gone final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, just a really poor setup.
Shocking setup.
And it was Bailey Smith, in fact, who was playing almost. You need to control the outside of that stoppage there. He just came sucked in, and ended up in no man's land. Neither impacted the contest, nor was able to cut off the handball receive of McGrath.
Set outside.
Finishes. Yep. Coaches don't like it when the outside player collapses in too early and doesn't influence the play. A repeat ball up.
Margin 26 points.
You might not like this, Callan Corbs. I'm done with the bounce. We waste so much time having so many repeat ball ups in the centre.
Stanley, Holmes at ground level. Myers fires it back to Stanley. Has a bit of a run and then delivers on the chest of Neil. He wants 50. He's asking the question. Laverty asked to step back to 49 metres out and not on the arc. And has Neil got this in him, Linky?
Distance, yeah, he does.
Yep.
He does. He's a beautiful set shot at goal. Accurate set shot at goal, but he's also got the distance. I mean, this is going to be a good big kick late in the game. You throw in a bit of fatigue.
At the City end, kicked the first 3 goals of the game. From 52 out on tiring legs, it'll just fall short, and Peter Wright is there this time to punch it across through for a minor score. Margin 27 points. Cats in front after they're led by 21 at quarter time, 37 at half time, and 32 at 3/4 time. Jeremy Cameron has 2 goals. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
We're mainly relieved for Mrs. Neil, who's been able to just steady up after a hot start in the function suite, as Cameron Ling told us.
Of course, the tequila song, the goal song for Shannon Neal, and the tequila shot to go with it last week for her baby boy, as Shield with a long kick on the wing down towards half forward. They all fly for it. Clever work there from Gresham. Paddles it between his legs, and now a free kick going Gresham's way.
Well, this will be another test for him because he's still going to kick from 45 metres.
Against Stanley, just had the arm draped over the shoulder of the much smaller man in Gresham.
I don't understand. Essendon aren't thinking here. Clark standing with his man next to him instead of making space for someone to run past, take a hand pass. It was a decent kick. It's quite amazing. And Geelong should have someone on this side as well. So he can't play on.
Yeah, Jackson Price is realising it now. The problem is he's a left footer, and they need someone. They need a right footer to raise outside. As Gresham loads up here, kicks all the way to the behind line, doesn't have the trip. What a mark! Dersma floats through and rips it down on the behind line, and the Cats will be filthy with that. As Xavier Dersma came flying through to pick it off.
Sam de Koning's effort there was as bad as you see from a defender.
X delivers it to you. Hooks it straight through. And the Bombers with the first 2 to start the final term. And all of a sudden the game back on again. Geelong lead by only 21 points. 8 minutes gone in the final term. The Cats 11-14-80. Essendon close enough to think about it. 9-5-59 Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yes. Now, we know that Chris Scott is filthy, but there's one person more filthy than Chris Scott.
He's sitting here, right?
He's right next to me. He's smashing he's having a crack at the screen.
I understand why at times, Mick, you got a little hot under the collar. When you've got a guy who's 204 centimetres or whatever he is standing in the goal square doing absolutely nothing, it would have driven you mad.
Well, it did. It did.
Driving me mad right now.
Actually, I don't know if I had a player that was 204 centimetres.
Sam de Koning will not want to watch that replay.
They have kicked 6 of the last 8 goals after they trailed by 44 points. Geelong wins a free out of the centre. And it's quickly by Clark, moved into the forward 50. No one can take the mark. Laverty gets it. Oh, he's handballed because he was pushed in the back to Manor, who goes with the goal. The snap, he's got it. And he's got his third, Manor, in the right forward pocket. He sticks it. And that was an important 6-pointer. The margin back out to 27. 12-14, 86. Essendon 9-5, 59. They're proving tough.
I don't want to take away his goal, more the importance of it, but I do want to suggest that when there's an infringement in the ruck duels at centre square, it goes to the ruckman. That the umpire's called advantage. I've never seen advantage played there before. It normally goes back to the ruckman because of that infringement. So it might be a little lucky for Geelong to have got forward of that ball.
Again, we spoke about it at the end of the third quarter. Geelong's just relying on pure skill and a bit of efficiency. Yep, 2 inside 50s. They've kicked 1 goal, 1. Other than that, the Bombers doing a lot of things right in this second half.
It's in a way, it's almost worse from a Geelong point of view, isn't it? Where when they have to put their foot down and show the differential in class, they do it. But it's almost they have to be pricked into action in this second half. We spoke at half-time, they were only 4% off top spot. They could have been top of the table tonight. Instead, the Bombers have hung around and kept themselves in the game after half-time as Pryor handball away to Roberts. Neal does well to try and track him down. Roberts has got a retreat, kicks back for Essendon to Laverty. He's at centre-half back and comes out wide for Gus Clark.
I'm just watching Roberts play there. He's very aware of what's happening around him. Very classy player.
Margin 27, but Bombers now with, 6 of the last 9 in the game. Goldstein hands it off to Angus Clark again. Kicks out looking for Dersma. Clipped on the way through. Geelong with the footy. Bowes, hand pass away towards Dempsey at half forward. Handball to close. Links up back with Bowes at half forward. Pulls it inboard. Blitz halves. Leaping up and marking. Too long for Clark. And he's got it in the right forward pocket.
Watch his hand pass go in the back to Cameron.
Yeah, he's just sneaking around there, but the experienced Todd Goldstein.
Yeah, he has too. Goldie's just locked him in. And have a look at. Look, if you took a photograph of this now, it's quite extraordinary. Goldstein, he knows.
He's got 2 men just blocking him in, and Goldstein's making sure he has to run around him if he wants to receive a handball. So Blitz halves takes on the responsibility, and why wouldn't he? Pops it through. And again, the Cats have the game in their keeping once more. Blitz halves with his second for the night. And the Cats blow it back out beyond 5 goals. So a little more comfortable. Geelong 13-14, 92. Essendon 9-5, 59. We have gone 12 minutes in the final term.
And so Geelong, 3 inside 50s, 3 shots at goal. 2 goals, 1 this quarter. You just can't question Essendon's effort. Give them big credit. So they're +5 in contested possessions this quarter. They're 11 tackles, Essendon, to only 2 for Geelong. So they are having a crack.
Geelong more possessions?
Yeah, Geelong is just more talented right now, given the way the teams are made up. So they're getting away with it, and they're ultimately now, with those steadying goals, going to go on and win the game. But Essendon have fought this out so well in this second half.
And this is the team that played. They played in round 14 at the MCG, and it was Essendon losing by 95 points on that occasion as Goldstein slaps it down, only to the advantage of Bailey Smith. He kicks over his head. It goes about 40 metres and it slipped through the hands of Dempsey, regathered by the Bombers, kicked to centre half forward. Durham was up there. Perkins hits it hard. Kako with a good handball off to Merritt. Merritt flares it wide and Goldstein's marked right on 50.
Isn't he a fantastic player? 37 years of age and just keeps going.
On his left into the pocket, Peter Wright. Oh, right at the last minute, Tom Stewart was able to just slap the ball out of his hands. He got both mitts around it, Lingy.
He had a big piece of it.
Didn't he?
Yeah, probably would. Well, generally they pay that these days. Once you control the ball, if you control the ball and lose it yourself, bad luck. But if you control the ball, then it comes out of your hands. I'd call that play on.
Yeah, no, good call, Mick. We just saw that replay. It was
knocked down by Tom Stewart out of bounds. So this time Wright is in the ruck as the ball's thrown back in, and he gets a knuckle to it all the way to Merritt. Then he tried to kick to Wright. The umpire says there's a free in the contest, and it's going Essendon's way. It was holding, and Peter Wright's got it. 20 metres out, 45-degree angle.
Must have happened before that ball got there, wasn't it?
Stewart is not happy at all.
It was a bit interesting by Peter Wright. Last kick he did, he laid right back on it. This time he doesn't have to extend beyond 30 metres.
Hasn't kicked one tonight.
Such a good kick, Peter Wright.
Let's hope it's not the Mick Moldhouse Moors. Distance not a problem. What about the accuracy? Straight over the umpire's head. Well done to the big man. And they are fighting this out right to the death. So plucky, this undermanned Essendon side. 10 goals they've kicked at Cardinia Park. 10-5-65 to Geelong 13-14-92. Margin is 27 points and there's 11 minutes to play. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Just one to watch here. Last time we were down here a few times ago, you might remember I mentioned Max Holmes. He got up and was gesticulating towards the umpires. A lot of histrionics. Patrick Dangerfield said, Max, come sit down. Calmed him down. He just got up after that decision again. Had a bit to say out towards the umpires. Obviously, it was a long way away. Almost had to pull himself back to sit down. Did get warned last time as well. So it happens a little bit with Max.
Thanks, Ben. Back to 27 points, the margin. As Essendon come out of the middle here, Durham kicks out to half forward, bouncing footy. Humphreys tackled into the ground and out of play. Mowed down there by Menzies with the fresh legs.
Yeah, good tackle. Under pressure there.
A couple of Bombers in limbo, so I think there's as many as 16 without a contract for next year. But Setterfield, Laverty, Pryor, Hobbs, Shield, Goldstein, Davey Jr. and Llewell. A few decisions to make.
Couldn't you call that? Don't you call that back?
He's going to do that. He's listening to you, Mick.
That's it. Yeah.
Shallow boundary throwing. How many of those guys would you be looking to make sure are definitely there next year? So Setterfield, Laverty, Pryor, Hobbs, Shield, Goldstein, who may or may not play on, Davey and Llewell.
Hobbs and Pryor jump off.
Ooh,
that's pushing the back.
A little shove.
That's a push in the back
Straight
against
in the back.
Max Holmes.
So Wright wins the tap down to in front of Gresham, and he's pushed in the back by Holmes. It ends up in the front row of the stands. And Gresham quite rightfully turns around and says, where's the free for that?
I can assure you these umpires are umpiring themselves out of a final right now with the performance both ways.
Down here.
Foot, Mollison, Jones and McGuinness, the umpires tonight. Now there's a free Essendon's way. The old square up, so Merritt gets it. Marginal free kick. Inside 50, Menzies with the climb, hands to it. There's more intervention. It's a Geelong free. And Bose is going to take it. Centre half back for Geelong. Cats by 27. 17 gone final turn.
It's been a frustrating night for Cats fans. They haven't had the rub of the green. And Jeremy Cameron's just booted too, but their team's winning. And they're looking to go end to end here. Myers to Mullen, back to Myers, keeps it low, spears it in, and he's able to heat up close, uncontested, marking 40 metres out on a slightish angle.
So again, Geelong's skill on show, just easy transference of the ball down the ground, nice play. That's basically the way you describe their second half, Mick.
Yep.
They've played very nice, skillful football.
Well, since half time they've kicked 6 to 8 against 8.
Led as much as 44, got as close as 20 as Myers pushes his set shot right across the face. And the margin now 28 points. Jeremy Cameron's only really got his hands and his lethal left boot to it in that second term where he kicked 2 goals too. Otherwise he's been unsighted tonight.
Redmond long to half back, spills down to Perkins, kicks down the wing. Guelphy goes up, competes, spills down, and Guelphy wins it. Hand pass away to Menzies, kicks inside 50. Hobbs well run, can't quite get there. The sprawling effort, and in the air the ball balloons off his sternum and over the boundary line.
Yeah, just a poor kick.
Yeah, it's got to hit the target, doesn't it?
Oh well, he's out clear. The player was out. He's in front of the Geelong player. He's got the ball in his hand. There's no real pressure on him. So,
Gee, did a mountain of work to get there, Ben Hobbs.
Yeah, and you do all that work, and all you're asking is just hit me now. Like that's a simple kick for AFL footballers.
League player. You're spot on, Lingy. That's you'd expect the under-18s kids that are coming forward to pick them. You'd say you've got to hit that target.
Yes, correct.
Up it goes in the forward pocket. Wright palms it down. Comes Hobbs' way. His hand pass a turnover. Nevitt had it under pressure. Handball back towards Perkins of the Bombers. His handball back to Nevitt. Kicks outside the defensive 50 for Geelong. At the drop, Redmond takes the mark. He's a long kick of the foot. He's got it 52 out. The margin is currently 28 the Cats' way. Kicks inside for the forward 50. Leaping up Hobbs. Can't quite complete the mark. Guelphy went to soccer it off the deck. Smothered. Smith's got it going back the other way. Short kick to Manor. And the hand pass out wide finds Blitzarves.
Blitzarves kick a little astray. Redmond right place, right time. He marks in front of Jeremy Cameron on the wing. He takes off around Cameron and he blazes long towards right. Got his hands to it. Picked up by Hobbs. Went the outside of the boot, but he was shoved as he got the kick away. And it went from one pocket to the other. And Guthrie keeps it in. And he charges with the kick down to close.
Yeah, difference in kick.
That's a kick you hit, and that is an elite kick. That's because that's over 50 metres.
Yep.
And at pace.
Yep.
He kept running and he wants it back. He's in the corridor, charging into the wing area. And Close ignores him, goes down the line towards Holmes. Blitzarves with a lovely trap. Goes long to Cameron. He had to beat two. And Blackerson with the most important
he's
spoil.
got a free kick.
Oh,
wow.
No, there's no free kick there.
Was it a shove in the back?
No, there's not only is there no free kick there, the Essendon player has taken out his own teammate.
Yeah, I thought Lockie Blackerson's just done the best spoil of his life.
Yeah, and
That is a
Cameron's
shocker.
tried to take a bit of a hanger on Redmond.
Oh, now is it 50? It is. So Cameron's going to be trotted to the goal square. Listen to the roar. It'll be his third of the night as he tries to close in on bringing up the century. Three for Jezza, 78 for the season, and still a couple of games to go before finals. They came for the Jezza Cameron show, and finally they're up on their feet celebrating that one. Margin now is 34, 14-15-99, Essendon 10-5-65.
Why do we accept this, Mick? The standard of umpiring like we've seen tonight.
Yeah.
This is a Friday night marquee clash, regardless of how Essendon are going for the season. Friday night's a huge showcase. That is not a free kick to Jeremy Cameron. It is a great spoil by Blackerson, and Redmond has turned his body and has contested fairly. They cannot be paid.
No, it's looking at the result and blowing the whistle because it was a contest instead of watching what sort of the play was. So, yeah, I don't get it either. When you got four umpires, though, that's what's going to happen.
It's been a poor night from the officials, there's no doubt about that. The margin out to 34 points again, the Cats' way, and Cameron with his third of the night. Holmes, the first clean possession, gives it to Jai Clark to Atkins, but the Cats are on the back flank. Handball away to Stewart. Long kick down the wing. Blitzarves, clever little tap into the path of Manor. He pops it inside 50. Here's Jezza again. He marks it right half forward.
Kick a barrel from there, Corbs.
He kicked a drop punt from
just to he's got the crowd going a little bit.
He had the full forward blinkers on too. There's two or three leads.
He's got the squeeze of the footy going, which usually indicates he's going to load up. From 55 metres out, the left-footed drop punt is skinny, misses near side. So behind, 14-16, 100, plays 10-5-65. That is a 35-point game, the Cats' way. Time on final term. Cameron's got 3, which gives him 78 for the year and 299 goals as a Cat.
Trying to light it up here for the final 7 and a bit minutes at the Cattery. They have finally got the 4 precious premiership points in the bag. The margin is 35 points as the Cats kick to the wing. Rather, it was an Essendon kick to the wing, and Clark takes the mark. Jai Clark, and now he uses Dempsey, who's got it right in front of Bailey Smith, who's waiting to come onto the ground. Dempsey puts plenty of height into it. Cameron was in front in the pack, but it went over his head, and the spoil from the Bombers' defence over the boundary line. So it'll be tossed back in, 40 metres around here for the Cats. And Jeremy Cameron's got a sniff. Kicked the last goal of the game. He's got Redmond for company as it comes back in. Mullen tries to spin out of danger, got the handball away. It bobbles around. Merritt with the tackle. And it doesn't come out, so it'll be a ball. Oh, it's holding the ball on the bottom of the pack. It's Manor who's penalised.
Well, it's got three blokes on him, so it's hard to get your arms out.
Okay, free goes to the Bombers and it goes to Merritt.
Merritt trying to measure the kick to Gresham. Too much hang time on it. Guthrie breaks it up. Holmes dumps it inside 50. Essendon outnumbered. Cameron marking in front of Redmond. The turnover across the half-back line for the Bombers, and it's going to result in a shot at goal for Cameron.
See, he was saying he's been held back, but he can't say too much to the umpires, so they'll take him straight back to the line.
Jeremy Cameron from right in front. In the hoops at Geelong. The drop punt's good. He's up to 4 for the night. And another milestone for the Coleman medal leader. He becomes the 15th cat to score 300 goals. And there are some great names in the goal-kicking annals of the Geelong Football Club, and he is one of those. The 15th to 300, and the Cats lead the game by 41 points. 25 goal and final term.
Well, the kick forward then, Mick, it was pretty much a quick kick, but Geelong had 3 forwards to 1 Essendon player.
Yeah.
And what Redmond's complaining about, it's the cleverness of why I love Brad Close so much, is Close knew he wasn't going to mark that ball, so instead almost like just backpedaled as though I'm going to try and take this mark, but knew he was getting in the path of Redmond to contest with Cameron.
Too smart.
Sold it beautifully. And Cameron takes an uncontested mark. And Redmond quite rightly saying,
where's my teammates?
This is what the Cats fans came for. They're up and about now. Cameron's kicked the last 2. As Stanley takes it out of that centre circle, kicks to Bowes, gives it off to Holmes. He's a sprinter from outside 50. He's looking for Cameron. Cameron and Redmond in a one-on-one. Ball's alive in the pocket. Redmond comes in and tussles with Cameron and allows the ball to spill over the boundary line. And Mason Redmond, he's feeling under the pump at the moment. He'll be sweating on this final few minutes.
I know he's under the pump. Essendon's midfield, they're as slow as treacle at the moment. They're getting smashed at the stoppages. That's what's turned this last 10 minutes around.
25 metres around from Geelong's goal. It's a boundary throw in Blitzard. Dersma met heavily. Stengel with front on contact. Umpire says it'll be a ball up. In the left forward pocket, creeping closer to goal for the Cats. Cameron's kicked the last 2. Crowd wants more. Good tackle by Manor. Put on the kicker who just got it away. Now here's a chance for May. He's under the pump. Spinning handball's gone straight back to the Cats. Bailey Smith with a kick. Dempsey rises up in the right forward pocket. Goldstein just froze for a moment. Blackiston. Kick goes to Atkins. Atkins is going to go for goal. And he's missing. So it's all Geelong now. They've put their foot down because they had to. And the fans are going to enjoy this final 5 minutes. Margin back to 42 points.
The Bombers tiring late in the piece here. The Cats now have kicked 4 of the last 5 in the game after the Bombers gave them a bit of a fright to draw within 21 final term. Redmond long to half back, but another turnover. Stewart intercepts. His handball picked off as well. McGrath back the other way for the Dons. Short kick to McMahon. Marks in front of the benches. Copped a late hit from DeConing as well. Margin at 7 goals currently. Cameron's got 4. He's now got 300 as a Cat. Long kick down the wing, and Peter Wright leaping up into the back of Stewart. Rips it down, looks inside 50. Menzies got a couple to beat. O'Sullivan lends a hand, spills down to Holmes. Sweeping hand pass to Coney. Dishes it off to Humphreys. Goes down the line. So good on both feet. Left-footed kick down the line here, and Redmond leaves his man to knock it out of play. So boundary throwing in front of the benches. Ben Cameron's down there. Ben, just a quick wrap on the injuries tonight.
Yeah, so Jack Henry with hamstring tightness. We haven't seen him re-emerge either, so hasn't come out to the bench at any point. Lamont Lawal, Essendon are telling us that was a tactical sub, but had that heavy landing on his neck and had back issues after that.
Now Laverty has gone to Jeremy Cameron. They're the only players inside 50 here for the Cats. Goldstein fighting hard. It's a turnover. Manor. Bailey Smith, Blitzarv's on his left, and it's out of bounds on the full. Rather, it was Nevin, I think, who got it over to Blitzarv's. Dempsey.
Cameron has yelled out at him as well after that kick inside 50.
Come on, Blitz. You can do better than that on your left.
There's Jaden Newen, the 14th bomber to debut last weekend. Long kick to the wing, punched away. Spills down to Dempsey. High kick inside 50. Cameron threw himself in front of it. Free kick for Cameron.
Oh, he played for that push, Lingy.
Didn't he, Cal?
He leapt forward like we've never seen a player leap forward before.
Jaden Laverty has let him know all about it as well.
Since Greg Swan's come in, the push in the back is back.
He's got a couple of generous ones tonight. He had a purple patch in the second term where he kicked his only 2 goals for the night before this blitz in his final term. He's added 2 more for his 5th. The drop pump misses out to the right. So he's on 79 as it stands at the moment. Jeremy Cameron, he's got 4 goals for the night.
He got 4 goals, 3, I reckon.
I have to say, he's got a few behinds to go along with that.
So Essendon just trying to maintain control. Final minutes here where it has finally become the Jeremy Cameron show. Gets it to Shield. Shield handball under the pump to O'Connor. Here's Atkins on the outer wing. Humphreys kept it low, makes it really difficult for Bowes. Somehow they keep it back in play. McGrath gets a handball in there. Essendon fighting and scrapping hard. Redmond with the underground handball. Slipping over is Newen. Opens the door for Brad Close. Close goes to ground. Newen does well. Gets it back to Archie Reid, but it was taken over. He's legged. So it'll be a free kick for the youngster, Archie Roberts rather, and it's been good tonight. And he's going to go backwards as the Bombers try and eat into this final 2 minutes of play at Cardinia Park.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Archer May has come to the bench with an ankle/foot injury. They've sort of got ice on the top of his foot, sort of at that ankle point. So not ideal. He looks in a little bit of discomfort.
Thanks, Ben. Long down the line, Roberts punched out a play. So Archie May's the only one of the 4 they picked up in the mid-season draft that's got a deal for next year. So Oscar Smart, who missed out tonight, doesn't. Neither does Lockie Blackiston or Liam McMahon.
Oh, no.
Just see him do it. Yeah,
no one near him.
No, we rolled it outwards, so I don't know how he's injured the top of his foot.
Ice on his right foot at the moment for Archie May on the bench for the Bombers.
Here he goes.
Throwing Nana to Cameron.
That's a good mark.
And Cameron leaps up, rips it down at centre half forward.
I might be right, Kel. You're going to admit that I'm...
Oh, you are too.
Yes, kicks. You bet 5, Mick.
Yeah, we all had a go pre-match to see how many had kicked. No one had kicked 10 here since Gary Ablett Sr. in 1994. We won't get that, but Mick picked 5.
He'd kicked 2 in a 4-minute burst in the second quarter, and now for the last 3 of the game, the kick
he's
from
missed
Cameron
another one.
He's
4
got
goals, 5.
4 goals, 5 for the night for Jeremy Cameron. We weren't anticipating that on the back of 22 goals, 3 the last 3 weeks. More behinds and goals tonight for Jezza, 79 and counting.
Don't worry about us anticipating it. It was the crowd. Huge crowd in for this one tonight. All they're mucking around with it, the Bombers, as they bring it back into play. And it was Angus Clark involved in that passage. They work it well up to the captain, Merritt, on the wing. A centering kick to Goldstein. Goldstein, then the looping handball. Back it is, it comes to Roberts. And now sharing it around on the outer side. Goldstein, Roberts, Grubbers the kick.
Oh, God. It's like watching you're in a 12s.
Yeah.
Once again, they've coughed it up and it'll be a stoppage on the outer side.
That's degrading. You're under 12, by the way. I'm sorry. I apologise.
Argent 44 points from the restart. Manor hands it to Smith. Smothered, out of play. Nice work. 1% there for the man on the way through in Merritt, the captain. So hamstring tightness, the concern for Jack Henry, subbed out of the game. That's really the big concern for the Cats out of tonight. And if you can kick 100 points and win by over 7 goals and not play your best, then I think most teams would take that. The Cats haven't quite flushed it out tonight as they have at various stages this year, but they're still going to win comfortably and move into the top 2 on the AFL table in the process. Last touch for Jai Clark. Got a hand pass going forward. Socket in the other direction by Hobbs. Stewart turns count 3 inside out and able to clear the danger for the Cats. And they were made to earn it against a plucky Essendon team. But the Cats take care of business at the Cattery. They're into the top 2.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Gardenia Park.
All eyes on Jeremy Cameron coming into the night. He finished with 4 goals and 5 behind. So finished with 79 goals, and now he's got 79-31 on the year. He did notch up a milestone tonight, though, kicking his 300th goal as a Cat. Became just the 15th player in Geelong's history to do that tonight in his 104th game for the club. The Cats by 44.
So stand up and fight, remember our tradition. Stand up and fight, it's always our ambition. Throughout the game to fight with all our might, because we're the mighty blue and white. And when the ball is bounced to the final bell, stand up and fight like hell.
The Cats move to 15-6 on the season, so they're firmly entrenched inside the top 4, and tonight they sit second on the table behind only the Adelaide Crows. Another win for Chris Scott against his twin Brad, so his record extends to 13 wins and 5 losses. And night for Jeremy Cameron finished with 4. He kicked the last 2 of the game. He kicked 2 in a 4-minute burst in the second quarter, and apart from that, the focus was elsewhere. 3 each for Sean Manor and for Shannon Neal. Neal kicked the first 3 of the game and didn't add to it thereafter. 2 for Bledsoe, 1 for Dempsey, 1 for Myers and 1 for Close. Meanwhile for Essendon, a career high for Liam McMahon in his 4th game. He kicked 4, and then 1 each for McGrath, Merritt, Gresham, Wright and Guelphy. Cameron Ling, Nick Malthouse, what do we make of all that? The Cats by 44 to jump to second spot.
Well, Geelong get the win. They need the win. They get the 44-point win. But, Mick, credit to the Bombers. Their second half in particular was 8 goals apiece in the second half. And Geelong's 8 goals came from just being more talented, more skillful, and some nice ball movement. Good little bit of play into the forward line. There's a goal. That's how they did it. Essendon's was through effort. They tackled, they harassed, they won the contested ball. They finally, I know you were calling for it massively in the first half, were prepared to take the ball forward and contest the ball forward of the kick. And Geelong stopped taking intercept marks because Essendon fought it out and made sure the ball came to ground. And as I said, to the credit, they played a really good, strong, tough second half of football. It was never quite going to be good enough against a more talented team, but well done to the Bombers.
Yeah, I agree with you. For those Essendon supporters out there thinking, with the doom and gloom, yeah, it's going to be a big effort next year to get where you are into the 8. Every club wants to get into the 8, but there's a couple of shining lights. McMahon, I think, is going to be a player that he's going to have a pre-season under his belt. Probably put a few more kilos on him. He's a decent kick. He gets the good football from the ground. Knows where the goals are. That's a certainty. The interesting thing will be, I love the way that Goldstein goes about his work. And I thought out of the 2 ruckmen, the 4 ruckmen tonight, I thought he was the better of the ruckmen. Does he go around next year? Where do the Bombers improve there? Merritt, Essendon have probably seen the best of Merritt anyway. I don't know. He's not going to get any better. Does he match it up with the top midfielders? As an individual, probably. As a group, he needs some more support in there. There's no question about that. I'm not sure where that's going to come from. Their back line, well, it'll improve when they get their injuries back, and if they can get their injuries back. Langford, of course, is a forward, but he adds a bit of value to them. So all's not lost with the Bombers. I like their game style outside of the overuse. I think the overuse may have come about because they just didn't back the fact that Caddy wasn't up there and Wright's not in great form. So if you've got a Cameron up there, you kick the ball into the forward line.
Yeah.
And Neal. If you've got players, Caddy's been their best forward, he's not playing. Wright's uncertain of himself. So therefore, players pick these things up subconsciously. So you go short, and they lose possession of the footy. On the flip side, Geelong had 34 shots at goal. Generally speaking, you'd say that 15-19 would be 20-something, 20-10 or thereabouts. They missed a couple of sitters. I don't think Geelong were bad at all. They didn't go into bad habits. So yes, they certainly look for Cameron, and why wouldn't you? He's going to kick goals. But by and large, the biggest worry would be, and it's Stewart finished the game, would be if Henry doesn't come back and they lose Stewart, because they were all over the shop for that 5 to 10 minutes, and Essendon got on top.
And if that was to happen, there was a period of absence to Henry and or Stewart, then what it forces is, and I'm assuming this, because O'Sullivan and De Koning are good young players, is Blitzarves has to roll back there, which I would expect to happen. What Blitzarves has been able to do, strangely, with his versatility, is he's been playing forward, forcing a tall to play on him.
He's kicked 2 goals tonight.
Yeah, he's kicked 2. He's a marking threat, which means Neil is also drawing a tall.
Yep.
And that leaves most teams struggling to find, ultimately they want the number 1 on Jeremy Cameron.
Yes.
But, hang on, we can't use one of our really tall ones because Neil's so big and Blitzarves is so big.
Yep.
So we go a little bit smaller. And then, hang on, if we send a really big, one of our best big tall to Cameron, Neil gets off the chain a little bit and gets something going, and maybe Blitzarves takes a mark or 2 and finds 2 goals like he did tonight. So that's the versatility of having Blitzarves. But if he has to play permanent back,
that's right,
just robs that a little bit, not to mention what he does in the ruck and on the wing, and all the different roles that he plays within this team.
Well, yeah, so just looking at their side tonight, I didn't see a bad player for Geelong. I saw some probably, a little bit of time there. We said about that forward line, that back line, when it didn't have the 2 senior players there. But I didn't. When I'm looking through the list, you'll say De Koning, but he wasn't beaten today. I'm not sure that they've got too many weaknesses, Geelong. The test, going to Sydney next week would be a good test for them.
The Cats making their way off, and eventually Brian Myers steps to the front and then just runs down the tunnel into the Cats' rooms as his teammates waited for him. So he's 150th game. He leads Geelong off. They are destined for a 17th final series in the last 19 years, an incredible record. Ben Cameron is in the winners' rooms as the Cats make their way in. They're up to second spot, bound on the premiership table.
Yeah, thank you, Corb. Just waiting for them to make their way in front of all of the family and friends. And Brian Myers second in behind Mark O'Connor. The Karate Kid, Bailey Smith, the third man in as they come into a warm round of applause. Nearly a golf clap there from the Geelong family and friends as they welcome them in. Jeremy Cameron strolling over towards the dim sims. He's not tempted by them. They have on display here in Geelong, as they always do. So they're a pretty jovial bunch, pretty happy. Jack Henry's just re-emerged in the full civvies, so he's got the tracksuit top on, the shorts. He's showered up and ready to go. They're huddling up now. No kids this week, which is unique for the Cats.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. Hey, we are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played. Hey, no more far away. Our banners flying high from dawn to dark.
So just business-like from the Cats. Tom Stewart is going to join me in just a moment. I'll try and grab him.
Thanks, Ben. Look forward to that. So more of the wash-up in the Cats' rooms. We'll get some reaction from downstairs. But a 44-point win for Geelong. They really did it with ease tonight. But the Bombers were able to hang about and force Geelong to lift their level, and they did that with the game on the line in the final quarter. The Bombers kicking 6 goals out of 8 at one stage. They got within 21 points, but anytime they got close enough to think about it, the Cats were able to put their foot down and ultimately went away winners by 44 points. Let's go straight back into the Cats' rooms. Ben Cameron.
Oh, we were just about ready to go, but there's a disaster down here.
Oh.
All the players were lined up, ready for media, and they've been called in for a meeting. So, they're at 6s and 7s, and Chris Scott is staring down the media manager, just saying, come on.
It is interesting that Chris Scott wants to chat to them straight away. Lingy, what do you reckon the tone will be?
He does not. He often doesn't speak to the group after a game. He likes to assess what's going on. Likes to look at the vision. Likes to work through a few things, and then we'll calmly do it the next day. On our vision here, it's interesting. Chris Scott's actually gone in the other direction from where the meeting room is, and maybe it's the players who've called it. Maybe it's a leadership group have said, let's have a chat and work out.
How often did that happen?
I can see in the background of our shot that Chris Scott is now going in.
Walking back.
So it is a coach thing.
Yep.
Okay, let's go back to Ben. Ben?
Yeah, so Shannon Neal was doing a TV interview, and they were trying to rip him off the TV interview.
Right.
So they've done that now. Well, I think it's certainly Chris who wants them in. So, I'm trying to stay away from Chris and not make eye contact at the moment.
It does speak to, probably speaks to a little bit of your mentality throughout the night, Lingy. You watch a lot of the Cats and obviously still heavily invested in the club, but as much as they kick 109 points, they hold the opposition to 65, they win by 44 and they move to second spot on the table. There was a lot of things that it sort of wasn't a very Geelong type performance to use that expression.
There was a lot of things not to love about the way they played. They get the win. It's still a game of AFL footy and they're hard to win, so you take the win. But no, I didn't watch that game and say that's a really good tune-up for finals against an opposition they should beat. Last week, I think, and we've seen other ones, North Melbourne and Port Adelaide, performances where you've gone, they looked sharp and they played the right way. And this is quality footy, even though they're playing against weaker opposition. You go, that's still the right way to tune up for finals against lesser opposition. I did not have that feeling tonight at all, Corbs. And I think there's a lot of things that the Geelong coaching group will go through and say, that's not right. We can't let that happen. You guys got my frustration a couple of times with the defensive efforts.
Yeah.
Deep in the forward line for the Bombers. They're the ones that are going to be shown. Some of the midfield stuff is going to be shown. This is a game that will be reviewed, despite being a win, almost like a loss, saying we can't play this way.
And is this a concern, Cameron Ling, the fact that last week they beat Port Adelaide by 88 points. The week before it was 101 points, so they've won their last two games by a combined total of 189. Next week they get Sydney at the SCG and then they get Richmond at the MCG. So pushed by plucky, undermanned Essendon tonight. It's Sydney next week.
It's how you play though, Cal. I don't mind the 100 and the 90-point wins and things like that. Corbin and I were having some fun before we went on air this afternoon, saying in 2011 we beat Melbourne by 187 points here, and Gold Coast by 150 on the eve of finals.
And it wasn't a problem.
No, because the edge we had to our games that day were just ruthless, and we drove the standards, and so it became a way of us practicing the way we play. But tonight was not an example of the way they want to play.
And I said it halfway through the call, like Jeremy Cameron he wasn't crunching, he wasn't hitting packs with.
But it was right across the board.
Absolutely, it was almost like we came here for the Jeremy Cameron show. The fans came for it. It was almost like the team was sucked in by it as well.
And it's probably not the end of the world if it's taken as a sharpen up and hey, let's get back to driving our standards and playing the way we want to play come finals time. And next week in Sydney becomes a good challenge for them to do that. And then Richmond's potentially a tune-up for finals anyway. It's about the standards you set for yourself as an individual and as a team, and if you adhere to them. And I reckon that's what this conversation is going to be about for Geelong is, hang on, guys, that game tonight did not look like the way we want to look.
Is that even more important given the draw that they've got? That they don't have the top 8 teams?
Yep.
You've got to be able to shake them up.
Yeah, you're not using the opposition to check your standards. you have to do it yourself, and you have to be ruthless on yourself and on each other. Now, you're heading into finals. You're going to play against some brilliant teams. There's no time to just coast by and float by now. It's time to ramp up.
Mick, I know we had some fun in the pre-match trying to predict what Jeremy Cameron would kick, and he ended up with 4 goals, 5. You don't really want this to become a distraction in finals.
No, you don't.
So how would you approach it? He's on 79 goals.
Well, he's a mile off it. You just don't. You just play the game. Play the game. What turns out. I've
2 games to come against the Swans and Richmond.
Yeah.
Would you rather he got it done before, against Richmond?
Well, clearly, but
he's not going to. He's not going to kick 21 in 2 weeks.
See, I've coached Simon Beasley kicked 100 goals, right?
Yes.
Now, he kicked his 100th goal during a finals match.
Did you run on the ground?
No, that would be the last first thing I do. But the thing is about that, there was no, maybe because there was a few other forwards kicking hundreds in those days, but Simon Beasley kicked his 100th, I think it was against North Melbourne in one of the finals. It was great for him to kick that, but we didn't measure off going into the finals who was saying that Simon had kicked that. Peter Simic kicked 100 once or twice going into finals, but it wasn't an issue. He was full forward. He was there to kick goals. If he didn't kick goals, he had to lay it off to someone else. It wasn't overwhelming that we're looking for these forwards to kick goals. Scotty Cummings kicked 100. He's another one that kicked 100.
I think Matty Lloyd said during the week that Kevin Sheedy at 3/4 time was urging the players to get him to the ton before the finals. So it came to a point where he was like, just give it to him. And they were clearly aware of it tonight. Like, it is...
Oh, of course they are, but I just don't think he's going to kick 25 tonight.
No. But
I know what you're saying, Kel, but it's the build-up to get there. If you talk to any Coleman medalist, you talk to any Brownlow medalist, they all go, oh, forget that, I want that other medal that everyone has, that's on the last day of September. So this is only a minor... Yes, his teammates will be trying to look after him. There's no question about that. But did you play with... Did Ablett kick 100 when you were playing? No. So it doesn't become... I reckon if you start to lock in on this, if this is Geelong, I think it's more supporter-driven than it is player-driven. They'll help him out, no question. But if he doesn't kick 100 and they play from the grand final, I'll tell you what they want.
If you're the captain, Cameron, how do you approach this?
I think if there's an opportunity at a certain time and he's in the best spot, yeah, sure, you give it to him. But no, it's about how you play as a team. And I think tonight...
He didn't get any freebies tonight.
No, he had to lead up, he had to take the ball and mark. If he kicks straight tonight, maybe he kicks 8 and, it's all great. But... that was proper play tonight. There was none of the little gimmies around the back and things like that.
Cameron finishes with 4. He's got 79 for the season. The Cats into second spot. They win by 44 points. Let's go into the Geelong rooms. Ben Cameron. Ben.
Yeah, I'm down here with Tom Stewart. I had him momentarily. Then he was whisked away to the meeting. What was said in there, and how unusual is that for Chris to speak to the group like that?
It's not unusual as such. We just sort of talked on the opportunity that presents itself in front of us. We've got a longer break into Sydney now, so it's just about making sure that we get our next few days right and really run our own program and make sure that we come in fresh, and really excited to attack next week and go up to Sydney and put on a good show.
I saw the docs throughout the game come out to you a couple of times, and I think you were pointing towards your hamstring. I just noticed as you walked out, you were chatting to the hamstring guru, Steve Saunders. Is your hamstring all right?
Nah, I'm fine, mate. Just getting old. Just a few niggles here and there, but I'll be fine.
So just making sure that hamstring's okay?
100%. All good.
Okay. Come with me on this one. Now, when you come to the bench, I noticed that it's almost, as you sit down, it's like you are dealing with someone saying the most idiotic thing you've ever heard. You almost sigh and go, and then gather yourself. Is that a planned thing to gather yourself, or what's behind that?
Yeah, it's just something that I've sort of worked on. We've got an amazing psyche here, Dave Williams, who I've worked with now since 2020, and it's just about taking those moments to just almost zone out from the game. Just use it as a little reset, get to the bench, take a breath, whatever's going on, I can't control what's going on in the game, so I just use that moment to just really reset myself and then talk to Sean Higgins or someone on the bench and just sort of articulate what I'm seeing and then what they're seeing on the bench. So it's just a little moment in time that I like to pause and just reset.
It's actually quite interesting. I was also noting today, I think that there were heated blankets on the seats. Is that new?
That's a very good eye. They've been around for a long time. Bit of carry on again, but we'll take all the heated blankets that we can.
So what's the point of that? To keep the hamstrings warm, or just the cool leather off your body?
Just cold Geelong nights, mate. Just little luxuries that we can take that we don't give the opposition on the other side of the bench.
just flick it over to the other side where I'm sitting, if you can, on these cold nights. Upstairs, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Stewie, well done on the win. Can you? And I mean this really respectfully, because to the opposition, because it's a game of AFL footy, and every game of AFL footy is hard to win. But you seem to have the game so in control at halftime. How do you assess that second half? Is it disappointment? Is it frustration? Is it just the reality of playing in this competition and the opposition's going to throw plenty at you? What were your thoughts on that second half?
Yeah, I think, it's very raw. I think the initial reaction would be mild frustration, and not necessarily from the scores against or anything like that, just the way that the game sort of flipped in their favour. They like to flick the ball around. And we sort of thought that we could bring a lot more pressure than we did. So I think that was the most disappointing thing, is the fact that we didn't bring something that we thought we could to the game. So, but as you said, it's AFL footy, so there's going to be moments and there's going to be ebbs in games where no matter who you're playing against, they're going to get an opportunity to get a run on. And I think for us, speaking behind the ball, we just talked about just the next moment. We tried our absolute best to kill the ball in the air and get the job done on the ground, and we reconvened and recollected ourselves and went back to work. So I think post that, I thought we were a lot better. But, it's obviously disappointing when a team gets a run on like that.
How challenging is it to drive your own standards, almost hold yourselves to account against your own standards, when the reality is, just given the way that their injuries have been and the lists out there, that you're a better team than them, but knowing that you guys have to drive standards because you're looking at September and they're not. How hard is it to continue to hold those really high standards for the group?
I don't think they're difficult at all, Lingy. I think you touched on it there. Like, we've got, obviously, we've got to keep winning and put ourselves in a good spot, but we've got a finals campaign to focus on. So the messaging and the dialogue from our coaching group and from our senior players is, let's get our game in as good a nick or as good a position as we possibly can over this next period. I touched on it with the boys pre-game. It wasn't necessarily what the scoreboard looked like, but how the game looked, the behaviours that we were showing, the way we were setting the ground out, the way we were connecting and communicating with each other in defence. So we're trying to find small things along the way that we can get better at, and we're not nailing it absolutely every time, but we're absolutely striving for that really solid game.
Tom, well done on the way you played. This is a question out of left field, but have you noticed a difference over the last, say, let's say 2 to 3 years now? You're entering into games where clubs have got genuinely big monster forwards. It just seems to be, outside of Hawkins and Cameron a couple of years ago, that's changed dramatically, and now all of a sudden there's 6 or 7 sides that you guys, you've got to be one of them. There's probably may have to pick up one of these blokes that's 6'3", 6'4", and about 110, 120 kilos. You notice it changed?
I think Mick, you've been in the game a lot longer than I have, so I think you can probably speak better to that than me on the change of positional and the size of the boys in the game. But I'm standing here right behind Mitch Nevitt, who's a winger / inside mid, and he's about 193 centimetres tall, and he can run like the wind. So I think I hit a little sweet spot in the time that I came into the AFL, being just 190 and a bit of a plotter. But some of the people that are coming through, some of the young men and women that are coming through the game are absolute freaks. You look at young, I think it's Archer or Archie May, who come in the mid-season. He's a lump of a lad. Liam McMahon's a third tall, who's about 193, and Peter Wright's obviously over 2 metres. So there's some amazing athletes out there, and it's good to see.
Yeah, I was just looking at Adelaide, who've jumped from outside the 8 and inside the 8, and now they're sort of top of the ladder. And you've got to confront them at some stage during the final series when you've got players who yesteryear outside of Walker you'd say, they've got to be ruckman or but now they sit as a third tall and they might be 94, you've got to pick those blokes up.
Yeah, I think it probably talks to the way the game's being played in a bit of a territory in a forward half battle where you need to sort of contest ahead of the ball. So that's probably the thinking behind that, having the three big boys up there for Adelaide. But, I think we have a great forward line that has great connection. Brad Close probably doesn't get the plaudits he deserves, but he's 170 centimetres and 55 kilos soaking wet, but he does such a great job to create contests. And Tyson's the same, and obviously Big Scratch and Jez do what they do. So I think that's sort of the modern game, just creating a contest in the forward half.
Stewie, I'm interested in your take on this one. We've had a lot of debate around Jeremy Cameron's amazing season he's having. Could he kick 100 goals? So much outside excitement and noise. How are you guys managing that internally? Are you trying to find him a few extra, or is it simply what plays out in front of you? What's the communication been around all the circus that's surrounding Jez at the moment?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because I think internally we haven't really acknowledged it that much. I mean, we're not stupid and we don't, miss out on all those things that are being said about the race to the 100 or whatever it is. But I think, he's such a beacon for us in the forward half, and when he's on, you got to feed him. And it's not necessarily just the kicking 100 goals, but if he's in such a good position on the ground and he's got his bloke on toast, why wouldn't you feed a bloke who's got that sort of skill set? So, and I think that's the same. I talked to Moons on the ground. It's the same with Big Scratch and Neil. Like, they're such presence up in the forward half, and they do such an amazing job for us. That when you see him and they've got their bloke out and their shoulders out, we've got no pressure. Like, it's hard not to kick it to him. Jez, he's a freak. He'll kick him from anywhere. So sometimes you just need a bailout and you kick it in his general direction and he makes a contest. So we haven't really acknowledged it, deliberately in front of the group, but we're just focusing on winning games. And I think, if you ask Jez that, he'd be the exact same sort of notion.
Tom, enjoy the win and the weekend. We'll see you in Sydney next week.
Thanks, guys.
Tom Stewart from the Cats, the five-time All-Australian. With us, Geelong by 44 points. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Jeremy Cameron finished with 4 goals, 5. Takes him to 79 on the season, while the Cats are up to second spot on the ladder. A couple of other things to note out of the night. So Jack Henry's hamstring tightness, that is a concern.
Yeah.
He's got a history of soft tissue injuries, Lingy. So, his absence, if he's going to miss a little period now before September, with only 2 games to go and a week off before the first final, that will be a little bit of a worry.
Yeah, and I imagine with John, if there was any sign of it, straight away, almost overly cautious with it. That's why probably Jack Martin didn't play tonight.
Yep.
Certainly why Patrick Dangerfield's had a rest. The quick turnaround from playing last Sunday to a Friday night game and a genuinely cold Friday night game. So from a Geelong perspective, they're probably hoping it was just a little hint of awareness and then bang, just pull the trigger on the sub and protect him. But yeah, if it turned into an actual hammy, and we're talking 3 weeks, then it's home and away season done.
He's got a history of it.
Yeah, he does.
With hamstrings.
Yeah, he's so powerful. He had that athletics background,
right.
and
of course.
he just almost.
Well, that's what Holmes caused
tightly wound.
Trouble too with his hand.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how they go against Sydney on Sunday week.
Yep.
Smaller ground. It's been wet in Sydney. There's no guarantee that it won't be again.
They don't have a great record up there.
No, they don't have a great record up there, and this is going into a final week before they played Richmond, I think, last game.
Richmond, yep.
So that should be an easy kill, that one. But the going into the final, with their percentage the way it is, it may well get down to how well they play in the next 2 weeks. They can finish on top.
Yeah, it's amazing. And what a great club they've been over a long period of time. So this will be their 17th finals campaign in 19 years.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
And when you think about, during that run, by the way, if you extend that to 21 years, they've made 14 prelims in 21 years.
Yeah.
Imagine 2 in every 3 years. The club you cheer for is in the Final Four in the competitions.
Yeah.
As an Essendon supporter, Lingy, it just makes me
well,
sick. It's like poison in my mouth.
It's for another day, Corby, and we should talk about this on the weekend or some stage. I fear for the way the competition is, because it's, you have a look at free agency. Players only want to go to a side that's going to give them an opportunity to play finals. Smith's here because of that. Cameron's here because of that. Dangerfield.
I'd love to go back over the history and see they all go to better teams.
Of course they do. But I don't know what the AFL
and leave and go to a team that's below them on the ladder.
Well, there's only one. It's Gary Ablett.
Yeah.
As part of that, though, if they're looking for teams that are in contention, then they're searching for high quality leadership. So they want a really strong, stable board. They want a really good quality CEO. They want a high-end GM of footy, and they want a really good coach who is allowed to coach the team and given room to coach the team with some great
But
list.
success breeds success.
And
It does.
Doesn't it mean
but-
the best are getting better?
Yeah, but
and the worst aren't getting, like, who's going to put their hand up, apart from Gary Ablett Jr., as you mentioned, and say, yeah, I'll go to North Melbourne and help them?
Yeah, but
that's right.
Challenge them, not zeroing in on North, to get better with your development, with your leadership. Do you remember a time before COVID where there were people screaming for Chris Scott? He's had his chances. He just keeps getting them to a prelim. He's got a crappy finals record. Apart from that one premiership he got gifted when he first got to the club. All that talk was
and
there.
Chris Fagan had it as well.
So did Geelong's leadership balk at that and go, oh, yeah, you know what? You're right. He's had his chance. We're done. No, they continued to wrap other people around him, but keep going with different assistant coaches.
And they went out and got Bailey Smith.
Yeah, they went and got a Bailey Smith.
They're in for Matt Rowell. They're in for...
Well, Matt Rowell signed a 2-year deal.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying...
I understand where you're coming from, Lingy, but...
It's just not fair on the competition.
Well, no, there's no such thing as fair.
Is everybody going to cry a river?
Yeah.
Like, seriously, it's not fair. It's an elite competition.
But it makes it
This isn't junior footy.
It makes it more uneven.
It makes it more uneven. Thank you, Mick.
Yeah, but it's not junior footy.
So what
it's
are they
the elite competition in the AFL.
So you're happy to come to a game every weekend where it's the clear best 9 and the worst 9 and, expectations going in tonight.
So should we try and strip the best 9 down to the bottom 9's level, or should we try and bolster up the bottom 9 up to the top 9's level and we get better football?
Well, the bottom 9 aren't going to get better if every free agent says, I want to go to a better team.
So does the league need more equalisation mechanisms? Like, do they need to do more to equalise?
So get rid of the academies.
What can they do?
Get rid of the father-sons.
No,
get rid of it. Make the fixture only one team per...
Yep.
Per...
What about the
season.
first round of the draft is untouchable?
What, by academies and by father-sons?
Yeah.
Maybe, but
no,
if you are talking pure 100% equal, then you have to strip out all academies,
yes,
all father-sons,
yes,
and everyone has to play each other once and once only.
Yeah, but we've spoken about this.
Yeah, so don't
so much. It's not going to happen.
Don't talk about things. You can't say, "Oh, we're going to try and make it a little more fair over there," and don't let good teams try and attract good talent to them. You've got to make either everything fair and even, or you're allowed, like clubs are allowed to have competitive advantages if they're good enough to do it.
I mean, my views changed dramatically on this over time too. Where I don't know what you mean. I mean, now I support a team that's a powerful club off field, but on field they're junk. So I'm almost at the point where I think, well, why do we even have a salary cap? Let's just throw it all open and we let the New York Yankees be the New York Yankees. Let the good teams dominate and let the poor teams be the poor teams, and we see where we end up.
No, but
that's EPL.
Correct.
Yeah, but EPL, and you only get
Tom Lynch.
But then you've got,
I want to win a premiership, goes to Richmond. Stephen May, I want to win a premiership, goes to Melbourne.
But they're still working within the same salary cap.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, but it's just Anyway.
It's an issue for the league.
West Coast captain, he's going to go to Brisbane.
Yeah. Let's go down to Ben Cameron, who I think's in the Essendon rooms. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. They are entirely empty. It's just me sitting down here at the moment. So the Bomber boys have gone off to, I think, hit the showers. They've left the meeting room down here. So the injury updates, I think just Archer May with that rolled ankle walked right past me. No ice on it. Did have a sizable limp up, but he walked off. And they're saying the substitution of Lamont Lual was tactical. So no issues there. So I think a clean bill of health for Essendon outside of that rolled ankle for Archer May.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, that's as you said, a pretty quiet Essendon rooms from down there. That's the final word from the Bombers camp as we run out of time on the back end of the broadcast. We'll talk more about it across the weekend, I'm sure, but it is a concern for the league that they've got these two de facto leagues, aren't they? It's the top tier and the bottom tier.
We didn't have that last year.
No. And to be fair, I actually think the last few seasons have been excellent. Like 2022 was a great year, and we probably always think back to the grand final about how it ended, but the jockeying for positions the whole way through, and so it is whether it's a trend or it's an outlier.
Well, let me just go through the Hawthorn three-peat.
Yep.
They generally speaking, you get better. You need to be better than the following year to win a premiership. their first year would beat the third year hands down. Why? And I'll say this, because Gold Coast and GWS had all the players, so the bottom clubs and the middle range clubs could not have, their first pick was in the teens, so they could not improve. So therefore Hawthorn at that stage were going to dominate, and so were Geelong, we were about that time, whoever was, Geelong, Sydney, they'd already had their list made. They couldn't go underneath because they didn't need to, and yet the sides who are going to go on the bounce. Now the fear here is when you get a new side in the Devils, and perhaps a 20th side come along and a 5-year block of draftees go, that those sides who are underneath can't improve. Can you imagine coaching Melbourne, losing your top 5 or 6 players who are in their 30s and going, oh, guess what, your first pick's going to be 17, 18. Well, you're not going to improve. So you've got to have a really good balance of players coming through.
Which is why Richmond was clever last year and went, 4
exactly,
20?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just
clever.
Bailed them right out and just...
Like, it'd much rather be a
mind you,
Richmond
this draft
fan
this
right
year
now.
apparently is moderate.
Yeah.
Moderate.
Who survives as a player at Melbourne? We don't know the coach, but will Oliver, Petrarca, will they be there next year?
Well, a new coach would want them there.
Yeah.
Of course he'd want them there. He wants to win games.
We're on a big crunch here, so that is a broad topic that I'm sure we will get to on the Melbourne front. AFL Saturday tomorrow from 12 noon Eastern. Of course, from 10:30 in SA, you'll be getting SA Grandstand, and for those of you in WA, 10 o'clock it'll be Sports Talk. Lingy's on from 12 noon on Sunday on AFL Sunday with Matt Clench. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year in just a moment, but final word on the Dylan Shield incident. So for people that weren't following tonight, Lamont Lowell was running back into a pack, leapt up in the air to go and try and take a mark, and all of a sudden he was tunnelled by Mark O'Connor. The reason there was a player underneath and tunnelling him was because Mark O'Connor, the Geelong player, was shoved into that position by Dylan Shield, who's a bomber. So in the end, Shields shoved a Geelong player underneath an Essendon player in the air and very nearly had a serious injury as he fell almost on his neck and in his head. And luckily, Lamont Lowell is okay and was able to run off the ground. But should Dylan Shield face some kind of sanction for that?
I think he'll have something to answer for because he put Mark O'Connor in a vulnerable position, but then ultimately it was his teammate Lowell who was in the most vulnerable position. It'll be a good test case to see if you are culpable and responsible for something
injury
that happens to your teammate because of your actions on an opposition player.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting because normally we think it's always a player on an opposition player. But, yeah, I think his action was dangerous. I really do.
Yep, absolutely.
I think we all agree on that front. It was a scary moment. Unfortunately, Lamont Lowell was able to jog off the ground. He was ultimately subbed out at three-quarter time, but was able to play most of the third quarter. And Jack Henry's got hamstring tightness. Jeremy Cameron kicked 4 goals. He's now up to 79 for the season. That's the most he's ever kicked in any 1 year. And also he's up to 300 goals as a Cat. Becomes the 15th player to get to that milestone. The votes, Lingy, in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Well, because Jez didn't kick straight, he's not going to get any votes. If he kicked 9 straight, he probably gets the 3, but I'm going to give the 1 vote to Mark Blitzarve. So I just think across the ground was really good. Kicked 2 goals, 22 disposals. Maybe some of his ball use on the left foot was not so crash hot, but he worked really hard. Sean Manor gets the 2 votes, 3 goals, and found a heap of the footy and was really dangerous as well for big chunks of the game with 20 disposals. And best on ground, I'm going to give it to Bailey Smith. 31 disposals. He had 8 score involvements. He had 9 clearances, 620 metres gained. He worked really hard. He was the one early on who was breaking the game open for the Cats. What was a pretty just okay performance by the Cats.
Yeah.
He was the standout early on when the game was there to be won.
I'm going to put my hand up and say my apologies. I came in hot on Jeremy Cameron. I declared 10 goals.
10.
And I got us all excited and whipped into a frenzy for no reason at all.
So the Mick Moldhouse wins the nearest to the pin on that front. He's had 5, and if it wasn't for one hit in the post, Mick, you would have been there. So 4 goals, 5 in the end for Jezza tonight. Gave us a bit of fun to
I missed that by 1 point.
If he kicked straight, who picked 9?
4 goals, 5. You almost got there by
1
by
point.
committee.
Who picked 9? If he'd kicked straight.
That was me.
Yeah.
No, 8.
I had 10.
You had 8. Kel had 10.
He's fired up tonight.
Kel, you were the furthest. You were the most wrong. You were the furthest away.
Oh, who would have thought?
I want to debate list management with you more, Kel. I really do.
The first time in my life I got the lingy
I love
scare,
it.
and he scared me. I think that's because he told us on air he went for a 12 kilometre jog.
12-minute there, that sounds right.
And I realised that Nicole just recently did a marathon, and as soon as those words came in my mouth, I got the lingy stare for the first time, and I've just
Well, it's
had
only
it for the
30k
second time.
different.
Yeah.
As an Essendon supporter, Lingy, I can't wait to watch my team win by 44 points and go home a little frustrated with how they played. They are so blessed, the Geelong faithful.
I apologise for what I did to the screen here in the commentary box at one stage in the game.
We love your passion. Have a good weekend, Lingy. Hear from you on Sunday.
Thank you.
Hear from you tomorrow,
Yes,
midday.
indeed. Yep.
Enjoy your weekend, Kel.
Will do, Corbs.
We'll catch you soon right here on ABC Sport. Thanks to Ben Cameron for all his work downstairs, to Brett back in the studio, and to Stu for all his work on the buttons. We are out. The Cats by 44 points. Bailey Smith best of field as Jeremy Cameron kicks 4 goals to move to 79 in the Coleman medal race. Catch us tomorrow on ABC Sport, AFL Saturday starting from 12 noon Eastern. You can follow along with all of it through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for that AFL button. Good night from the Cattery.
The new neighbour.
I'm Isabel.
Who's not what she seems.
Somebody here knows something. You'd be amazed the things you learn about a place if you pay attention.
The Family Next Door starts Sunday, August 10 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Sport Digital Radio. Your home of BBC Stumped.